in-depth story run. Finally, we played MGS4 like 9.5 times. Oh, how many days of MGS4 has it been? Too many. In a week of MGS4? Nice. Actually, it'll be just over a week when we finish this. It was kind of going at a pace of 1 week per game in one way or another, I guess. I guess Ground Zeroes will be an exception. Gonna see if we can fit Peace Walker in a week, though, with the cell sheet stuff. I'm seriously considering just playing on 2 PS3s. But we'll see how many people we have available. Act 4. How could Liquid possibly launch the nuke? And why does he say Rex the first 10 seconds? This is why I think the eggs are CGI to some degree, because eggs don't do that. There's Shigami, Heaven's Door, Fuzurio, Army Elite, Wrestle Guy. Good to see you guys. It's gonna take him like a long time and Campbell's help to figure out the thing that Liquid says in literally the first 20 seconds. Just 4 things.
We'll launch a stealth nuclear warhead at JD.
I thought you couldn't control the nuke with GW.
We can't. We've taken over their guns and heavy weapons, but the WMDs are still under JD's control. That's where Rex comes in.
Wait, how's he gonna launch a
I know
nuke?
where to find nukes they don't control. Vamp, how long until Rex is ready?
Vamp is now the Rex specialist.
Left is the final check.
For some reason.
We've identified JD's location through GW, an abandoned 20th century satellite orbit disguised as debris.
A clever place to hide.
Satellite orbit.
With a stealth nuke, there's no need to worry about the Patriots intercepting it. By the time they realize what's happening, it'll all be over.
Once JD, the core AI is destroyed, GW's priority will rise to 1, and all the systems under JD's control will then be ours to command. Now go, prepare our haven.
Yes, boss. What the devil is this?
Where would they be going?
The video
Take a look
feed from the
around
Mark
now.
II cuts off here.
So now that Naomi was here, she left her locket here with
Saying something about that.
Victor Gray Fox. Also the USB drive
Patriot system
with
was
Fox
controlled by
Alive
4 AIs, with
as
JD
part of
at
it.
the top. One of those AIs was GW. The Patriots thought it had been destroyed, but Liquid was able to use it as cover to slip inside the system.
Don't fucking with the noodles so she never goes back
GW
for her.
was one of the Patriots' LAI.
I don't think that picture's anywhere else.
Emma's worm should have put it permanently out of commission. But Liquid somehow
Alright, now we have all
recovered
these
and
pictures with
repaired
Sunny and Naomi in the kitchen.
I'm guessing JD must be unable to recognize GW, even though it's inside the Patriot system. It's a blind spot. GW was written off as lost while it was still tied in. Using it let Liquid interfere with the AI from the inside. He made contact under the guise of Big Boss's genetic code. Even the AI threat detection system was fooled.
Even on the network. Free from oversight by the Patriots' AIs.
It all makes sense now. That's why they made Arsenal go berserk 5 years ago. GW was on board.
Where is this haven? Where is their base?
Don't worry. Mei Ling is using the position of the Mark II's last transmission to predict the course of Liquid's ship. It's only a matter of time before we find him.
But that's not all Liquid said. Something about Rex being ready.
Rex. You mean Shadow Moses? It's Campbell.
The U.S. military's systems are all in Liquid's hands now. The regional systems have all been shut down. Guns are falling silent across the Earth. It's the first total ceasefire in human history.
How's the White House responding? The public.
The President has yet to make an official announcement. But the media is starting to pick up on it.
The information's gonna be controlled anyway.
Not this time. The war economy is ground to a complete halt. It's tough to play down a crisis of these proportions. War economy-related stocks are already going into a free fall.
They must be shitting themselves in the White House right about now.
In any case,
I might start a little
America
earlier
better
tomorrow.
sleep soundly while she still can. Liquid's insurrection is about to begin. The first thing he'll do is try to destroy the system the Patriots built to control the U.S.
He's already taken the system.
No. Supreme authority still resides with JD, which the Patriots still command. Which is why Liquid plans to launch a nuclear strike on JD in its orbit.
But Liquid only controls SOP, and SOP only controls guns and small firearms. Unless he gains supreme authority, Liquid can't use America's nukes and ballistic missiles. So how's he gonna launch this strike?
Good question. The U.S. converted its nuclear arsenal to reliable replacement warheads 2 years ago.
RRWs.
Yes. The core of the RRWs is now completely ID controlled by the SOP system. You'd need supreme authority from JD itself to control them. And they can be shut down remotely in case of an emergency.
All the old nukes were pulled out of service when they deployed the replacements.
If Liquid can't use the nukes, then... then what's his plan?
That's it. He's going to use Rex.
What?
Rex was scrapped before the Sons of the Patriot system was implemented.
Of course. The railgun.
Indeed. Rex's railgun can launch a stealth nuclear warhead into space unconstrained by the system. In short, it's the only device they have that is able to launch a nuke. Liquid's going to use it to kill JD and deliver the coup de grace to the Patriots' reign.
Campbell, where's Rex now?
I think you know. A long-forgotten base in U.S. territory outside the Patriots' control. The place where Liquid made his debut. His monument. Off the Alaskan coast, in the Fox Archipelago.
Shadow Moses Island.
If Liquid destroys JD, and his GW assumes total control over the system, he'll have the world at his fingertips. And no one will be able to stop him. Not even the Patriots. You are the only ones who can save us now. Snake,
Remember all those backflips you used to do there?
defeat Liquid and put an end to his insurrection.
Enough is enough, Snake. You can't take any more of this.
I'm not dead yet.
That's not what I mean. You can't beat Liquid. He's got the Patriots' own control system on his side. Not only are weapons useless, but the US military is in shambles. And even if it weren't, Liquid's got enough men and machines to match it. Things can't get any worse. Face it, Snake. We've lost.
Otacon.
We never stood a chance.
It's not about winning or losing. No. We started this. And it's our duty to finish it. Sonny.
No! Jack can't go. He's not ready yet. He needs to rest.
Let me go, Sonny.
No. Your dialysis isn't done yet.
Snake. He's not ready yet.
Snake. I'll be fine. From now on, I'm living my life by my own will.
Raiden,
I won't live a proxy life. A slave to someone else's will.
I'm a shadow. One that no light will shine on. As long as you follow me, you'll never see the day.
You and I are both just pawns in this proxy war. But once this is over, we will have our freedom.
Raiden,
I'll release you. It's the only way I'll ever be free.
Raiden. 5 years ago. That's not what I meant.
I've got nothing to lose.
Don't be an idiot. You know you've got someone to protect.
It was never going to work out for me. It even rained the day I was born.
You got it all wrong. You were the lightning in that rain. You can still shine through the darkness.
The lightning.
Raiden, look at me. Do you see this? I have no future. In a few months, I'm going to be a weapon of mass destruction. You have a family.
I have no family. I have nothing. I have always been alone. Always.
Raiden.
Don't leave me here. Alone.
This is my fight. My destiny.
Dr. Emmerich?
Mei Ling.
I got the results back. It's official. He's on Shadow Moses Island. We lost Metal Gear Mark II's signal along the way, but the ship was headed in the direction of Shadow Moses. This is a picture of the island taken by a civilian imagery satellite. The sea line is rising due to global warming. Have you heard that the entire Fox archipelago is about to slip into the ocean? The surrounding islands have already been evacuated.
Liquid's arrival there can only mean one thing.
He is going to use Rex.
That's how it looks from here. All the Metal Gears after Rex were embedded with system IDs.
Then what about Rex? What did Washington do with it?
The nuclear disposal facility on Shadow Moses hasn't been touched since the incident.
That was 9 years ago.
The president of ArmsTech and the DARPA chief were killed, and the Secretary of Defense was arrested. By the time the Shadow Moses incident was over, there wasn't a single person left there who knew what took place. It was as if nothing had ever happened. The data was either falsified or erased, so no traces would be left behind. We were exiled to desk jobs for the same reason. Rex and the nuke should still be where they were 9 years ago. Untouched.
A forsaken island. A haven.
Well, I'd say it's more like a forgotten island. And it's sinking too.
I thought I'd never go back.
It'll take me a while to get there, but I'll be backing you up from aboard the Missouri. She's the only ship in the fleet still able to move, since it was decommissioned before the system was put in place. And Hawaii's not that far away. Otacon, you're not wearing your glasses anymore.
Oh, yeah, I switched to contacts.
We rendezvous at Shadow Moses. He who submits to heaven shall live. He who defies heaven shall perish.
I have to atone for my past, too. Rex is a beast, born from my research. Let's go. Shadow Moses awaits.
Where's the Twin Snakes flashback with all the backflips? I was having a dream again. Backflipping off the missiles. That might be it.
Where'd he go?
Damn it, Captain Card.
Everything all right, Snake?
I was having that dream again.
We're here. Shadow Moses.
This isn't been Snake, that's Wipe. Imagine old Snake doing all the backflips.
Snake, are you all right?
Yeah, I just slipped a little. Have to hurry. Not much time left.
Meet the Mark III. It's our last replacement, so try not to break it.
Who, me? Never.
One more thing. I don't see anybody around, but there are unmanned sentries patrolling the area. Be careful out there.
We'll go get the camera flashbacks first, then we'll do the podcast. Because you can't get those unless the best is yet to come is playing.
The heliport is to the west of there. Head west and find that heliport. Snake, there's next to zero visibility there. You may experience complete whiteouts. You might even end up bumping heads with a gecko. Proceed with extreme caution.
Snake, as I'm sure you're aware, Shadow Moses Island is an extremely harsh environment. Staying out there in that raging blizzard will take a severe toll on your psyche. More than ever before, the success of this mission depends on you taking the proper measures to maintain your psyche. Don't forget that.
Like,
Snake.
Oh, hi, Snake.
Rose.
Your psyche is looking good right now. Nothing to worry about so far as I can see.
Good.
Eating replenishes more.
yeah, she does go back to her regular calls here, so we could try dying to the gecko and see if there's a call for it. Never fucked around with it here. Let's see. Well, the geckos have all these different ways of killing you too. Let's see. They're trying to kick me and shoot. Missing every shot. I really want to kick instead of shooting. Come on. Might be in here too. Oh well, we'll do the
Snake,
big fault.
what happened? Snake? Snake!
It might just be the generic call. Let's see.
Snake, as I'm sure.
Nope.
Staying out there in more than.
Looks like she doesn't do the death calls anymore. Only in Act 2?
The hell?
Rose.
Oh no, there it is.
I'm bringing this up, but
It's okay. You can tell me.
you see, I died recently. Sensation. It's like my own.
Yeah, it's just a generic death call. At least from the kick. If we could get shot, maybe, but this gecko's missing everything and it tries to shoot me. It just wants to kick my ass. Hello? To get up here. Maybe. Oh shit. Never mind. Come on. Grenade. Okay. Oh, finally you hit something. Dude. Who programmed the gecko's targeting systems? One more hurtful shot, come on. There we go.
Snake, respond! Snake?
We're getting some Act 3 flashbacks now. I'm actually curious to see what kind of death call we might get now. Probably just one for getting shot, even though it's just a gecko.
Snake.
Rose, something's going on. I've been getting this weird feeling. Like I died once already. And it was from a gunshot.
Okay. I assume the grenade from the gecko also just gives you the explosion death call. So, yeah, there's no special death calls for geckos. We'll just go. I better dodge the Twin Snakes flashbacks here for a second.
It looks like the front hangar door is open. A little bit at least. You can get in that way if you want.
Get this one.
A surveillance camera.
Go ahead. The other one falls too. Letters, thank you so much for the resub, dude. I don't think they go through the first one, but they go through the heliport one in the podcast, I think. Okay, now we can do the podcast.
Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Broadcasted from Konami HQ in downtown Tokyo, it's the world-renowned Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
Hi everyone, this is the MGS4 Integral Podcast, Episode 8. I'm Aki Saito, joined with...
Hello, my name is Sean Eyestone.
And...
Hi, this is Ken Imaizumi.
Okay, today, Sean, we're in your favorite stage.
Yes, we are. We are in Shadow Moses.
What was our meeting point?
Our meeting point today is behind the truck in the heliport.
Yeah, just after, the opening sequence.
Right,
Yeah,
so after the opening sequence, you kind of go through that snowy area, and then you find the heliport, and then to the north of the heliport, there's a truck. So you should be standing right behind that truck. I just want to point out one thing. On the webpage, we've been getting comments and things from people, and one of the comments that we got was about, how we jumped back to the power station stage after we did the tracking stage.
Yeah.
And I think, a lot of people maybe only had one save, and so, there's a lot of trouble for them to have to backtrack. And so, we're sorry about that. Basically, when we're doing these podcasts, we're kind of doing it not necessarily in order. So people who are playing, you probably want to keep more than one save. Keep saves on all the levels, and be prepared because we may jump back again in the future. So just want to point that out.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay, well, Sean, I heard that you have so many memories in this actor stage, actually.
He has a lot of things to talk about.
You want to start off?
The private.
Right.
How it changed your life?
It changed my life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, I guess first things first, I just want to thank everybody for sending in their messages and comments on the webpage, because we have been getting a lot. And, we haven't been replying to them on the show because, there's kind of a lag between when we get the feedback and when we record. But we want to thank everybody for sending in their feedback.
Some people wanted to know, who the hell is Sean?
Exactly.
Who is this guy?
Yeah.
So, since I never really introduced myself properly, I guess now would be a good time to do it, since I was in charge of Moses. During Metal Gear Solid 4, I was involved with the script unit, and I think there's a lot of people who may not really know what that is, really, because in Kojima Productions, the script unit is kind of unique in a way. So basically what we do is we handle game design, level design, creating the maps, and doing all the scripting, and basically, all the stuff that brings the game together. So we communicate with the programmers, communicate with the designers, artists, and kind of bring everything together into the final stage.
So my understanding is that the script unit is kind of the central point where you gather all the materials.
Right.
Make sure the flow goes right.
Right.
Which flag is, up or down, things like that, right?
Right. So it's kind of like the focal point, where everybody all the materials come together. The game design kind of comes together, the program gets put in, the art gets put in. And of course, we place the enemies, we tweak the gameplay, all that fun stuff.
He was in charge of Shadow Moses.
Yes.
Maps and all gameplay stuff. So if you guys have some like complaining or anything, just call him up and say, hey Sean,
Yeah, but wasn't this a challenge for you? Because you know that all Metal Gear fans know the stage.
Yeah.
Mostly inside out.
Right. And that was the hard thing because, we're revisiting Shadow Moses, so we have to reuse the same maps. Basically we want to use the same environments, but somehow create a new gameplay experience using those same environments. That was a really challenging experience.
Yeah, you have to be precise and you have to make it, to the next gen sort of from the PlayStation 1 actually.
Right.
So it's like 2 steps up.
Exactly. So somehow make it look the same, but make it look a lot better, and introduce something new to the gameplay that will be kind of fresh, to people who have played Metal Gear Solid 1, as well as people who may be playing Metal Gear Solid 4 for the first time.
Well, I think I have to say you and the team doing this Moses stage did a real great job, because I could say that I had no kind of awkward feeling. I had an almost natural feeling that this was almost playing MGS1.
Cool.
But actually, come to think of it, it's not MGS1. Everything is all different. It's all, high res and things like that. The truck itself, that we're standing right behind is, it should be the same truck. And I do get the same feeling. However, it's probably totally different, right?
Right.
In a technical
Yeah, well, that's the thing too, when we're planning the stage, we're kind of talking about it, and we're like, well, it shouldn't be too hard because, it's the same as Metal Gear Solid 1. We'll just, make the same stage, and it shouldn't be that hard. But actually, there's a lot of work involved, because we basically remade everything from scratch. You can't reuse anything from PlayStation 1 game, so everything is totally from scratch and recreated just for Metal Gear Solid 4. So we had to try and recreate things so that they look the same, but just look a lot better. And also, a lot of effort was put into the environment effects, like the snow.
We had a hard time to create this snow.
Snow was quite obvious because, I thought that, it looked a lot colder than MGS1 because you get all the, snow sticking on the cameras and things like that. But, it was more like really kind of, how do you say, not foggy, but very snowy in a way. And you can't really, and you feel the coldness. And also there was snow on there actually at the beginning. So you feel like you're really in a hollow place, but still you have that same nostalgic feeling.
Getting all this stuff in here, there's a lot of work that most players probably won't even realize that it's there because it's really subtle. Just all these effects that go into making this snowy environment look great, like, the mist, like the snow falling from the sky, the snow that actually sticks to Snake. The longer you stay out in the snow will build up on his body. There's his breath coming out, little flakes of snow falling off of his suit, the snow sticking to the camera. And then, of course, the ground. We had to create a whole new system just for this stage because, you sink into the snow here and you can crouch onto the snow. And, Metal Gear Mark III moves differently on the snow. So, there was a lot of, I think, unseen effort that went into this stage. Trying to make it look the same, but look really next gen. And just kind of bring out that real nostalgic feeling for all the players who are coming back to Shadow Moses for the first time in about 10 years.
Wow, Sean, this is your stage.
Yeah, this is your show.
What do you got to tell the users? Everyone's kind of waiting behind.
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry, we've been jabbering for quite a while.
Yeah, okay.
We're sitting in the cold.
Let's go on.
All right. So first of all, one thing I want to point out is that we really wanted to create this really nostalgic feeling in Shadow Moses.
Yeah.
And one of the things that we did was actually to place a lot of the items in similar positions. In the same areas that they were in Metal Gear Solid 1.
Yeah.
So people who played Metal Gear Solid 1 may remember that there was a weapon in this truck.
Yeah.
Mark 23 pistol.
Yeah.
And this time you'll see that the truck is closed. But if you crawl under the truck, you'll find that the gun is actually under the truck this time.
Okay.
So people familiar with MGS1 should definitely pick that up. And one other hidden thing about this gun is if you go into your menu,
the weapons,
and equip it in your weapons,
and
return to the game, and when you equip this and ready it, you draw it to fire, you'll hear Snake reminiscing about this gun.
Yeah.
And you're back in Shadow Moses, you're here with the same gun. Just for people who played Metal Gear Solid 1,
Seriously, then?
Really nostalgic, and so is Snake.
Forget the thing that Sean Isom is about to talk about.
Anyway,
details.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
More details.
More details.
Okay, give me more details.
Okay, another thing, we wanted to create this really nostalgic aspect to Shadow Moses, and another aspect of that was to have, the same songs from Metal Gear Solid 1, the same music, and so we really wanted to include, the theme song, The Best Is Yet to Come, and so, of course, you'll hear that when you first come in to the heliport area, but one thing to point out, and I think most people heard it, but just in case, there's some people who missed it, there is a condition where you may not hear this song. Basically, you have to come into the heliport area without being spotted. So if you're in an alert phase or a caution phase, the song actually won't play. So you really have to sneak past that gecko at the beginning of the stage, in the snowfield, and then sneak into this area. And when you do, as soon as the heliport comes into view, that song will begin playing, and you'll get this really cool nostalgia going on.
Good song.
Yeah, it's a great song. Okay, the next thing you want to do is, right now we're under the truck, so let's just go ahead and crawl out from underneath the truck and head up to the center of the heliport pad.
Okay, let's go.
What's a Russian gunship doing here?
Okay, what happened? Oh, there's another item right in the center.
There's an item right in the center, which people remember was here in Metal Gear Solid 1 as well. Chaff grenade. In addition, when you come to the center of this heliport, you should be hearing some voices right now.
Yeah.
Some Twin Snakes voices. Very nostalgic.
Of course, the scene from Metal Gear Solid 1 where you first get introduced to Maylin.
Yeah, sure.
People who are playing Shadow Moses, there are these flashbacks hidden all over the stage, so be sure to look around and listen for those. There's one more thing as well. If you stand in the center of this heliport, and I think this is a secret that I think most people probably have not figured out, because it's really hard to, and most people wouldn't do this. But if you put the camera, shift it so that you're looking at Snake from above, similar to the camera angle in Metal Gear Solid 1.
Top view.
Yeah, top view.
Yeah.
And you leave it here for a while. You'll hear
Snake say something.
Right. So he starts talking about the overhead view, saying how it's just like old times. And
the game was the top view.
Yeah, overhead view, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. And you actually...
The pain he has to get. It just doesn't work sometimes.
Overhead view. Just like old times. Now you're talking. Overhead view. That's more like it.
I heard a tune that you got some driven points.
Right. So this is actually a hidden feature, so you can get some driven points for this. People may remember that back in South America, there was, one hidden flashback on that stage as well. So for all of these flashbacks, if you listen to the end without skipping ahead, you will get driven points for that. So be sure not to run away and, cut the flashback off early, because you won't get the driven points. So be sure to listen to the end.
Okay.
One thing also is when you came up into this heliport, you picked up some chaff grenades. And these items, of course, people will remember them from previous Metal Gear games. But in Metal Gear Solid 4, they are very useful, especially in Shadow Moses. Because, this time around, Shadow Moses is completely inhabited by robots. So you've got the gecko, you've got the dwarf gecko, and when you use the chaff, it just totally disrupts them and makes it much easier to get to the stage. So, for people who are having a really hard time with dwarf gecko, what you should do is save these chaff grenades and use them wisely, ration them out, and use them to get past the hardest areas of the stage.
Actually, I remember I used this. I didn't know it worked, but I kind of used this predicting it worked.
Right.
And actually got them confused, and
especially for the dwarf gecko. The dwarf gecko just get completely wiped out by this chaff grenade. The geckos, they'll still be able to fire at you, but it does, keep them from moving. So either way, it's a very useful weapon.
Good. Okay.
Yes. Some people might gonna say, like 10 years ago the chaff grenade was very, very useful, and 10 years after, still the chaff grenade is useful.
Yeah, we're living in a world of information and technology and things, and
but it's still.
Yeah, but but if someone put out the batteries off your phone, you're gonna be in trouble, right?
I know, but that's true. But
you're saying there should be anti-chaff grenade.
So it should be countermeasures.
Counter chaff grenade thing. Hey, you could be right. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, some people might gonna say.
And then there's gonna be a counter anti.
Right. We can just say it evolved beyond the next step. Right?
Okay.
Like they countered and countered again.
Okay.
Anyway.
the Sean was, working really hard, and maybe, his life has been changing from this point that something was happening.
What happened? Did something...
do you want to bring that up?
Well, I thought, you were going to talk about, like, the gameplay thing, and then your life in Japan.
My life in Japan.
Yeah.
Well, where to begin? Well, when I first started on Metal Gear Solid 4, it was shortly after I got married. And let me just give some advice to anyone out there who wants to start in the game industry. Do not get involved in a really huge project right after you get married. Your life will be hell.
Well,
yeah, it is very tough. I mean, there's always crunch time in these games, and especially for a game like Metal Gear, we're pulling some really crazy hours. And when you're single, that's fine, right? You can sleep in the office, you can do whatever, and it's your own time. But when you're married, things are a little different, and yeah, it's not as easy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Ken, we shouldn't talk about this anymore because Sean's starting to cry. And
yeah, I'm getting a little misty.
Yeah, well, yeah, he really missed his wife. Who left?
Okay, well,
anyway,
let's move on. Let's go to the west part.
All right.
West part of the what was it? The
yes.
What do you call it?
From the helipad.
Yeah.
Let's head to the west, and you'll see there's a storage room
yeah.
to the west, and so let's just head in that direction. People may remember that the storage room was here in Metal Gear Solid 1, but you couldn't go in. This time, the doors are open, and you can go in from this room to the other adjacent rooms through a duct at the back of the room. If you look at the corner, the northeast corner of the room, you'll also see a camera.
Yes, the surveillance camera.
Right,
yeah.
Surveillance camera that's also here from Metal Gear Solid 1. Right now it's not doing anything because we started the stage kind of in the middle from the back of the truck. But if you came in to this stage from the snowfield and you have The Best Is Yet to Come playing in the background, and you come to this camera without being spotted by any enemies, and there are no flashbacks playing or anything else like that going on, you can actually see a very special sequence. Another very hard to find hidden sequence where we actually relive the first time Snake sees these surveillance cameras in Metal Gear Solid 1. So basically we match the same camera angle and have Snake look up at the camera. You hear the flashback. Surveillance camera.
Surveillance camera.
Right.
Yeah, that one. Well, I couldn't
Did
find
you
this.
see it?
No, but I saw the demo, so I thought I was doing something wrong because when I played the game, I didn't see this demo, and I was like, I know that there is a surveillance camera flashback, but I didn't see it when I'm playing the game. What did I miss?
Right.
What did I do wrong?
I think there's some people who may not realize what the conditions are. So yeah, definitely come here while the song is playing.
I didn't notice. This is a real tough condition, isn't it?
It's pretty tough. You have to come here while the song is playing without being found, and without any of the the flashbacks playing in the background as well.
Yeah.
And you can only see this once. So if either camera will work, there's this camera here, and then there's also the one in the northeast.
Yeah.
So either one you go to, you'll see that camera sequence. For each camera, there's one sequence.
The camera sequence is really fun.
Yeah.
So people who played Metal Gear Solid 1, they will love it for sure.
Right.
Yeah, that's true.
People get a kick out of it. So yeah, for people who haven't seen it, go ahead and give that a try.
Okay, let's get out of this room, and where we head, Sean?
From this room, if you go through this, at the back of the room, there's actually a duct that leads to the other storage rooms that you couldn't get to Metal Gear Solid 1. And this time, if you crawl through this, you can actually get some items back there, like Kirichan ramen. So, in this really cold stage, it might be good to eat some nice warm ramen.
Well, this ramen noodle thing, I had a really hard time because, we were going to have the, but then I talked to some people from, the company. I had a big presentation to them, like, what kind of concept is this game, blah, 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 but, they rejected. This is the second time because we tried it when we were making a Snake Eater, and this time, second time rejection. So I definitely want us to try one more time for the next project. If the ramen noodle will be in this series, and I definitely want to try.
What was their reason for rejecting it? Because it was a war game, or?
Yeah, because of the war game, I think. They got peace concept of So
I heard this from Ken like 10 times.
yeah, so many times because I
He was really upset.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're not making just killing the killing people, the war game.
This time, it's kind of difficult. Anyone you speak to that knows the game but hasn't played the game, and it's a kind of a looks like a war game.
Yeah.
A lot of people misunderstand that this is a kind of actually a real big anti-war, anti-nuclear. As always has been the message in MGS. That's why I like it. It's one of our favorite games. Of course, the fans who are listening to our podcast really understands what's behind it, and it has a lot of metaphors and things like that. It's really good. But for the people who generally know, it could be a little difficult. I mean, you have to play. You have to play the game to really understand.
Right.
All right,
so
Sean,
what he wants to tell me is, the thing was my fault. My presentation.
Yes.
That's cool.
Yeah. You should have taken me. So. I mean, I'm a good presenter. So can you take me next time?
Okay.
I'll get you. I'll get you.
Cool. All right. So anyway, so there's the Hide-chan ramen in there, but this time we're not going to get it. So let's just head back outside because there's another thing that I want to show you back up on the heliport.
Okay.
So let's head back to the center of the heliport.
All right.
Okay. Now when you get to the center here, people may remember in past Metal Gears that you could take pictures of ghosts in the game.
Yeah.
Right? And in Metal Gear Solid 1, there were a lot of ghosts hidden around stages, in Shadow Moses. And, well, in Metal Gear Solid 4, those ghosts are back. And most of them are in the same place. Of course, we couldn't put all of them in the same place because not every location in Shadow Moses is in the game this time, so we had to move some of them to other locations. But basically, all the staff who worked on Metal Gear Solid 1 and is, still with us in Metal Gear Solid 4, their ghosts are in the game, and one of them is right on this helipad. And some people may have realized this, some people might not have realized this. But the only time they'll show up is if you take your camera out and take a picture, and you won't see it until after you take the picture. That's the way it normally works.
You have to tell where you get the camera first?
Right, yeah. Of course, in order to do that, you have to get the camera first. So for people who haven't found the camera, it's actually in the Nomad. So while you're in the plane, during the interactive cutscene, you go ahead and use your Mark II or Mark III and wander around the plane, and you can actually find the camera in there. So for those who haven't gotten the camera yet, just go ahead and pick that up. And in Shadow Moses, go ahead and equip it. So we're going to go ahead and do that right now. So if you go into your menu and equip your camera and kind of aim it at the center of the heliport, and take a picture, and you'll see a faint ghostly image appear when you hit the shutter.
Yeah, some center.
Yeah.
Right.
You have to switch on and off to the podcast and camera and things like that, right?
Yes, yes. So, people are listening to the podcast right now, so if you want to do this, you'll have to switch to your camera. But, before we move on, there's another thing that I want to point out about these ghosts, is that usually, you won't be able to see them until you actually click to take the picture. But there is a hidden way to make these ghosts appear in your camera viewfinder without snapping a picture, and it makes it a lot easier to find these ghosts. And to do that, you have to be playing through the game a second time, because when you're fighting Screaming Mantis, you can get the Sorrow Doll.
Yeah.
Right? And if you get the Sorrow Doll from Screaming Mantis, Sorrow, of course, from Metal Gear Solid 3, can see dead, dead people and things like that. And in Metal Gear Solid 4, you can use it to control dead people. And if you equip it while you're equipping the camera, so if you go into your weapons menu and equip the Sorrow Doll, and then ready it as a weapon while you have the camera on, you'll see the ghost actually appears without you clicking the shutter.
And it's actually more clear.
And it's clearer, and it's kind of, floating,
Is it
very
bigger
eerily.
as well?
It's not bigger. It's the same size.
Snows and grasses.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's very cool.
But this makes it a lot easier to find.
Okay.
So yeah, just go ahead and equip your camera, equip the Sorrow Doll, and maybe, explore Shadow Moses this way and look for some ghosts, because there's a lot of them hidden all over the stage.
Details.
And this is why Shadow Moses took so long to make.
With the ghosts. Okay.
All right, so let's head to the north.
Okay.
And we're gonna go up the stairs in the northeast.
Oh, this is my favorite part from MGS1 because you know when the guards come over.
Right.
And you kind of hide. This is the first time you kind of encounter these. I think the last moment thing.
Yeah, and you're kind of like on these stairs, right?
Yeah,
The
yeah.
guards are right above you, and you're kind of hiding here.
And you're thinking, oh, should I go back or should I go kill him and things like that. I love this part.
So right now, for people who are wondering where we are, we're right in the middle of the stairs right now. So we're gonna head up to the top of the catwalk. And then at the top, we're on the second floor. Just follow the catwalk
to the left.
You should be heading to the west, and you'll see the duct on your right-hand side.
Yeah.
So stop in front of the duct.
I remember this point as well because every time you get spotted from the guards, you kind of duck into this duct and
you're trying to get in as quickly as possible.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
The snake's like ducking down and
Yeah,
go,
it's very slow and
the guard sees you. Yeah. But anyway, no guard here this time, so let's go ahead and duck down, crawl into this duct. And as soon as you get in, crawl a little ways and you'll hear another flashback.
Yeah.
This is McDonald Miller.
Who is this guy?
Master Miller.
Master Miller.
Yeah. But he sounds like somebody else.
Yeah, sounds familiar.
Yeah, sounds pretty familiar.
Yeah.
Who was?
Somebody else in Metal Gear Solid 1, right?
Oh yeah.
It is a long duct.
It is a long duct.
Yeah, what happens if you kind of look down?
You can look down. You can see, look into the other rooms or peek out through the grates and see the, dwarf gecko crawling around. So
okay.
you can go ahead and do that. But this time the duct, is just one way, so just go ahead and follow it to the end. If you follow these rats, they'll lead you out. So
oh, the rats are still here.
Yeah, the rats are still.
Taking the duct, eh? Still remember where the exit is?
Yeah, I'll be fine. Way I remember it, these ducts aren't that complicated. And my old friends are still here to show me the way. I won't get lost.
Friends?
Friends. Little furry ones.
Little furry?
Never mind.
They're still here.
Yeah, the rats are still here, so you won't get lost. Okay, so when you get to the end of the duct, you pick up some iPod music. This was the Warhead storage.
Yeah.
Background music from the original Metal Gear Solid 1.
Mr. Muraoka composed this music, right?
Yeah. We're talking to Mr. Muraoka about this
Not
music.
that one.
He was talking about how insanely difficult it was to make this on the original PlayStation. Back in those days, you had to load all of the sound into memory and basically call everything by hand. It's not like you could just stream audio from, a disc or, load everything into memory like we do now.
Yeah.
Let's just realize, listen to the quality of this background music and realize that this all had to be done by hand.
Okay. Shall we move on?
Yep. All right, so next, let's just go ahead and climb out from this duct. So go to the edge, press the triangle button, and you'll swing down and hang from the edge of the duct. And be careful when you drop down here because, there are the dwarf gecko patrolling. So drop down. So let's go to the end of the catwalk behind this some
small container.
Container at the end of the catwalk here. Hide behind this container here so that you don't get spotted by the dwarf gecko. And if you look to the east, you'll see that door with the number 4 written on it.
Number 4?
Number 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's actually something really special about that room number 4.
Special.
Special.
Yo.
Can you go inside?
You can go inside, but not now. If you try to go inside now, you'll find that the door is actually locked.
Yeah.
But later on in the game, that door will open. Actually, in the next stage, when you activate the power, and Otacon disables the security, this door will be opened. So be sure to come back here and check inside of there because there's a pretty cool item.
What kind?
Actually, an iPod track.
Oh.
Okay, so we drop down from this duct. Again, dwarf gecko patrolling. And once they're gone, quickly drop down from this catwalk, end of the catwalk, swing over the edge, drop down, and as soon as you hit the ground, head outside through underneath these shutters to the north. And then stop as soon as you get to the other side of the shutters.
And we'll get another.
And you will be hearing another flashback as soon as you drop down. Okay, so now you should be in this laser hallway, which you'll remember from Metal Gear Solid 1. And again, to bring up the nostalgia, we actually placed these dwarf gecko on the walls in the same positions the same place as the lasers in Metal Gear Solid 1. Kind of recreate that feeling. They're in the exact same spot. And another thing I want to point out while we're here is if you go ahead and equip your solid eye and enable night vision, look at the ground, you'll see some footprints.
These are footprints of...
Familiar?
Yeah, what? Yeah. There's 2 footprints.
Right. And people may recognize one set from South America during our tracking mission.
The heels?
Yep, the heels. So you can deduce that Naomi was here. And the other pair of footprints actually belongs to Vamp.
Yeah, he also kind of does that Vamp walk.
Yeah.
Yeah, over here.
His trademark Vamp walk.
Yeah.
You know, look around on the ground and you see their footprints here and there. So people who want to do that can go ahead and take a look. Okay, so now let's go ahead and move through this hallway. So we're going to head to the north and just be sure not to get spotted by these lasers. So wait till you can run through and run under these lasers. Get to the end.
Okay.
All right. Okay. You're out in the canyon.
Okay, we stop here?
Yeah, so let's stop here. So, you know, once again, we're out in the snow and you'll hear another flashback.
We're out in the canyon, and what do you want to tell us in this canyon part?
All right, so first thing I want to do is let's head to the right, go to the east.
East?
And there's kind of like this big boulder here. So let's just go around this boulder until you hit the, the wall, like this rock wall.
Yeah.
And then to the east, there's actually a pathway leading up to the east. So let's go up this pathway.
Okay.
And at the end here, you'll find a rock wall and a bunch of items. But, you know, originally, when we were making this stage, there was not a rock wall here. There was actually a lake beyond this. And, you know, we had this whole, like, scenario where there was a frozen lake and there were gecko patrolling on top of the lake. And you could, like, you know, break the ice and, like, drop them down to the water, things like that. And that was actually, like, an entirely different route that you could take to get to this point.
Yeah.
So in the original design for this stage, you could actually bypass that whole heliport area completely and go from the beginning.
I see, to here.
Right, so when you first come down from the helicopter, instead of going, you know, to the west, if you went to the north, you could actually head up and get to this lake area, and then it would hook up to the canyon from this path here. But, you know, back then, you know, Moses was envisioned as kind of more of an action-oriented stage. But, you know, midway through, we decided we wanted to go with more of a nostalgic feeling for the stage. And then, you know, of course, the other thing was that we felt it would be a really horrible waste for people not to see the heliport, you know, because that's probably the most memorable thing that people, you know about Metal Gear Solid 1 was that, you know, sneaking into from that heliport in the beginning. So, yeah, we definitely wanted to make people go to that heliport. So, for that reason, we decided to close this path.
I see. So, there is still a lake behind that, I guess.
Beyond here, I guess you can imagine there's a lake beyond that.
Okay. No data.
Yeah, not anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been buried by snow.
Okay. So we got the items, so what are we going to do? We're going to head back?
Okay, yeah, so let's head back to the canyon. So go down the slope, and you'll see these 2 gecko who are in power save mode. So let's sneak by these. If you go towards, you know, through the middle of the canyon, you can get by without waking them up. So carefully do that. And then when you get past these gecko, kind of lined up with the second gecko, then to the west, you'll see this small little cave, which was also here in Metal Gear Solid 1. Probably when you get to this point, you'll hear Otacon going on about one of the geckos waking up. But if you come into this cave, you can get an item here. You can get the iPod track Following Destiny, which is from Zone of the Enders. Yeah. Alright, so I think we will wrap it up here. From this point, all that's left is to head to the north, and of course you crawl under that shutter, and you go to the next stage.
We still get a lot of requests about Zone of the Enders, don't we?
Yeah, everybody wants part 3.
Yeah. It was a good game.
I'd like to know, like, how many people want us to see.
Yeah, well, because, you know, a lot of the Kojima Productions KJP fans really know Zone of the Enders or Pokai or other products as well. Like even Snatcher or Police Knights. Not officially even released in some areas, but people still know, say we want this officially or we want a sequel to it. And Zone of Enders is always kind of referred as, you know, in interviews or things like that.
Yeah,
You're going to
a lot
create,
of-
you know, it's a mystery. When are you going to create the next Zone of the Enders? You know, we would like to see, and we get this request all the time. However, we were thinking, Ken and I were always saying, actually, how many people, you know, really want Zone of the Enders as a sequel? So, guys, if you're listening, and tell us not about you, but your friends who are like casual Metal Gear fans, if they're interested or not.
Yeah.
Don't lie, okay? But
Don't inflate the numbers.
Yeah, we just want to know, you know, purely, if it's really, you know, of course, as Hideo's been always saying, he would like to do this when he has time, but there's always sacrifices if he does that.
Any day now,
We'll get to
Zone of
see
the Enders 3.
Latest new Hideo's thing even later.
Lamb,
so
thank
that's
you.
Kind of a trade-off, isn't it?
Right.
But if there's so many people wanting to see Zone of the Enders, why not put the priority on top, a little further up? You know, but we just want to know. Ken especially really wants to know because he's been asking this all the time.
Yeah. Well, I wish I could have like a poll or something. I mean, you know, ask like all gamers and you know, how many people wanted to play ZOE sequel.
Well, we have all the Metal Gear Solid 4 players listening to this podcast.
Okay. Okay, well, make sure you write your comments, and we'll check your comments out. And where are we going to start next time?
So next time we'll start right on the other side of that shutter.
Okay, the nuclear warhead.
Right, nuclear warhead storage building.
Guys, did you hear that? Next time we're going to do the latter half of Shadow Moses. Thanks, guys, for joining. And, well, if you missed something, Sean, you're, of course, more than welcome to say. Especially about your personal things.
Yeah, I think I'll pass on the personal.
Okay. We'll hear more next time on the latter half. So thanks for tuning in, and see you next time.
All right.
See you. Bye.
So sad.
All right, that's gonna wrap up this edition of the Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Check back next time for more tips, tricks, and insider info on Metal Gear Solid 4. Brought to you by Kojima Productions and Hideo Kojima himself. Make sure to send in your comments to Hideo Blog. See you next time.
I'm trying to gauge interest for Zone of the Enders 3 in 2009. Oh, Kojima would like to do it, but yeah. Nobody cares about it. There's no time. And thus it never happened, and it probably never will. Definitely not from the same team if it does happen.
Hey, Snake, isn't this where you went toe-to-toe with Raven and his tank? Tell me again, how did you take that thing down, anyway?
How? Well, grenades.
That's it? You didn't use an anti-tank missile or something?
Didn't have one.
Your technique is kind of, well, how do I put this? Archaic when it comes to fighting tanks. Honestly, I don't think it'd work on today's main battle tanks.
Well, that's how I did it. What do you want me to say?
You know, I asked an active duty army officer once, if an infantryman had to take on a tank one-on-one, how should he do it?
And what was his answer?
Don't. He swore there's no way in hell a single infantryman could take down a tank by himself.
Huh. Interesting.
I always suspected there was a little something crazy about you, Snake. But hearing that story, now I know it. You're nuts. Single-handedly taking out a tank? That's crazy. You're insane.
Otacon, is this your idea of a compliment?
Yes. You're the toughest, craziest, most hardcore badass on the planet. You're the shit. The Gecko appear to be designed for high mobility, even in cramped urban environments like this one.
Yeah, you're telling me.
Their leg's main drive uses artificial muscle tissue, genetically engineered from the cloned ES cells of ungulate embryos. This gives them quick response times and a high output-to-weight ratio. Basically, the Gecko have the legs of a star athlete. That's what makes them so agile. But it's also their weak point. Those things may have an amazingly high output, but they're also deployed in limited indoor search and destroy operations, so there's a limit to how heavy they can make the frames. Otherwise, they'd drop right through the floor. To keep its weight down, the gecko's defensive armor is concentrated on the head, where the central computer is housed. The legs aren't defenseless, but by comparison, they're a pretty soft target. In other words,
targeting their legs should at least slow them down, right?
Exactly. Keep it in mind. It could save your life.
Let's go get the dwarf gecko call also. Already casually mentioned Nastasha for some reason.
To get to the canyon.
We got another weird one here, Otacon.
Ah, the little three-legged, three-armed machine. Actually, I was in touch with Nastasha just recently. She told me about a rumor making its way around the military analyst community.
Nastasha Romanenko. And?
Gecko are being deployed in more and more urban counterterrorism operations. In the process, they've encountered a number of problems. One of them is size and weight. Compared to other types of armored weapons, Gecko are relatively small and light, but they're still a bit too big to be effective in indoor search and combat operations. So the manufacturer, AT Corp, developed a new, smaller UGV based on the Gecko archetype for just that kind of mission. And the latest word is, they're about to start field testing.
And that's what these things are?
More than likely. That's all the information I have. The very existence of these things is still top secret.
Pint-sized gecko, huh? Dwarf gecko.
I doubt they're heavily armed. But remember, these things are designed to support Gecko during indoor combat. Best to assume they're capable of some form of attack.
Maybe so, but they're still just machines.
True, but that doesn't mean you can take them lightly. Be careful, Snake.
Just like the regular gecko legs. Yes, the dwarf geckos are also part organic, like Otacon was talking about. So you can actually shoot the tranquilizer into their arms to stun them for a second. But generally you just want to use a trap grenade because these guys are a pain in the ass to sneak through. I think actually they talk about that in the next podcast. Let me take a minute here. I'm gonna restart real quick because my internet is giving no signs of getting better right now. Let me see if maybe restarting does something. Yeah, no, it's still messed up. Figures. Oh well. Yeah, unfortunately, it creates this huge delay when it drops frames. It's mainly what I was trying to fix. Nope, still poo-poo. Upload? What's that?
Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Broadcasted from Konami HQ in downtown Tokyo, it's the world-renowned Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
All right, welcome to episode number 9 of the MGS4 Integral Podcast. My name is Sean Aisto, and as always, I'm here with Aki Saito.
Hi, everyone.
And producer Ken Imaizumi.
Hello, everyone.
Okay, Sean, we're in the latter half of Shadow Moses.
Right, so we are in the Shadow Moses Nuclear Warhead Storage Building, first floor. So at the beginning of the show, this time, we'd like to try something a little bit different.
Okay.
I think I'd like to just ask everybody what everyone's favorite drama scene in Metal Gear Solid 4.
That's a tough one. Sean, do you have already one?
For me, yeah, there's a lot. There's so much drama in the game that it's hard to choose just one. And this is a spoiler, by the way, so anyone listening, if you don't want spoilers, just turn it off now. But I think for me personally, it's that scene at the end where, Big Boss makes his appearance. That just really got it for me. As a Metal Gear Solid fan, seeing Big Boss come back, and then that last scene, where he's smoking his last smoke and nods off in the grave. That nailed it for me. A really great scene.
Well, for me, the part I liked, which I cracked up for about 5 minutes, was the part when Liquid seems to die, battling with the Metal Gears. The famous, the boss battle scene. You get to ride the Metal Gear. He rides his Metal Gear and things like that. And then he seems to die. And he say, in the English version, I think he says, think again. When he, in that crucial moment. But in Japanese, it was a little bit more hilarious.
Yeah.
So, one of the famous line.
Yeah.
The Fox died.
Yeah, Fox died. Janai. Janai means not, or something like that.
Right.
Yeah.
So the original translation, I saw the script, was not actually.
Yeah.
Fox die. Not.
Right.
But this was a little not so funny, so I think a lot of people changed it.
Yeah.
To think again.
Yeah, not was little classic. I mean, little old, like Wayne's World.
Yeah, it's kind of like,
type, like a 1980.
Like in the 90s, you'd say something, then there's that kind of gag. I guess it felt a little bit
And then
old.
it went to, I think, if I can remember it correctly, just kidding, or something like that. It went to several phrases during the translation.
Right.
Anyways, that scene, and after he gets up, he kind of runs really in a cute style, like a girly way.
Right.
Like almost jumping.
Jumping and skipping,
laughing.
and
And that really, I cracked up. That's one of my favorite cutscenes. Ken?
We had a really hard time to do motion capture with writing part. So when he fight versus Vamp, the South American part.
Yeah.
Do you remember?
Yeah, with the geckos, right?
Yeah, with the gecko. Yeah, that part. When we are doing the motion capture. Writing guy, he was trying to do like a break dance kind of, turn,
Yeah.
And we use a wire and stuff. We spent so much time to do the motion capture because we failed so many times, and and the motion team worked really hard, and then finally finish, those, whole sequence. And it was so decent,
Yeah, well, that was, I think it's safe to say that was one of the most stunning cutscene.
I remember that was like the turning point when writing became cool.
Yeah. Did you know the part Sean's most favorite cutscene? The big boss.
Yeah, the ending.
Yeah. That motion capture session was the very last part of the session. The guy who did a big boss, he was the Snake voice.
Mr. Otsuka's?
Yeah, Mr. Otsuka's, first motion capture trial. He kept on saying like he wanted to do the motion capturing, and then Hideo said, "That's okay, let's do that." And then he joined, and he had to do big boss part.
Yeah, but if I remember correctly, the voiceover was done by Mr. Otsuka's father, right?
One of the famous voice
actors in Japan.
Yes.
Wow. Oh, I didn't know that.
So the motion capture was done by Mr. Otsuka, Aki Otsuka, who does the voice for like in a sense, or he's very famous in Japan. But he did the motion capture, and then his father did the voiceover, looking at his son's motion capture.
That's really
Isn't it cool?
Right?
Yeah. Okay, so everyone, thanks for listening to our chat. I think Sean's really revved up to introduce the latter half of Shadow Moses. Shall we give it a go, Sean?
Yep. So everybody should be at the nuclear warhead storage building, first floor. You just crawled in from under the shutter, and we're at our checkpoint, start of the stage. First thing I want to point out is that, as with the previous stages in Shadow Moses, and with almost all the stages in Shadow Moses, the item placement in this stage is pretty accurate and, follows a lot of the item placement from the first game. So, people may remember to the left here, if you go towards that window, you can get a ration at the end of that. Just something for people who play the original Metal Gear, something for them to keep an eye out for. Maybe they might get a kick out of seeing items in the same spot. But anyway, let's just go ahead, proceed down this slope, and head into the building.
Okay, let's walk up. I've been saying many times, but I hate this stage. I mean, this for me is was the most difficult stages ever.
Really?
Yeah, for me, I really had a hard time.
Sean's gonna cry.
Yeah.
I know. We talked about this before.
Yeah. He spent such a long time. Yeah, to create this stage.
So we just crawled under the
gate. I mean, what do you call
the first shutter? The first shutter.
Right. And so we're in this area, that people will probably recognize from Metal Gear Solid 1, where there's the nuclear warheads in the hangar. First thing I want to point out is if you go ahead and put in your solid eye and look at the ground, you'll see that Vamp's footprints, Vamp and Nomi's footprints are here as well. They were in the previous stage. We really wanted to just get the personality behind Vamp and Nomi into these footprints. So you'll see that they don't just, head straight on through to the back. They kind of wander around. Nomi takes a slightly curvy path, takes a look inside of the truck, things like that. And one thing, at the end of the first Moses stage, when you're in the corridor with the lasers, if you use your solid eye there and look at the ground, you can see Vamp's footprints there. And there's actually some pretty funny footprints there, because he's kind of dancing around. You can see crossed footprints. He's kind of doing that dance that he does, Other than that, what I really want to point out in this stage is that there's a lot of detail here that wasn't here in previous Metal Gears, but finally the team was able to get this looking exactly the way they want to look.
Yeah, high def.
High def, and a lot of detail, glare on the floor.
I mean, but it's really interesting I think most of the users realize that there's not a big change, although technically there's a lot of big change. But I kind of, when I first stepped into Shadow Moses, I thought it was like just doing MGS1 again.
Right.
But come to think of it, yes, it's all like a blocked up MGS1 because of the power of PlayStation. It's all like blocked and things like that. It's not as accurate and well drawn as this, but you get the feeling that it's the same stage. So it's really, I don't know, people really get used to these high-tech things.
Yeah. One thing that's kind of funny, you talk about really the blocked up look from Metal Gear Solid 1, but talking to the staff that actually worked on Metal Gear Solid 1, there's a reason for why these missiles are covered up with tarps, and that's actually so that they could cut down the polygon count in the original game. They wanted to have just like a whole bunch of missiles in this room, but they couldn't put it all in there, so they decided to put tarps over some of the crates, hide half of the missile under a tarp so they could kind of trim back the polygon count. And in addition, if you look at the windows around this room, now if you look at them, you can see that there's...
I don't see any enemies around here. Okay, we'll go through the door all the way at the back.
Otacon, last time around we had a few complications and wound up going through the commander's office in the basement.
That's right. I remember now. But there's no need to go all the way down there this time, right? The back door takes us straight where we need to go.
Good point.
Okay then, let's get to the back door.
Around this room. Now if you look at them, you can see that there's missiles on the other side of those windows. So there's other hangars with a lot more missiles in them. But of course, with the original Metal Gear, that wasn't really an option. So now, this is finally able to come through the way Hideo Kojima really wanted it.
Well, thanks, PlayStation.
Yeah, thank you,
Sony Computer.
But anyways, let's go on. So we're looking at the rockets.
So head to the north,
straight
to the rear,
straight
to
up.
the rear of the hangar, and you'll get to the gate. So let's just head over there. On the way, there's a truck on your left. If if you want to crawl in there, you can get a FIM 92A. So just move on, and when you get to the end, to this control panel, you'll get a call from Otacon.
Huh? Snake, that door is locked.
How do I open it?
Security is shut down altogether. You can't release the lock without activating it. You'll have to log in somewhere. I've got it, Snake. My old office is close by. With the power on, you should be able to unlock the door from there. And if you check the facility records, we can find out Rex's status and who's been in and out. You remember where it is, Snake?
I'm not senile yet.
Just to be safe, I'm marking it on your map. You old geezer. Snake, the password is 48273. Think you can remember that?
I told you, I'm not senile yet.
I got a call from Otacon. So he'll tell you the door's locked, you gotta get the password, and then he'll activate the elevator for you. So let's just head straight to the elevator and head on down, because there's a lot of cool stuff down there.
Okay. So we climb up the catwalk.
Right, climb up the catwalk, head to the second floor, and then just go around, follow the catwalk till you get to the elevator. And one thing, this is going way back during the concept planning stages for the stage. Originally, the stage was more of an action-oriented stage. One of the ideas was that you could actually take the elevator down to the bottom.
Really?
And access a secret base, things like that. But you know, in the end, we decided we really want to emphasize more of the nostalgic aspect of Moses. Okay, so let's go ahead and call the elevator. You know, there's something about this also. You know, people who played the original Metal Gear may remember that if you rapidly press the elevator button, the elevator actually will come faster.
Oh,
so that's preserved in here also. We wanted to have that in there for the fans. In real life, because that's what you do, right? You, in a rush, you like press it. You want it to come quickly,
but the elevator
it never comes.
No.
Yeah. In this game, you can do it, and it will come a little bit faster.
Okay, so we head to which floor?
B2.
You head down to B2.
This elevator.
Well, Metal Gear Solid 1, when you ride and then change the floor, and then when they're showing that, moving the floor to floor, they're loading behind.
In the background?
Like in the background.
Yeah. But at this time, the PlayStation 3 is so powerful, so much memory, so we don't have to do that download in the background.
This time you can get on the elevator and walk around and shoot.
While you're in the elevator. You can do whatever you want.
That's why in MGS1 you couldn't do anything. And once you're in the elevator, and when the elevator's moving.
Right.
So that was a trick.
That was a trick. I think a lot of people didn't realize it, or the people who did realize it were really hardcore.
Okay, where do we go, Sean?
Okay, so the first thing we want to do is head out into the hallway, step forward a little bit to the south, and then turn to your right, and you want to head to the west. And when you get into this room, you'll see control panel on your right. It's kind of blown up. And of course, people will recognize this control panel from Metal Gear Solid 1.
Yes.
This is, of course, where you used the Nikita missile and blew it up. But, it's not completely destroyed. And for people who maybe didn't realize it, you can actually use this, you can still activate the electric floor in the hallway from here using the Mark III. And you can actually use this to electrocute the gecko that comes down in the later half of the stage.
Oh, did you know this?
No, I didn't know.
Yes, a lot of people had a hard time to beat the gecko. This part.
Yeah.
But, what you're supposed to do, or the best strategy, is after the gecko drops down, then you kind of go back into the hallway, hide behind the door, and then use your Mark III and send him over to this control panel and activate the electric floor while the gecko's in the hallway. And you can take him down really quickly. On top of that, you'll also get some driven points as a bonus.
Wow.
Very quick way to beat the gecko.
You didn't tell me that.
I didn't know that.
Oh, okay.
Just kidding. I knew it.
Yeah, when I was playing, you didn't tell me that. Okay.
But, we really wanted to put this in also just, because we had that electric floor in the hallway and we really wanted to use it again. Yeah, it's something that, players will remember from the first one. Definitely wanted to use that in some way. So you can use that on the gecko. For people who want to try it, you can also use it on Snake. So if you have Snake stand in the hallway and you send the Mark III down here, you can electrocute Snake also. Which doesn't sound too impressive, but, we had to make a motion just for that.
That's my take.
Let's try maybe like this. No, you can get a really good look at the controller like this. Nice.
It took so much time creating this level.
No, it's just, you gotta put the details in there, you know, especially for the fans.
Okay, one reason I hate this stage, nothing against the
You
person
gotta put the
who showed
details
is
in there.
about, you know, the gecko.
Right.
And when you have all these dwarf geckos, you're kind of like trying to sneak through.
Right.
And not even get spotted by the geckos nor the dwarf geckos. And, you know, once you get spotted, you're like hammered.
Yeah. You know, there's a way to do it.
Yeah, tell me what's in this stage, how do you do it?
Well, in this stage, of course, you know, at the end, after you finish talking to Otacon and restoring the power to the stage, you come back up the elevator, and, you know, there's a gecko that follows you up.
Yeah.
You know, you're supposed to distract the gecko while Otacon opens the door. That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
But there's actually a faster way to get through it, and that is just to, you know, destroy the gecko.
Uh-huh.
And so this applies to all the gecko in the game. You know, the weakness is their leg, right? They have very weak legs. So if you aim for the knees, you can actually bring them down. And once they're on their knees and they're on the ground, you can aim at the head. And there's a weak point right at the top of the head. If you equip your solid eye and look at it, it'll actually show you the weak point. Let's say, you know, shoot here, basically. You know, they kind of have that triangular head.
Yeah.
And if you're looking at it from above, it's kind of in the middle. More or less in the middle.
Yeah.
So if you shoot at that, that particular area, then you can very quickly take out the gecko. So even using something like, you know, your M4 custom or just any type of gun, you can quickly hit the legs and then hit the head right after that, and you can take them down pretty quickly.
Any other gecko episodes?
Well, there's the gecko, and then there's also, as you mentioned, you know, the dwarf gecko.
Yeah, I hate those.
Yeah, you hate those. I think everybody hates the dwarf gecko. But, you know, we wanted to add some kind of personality to the stage that's different from everywhere else.
60
And
FPS.
so, you know, the idea was you have these dwarf geckos that just kind of swarm out and smother you. But, you know, there's a way around these as well. You know, of course, you can just shoot at them with, you know, rapid fire. And that works. If you're trying to sneak by them, you can also use tranquilizer rounds on the dwarf gecko as well.
Really?
But you have to aim for the arms.
The arms.
Yeah, if you hit that orb part in the center, they'll just, you know, realize they're there. You know, you'll get found. But if you aim very carefully and hit the arms, you can actually incapacitate them.
I always got the feeling that the dwarf geckos are much more, you know, smarter than normal guards and things like that. Just a feeling.
Yeah. Well, you know, the thing is, they're mechanical, so they follow, you know, set routes and like patterns because they're supposed to be a machine. But the thing is, they're very sensitive. You know, they have very good hearing, especially. So you really have to walk slowly while you're around them. If you run by, you know, they'll hear you running. They'll come after you. So, yeah, I think, you know, the key is just to kind of walk slowly. You know, use your tranquilizer guns to get past, you know, particularly challenging areas. And then also, of course, if you have chaff, you know, you can use a chaff grenade. And that makes things really, really easy.
Well, at the really end of the game, I really kind of gave up and I just ran through the dwarf geckos. Someone told me this technique: just run through it, just dive and run through it.
Well, that works.
That works. Yeah, because you know you wanna head to the next, you know, cutscene or whatever, or the next stage. I just kind of ran through everyone. But anyways, yeah, okay.
Yeah. But you know, if you do fight them though, there is a reward that you can get for taking them out, and you can get a very rare weapon from these dwarf geckos.
Oh, really?
If you destroy enough of them, they'll drop a DE, which is the handgun.
Yeah.
You know, it's a really good handgun.
Yeah.
It's a very rare handgun.
Yeah.
And the only enemies that drop them are these dwarf geckos.
I see.
All right, so anyway, from this room now, let's head to the west, and we'll go through this other lab section. So head to the west, and then you'll see a door on the south. So head through that door. And here you'll actually get a call from Otacon.
Everything looks exactly like I remember it. Except for that wall way in back, anyway. I still can't believe how much damage you caused in such a small space.
Ah, the switchboard. Nailed it with a remote control missile to shut down the electric current in the floor. The guidance system in those things takes up so much space, it hardly leaves any room for explosives.
Didn't make much of a bang, huh?
Hardly. Switchboard's still intact.
You're right. The wiring past the switch circuits could still be live.
Wait a minute. I'm not gonna get shocked if I walk on this floor, am I?
No need to worry. As long as you don't turn the current back on. This brings back memories. My colleagues and I used to work in these cubicles. We were all brilliant engineers. The best of the best. And we were close, too. Like family. We used to play pranks on each other all the time. Like, on this one girl's birthday, we stuffed her cubicle completely full of balloons. Or this other guy who got married, when he came back from his honeymoon, he found his workstation had been hollowed out and its guts replaced with jelly beans.
Sounds like a blast.
It was. But all that time, my colleagues and I, we were building wrecks. Here we are, messing around in our cubicles all day like giddy grad students, and what do we end up with? A weapon of mass destruction. It's not exactly the sort of thing you can look back on and laugh, is it?
You obsess over the past too much. It's a bad habit. Come on, I need directions here. That's your job, right? To support me.
Yeah, you're right. You can count on me. We're partners after all.
Good to have you with me, partner.
It's good to be here, Snake.
Oh, hi, Snake.
Rose?
Your psych is looking good right now. Nothing to worry about so far as I can see.
Good.
Snake, you should be careful.
Panel.
Yeah.
And, yeah. You want to talk about that?
Yeah, well...
That was actually left in intentionally, though.
Really? You know, we were talking about this demo sequence when Otako comes up, and then he kind of has this habit of, how do you say it?
He's kind of pushing his glasses up with his finger.
Yeah, even though he doesn't have his glasses anymore.
Right.
So I asked Sean, was this deliberately made? And the producer, Tim made a funny face, saying maybe it was kind of... It's not a bug, is it?
No.
Okay,
it's not.
Good. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
No, that's something that a lot of people had issues with. Also, you know, they said, "Is that right?" You know, because he doesn't have glasses, but you know, yes, that was intentional. You know, if anybody who wears glasses, I think they can attest to it. You know, if suddenly you just switch to contacts and you've been wearing glasses all your life, you probably will.
Okay.
Yeah, well, you know, no watch, and then you like
look at the watch.
Keep on, yeah.
Look at the wrist. Your wrist.
Right.
Sometime.
Okay.
That's the same thing.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought it slipped through the thousands of checking.
No.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Not a bug.
Okay. All right. Let's go. Okay, we're in this room. I remember all these papers and things like that.
So let's just head to the south of the room, and at the very southern end of the room, you find an item, and this is the Metal Gear 20 Years History,
Part
2. So if people want to relive the music of the Metal Gear series, it's kind of a medley of all the Metal Gear series music coming together in an orchestra format, which is really cool. Okay, so next what we want to do is crawl under this desk at the south end of the room, and head to the east.
East Hall.
Yeah, you'll find yourself in a hallway.
With the electrifying, this is the electrifying floor, right?
Right. One thing to point out though, on the left here also, if you go to the farthest room on the north, nearest the elevator, people who played the first one, they may remember there's like a Moai statue in the room.
Moai statue?
Moai statue.
Do you know that?
No.
No?
Moai statue?
Yeah.
Do you know Moai statue?
If you head to the north, and just head to the glass door, number 1.
Room number 1?
Room number 1.
Yeah.
And look in there. You'll see that Moai head from Gradius.
Yes.
Yeah.
Konami's kind of icon.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
So that's still there. And we actually paid a lot of close attention to that while we were making this. So all the rooms, have the same type of items in them. Anyway, so from this point, backtrack and head to the east. You'll head through this doorway and head into this hallway where you hear a flashback with Ninja, right?
Yes.
From the Ninja sequence in Metal Gear Solid 1.
Yeah, the corridor, with the hall, with all the blood, and there's lots of dead bodies.
Right. So we're just going to head through here and head to Otacon's room. We'll stop right before you enter the room. We'll actually end here for this session. Because once you enter Otacon's room, there'll be a long cutscene. But we would like to talk about some other things in this stage. People may not realize is, when you are in the cutscene, Otacon asks you to input, the passcode for, the computer. And there's actually several codes that you can put in that aren't actually the correct code. But they'll give you some special bonuses.
Cool.
And so I think we'll go ahead and explain those codes.
Okay, name one.
Okay, so the first one is 78925. And that'll give you the old LA 2040 music.
Ooh.
So where's that from, Ken?
Police Notes, right?
Right.
Yeah,
Police Knots. There is the Police Knots poster in the room
Yeah,
also.
yeah.
So, I think a lot of people at least kind of heard of Police Knots,
Well,
even if they
yeah.
haven't played it.
I think a lot of Kojima fans know about Police Knots and Snatcher in general anyway.
Yeah, Snatcher and Police Notes, yeah.
And, well, one more code is another Police Knots song, and that is 13462. People want to hear the ending song from Police Knots. 13462 is the code for that.
Wow. What happens? I mean, I didn't try this. The tune goes on?
You basically get the iPod track.
Oh, okay,
right?
okay.
So you input this code, and then after the cutscene ends, it returns you to the game, and then you get a message at the bottom of the screen saying that you got that iPod track.
Okay,
So then after that, you can go ahead and start up your iPod and listen to it.
Cool.
But one thing to point out is that if you put in these codes, it's actually the wrong code.
Yeah.
So, Otacon will tell you, oh, Snake, you're getting old, you don't remember, and this kind of thing. And, of course, Snake his feelings will be hurt, and his sight gauge will go down. But, there is actually like a little trick you can do to regain some psych during these cutscenes. Because there are several places where your sight gauge will decrease during the cutscene. But if you rapidly press, the circle button, you can actually regenerate some of that psych.
Oh, okay. Does this apply to every time?
Yeah, so every cutscene.
Or like when Sunny kind of says, don't smoke in here, and your sight gauge goes low.
Right.
You could still tap it.
Yeah. So whenever you see the sight gauge start to go down, just start tapping really quick, and you can fight it.
This?
I didn't know this, really.
Oh.
I'm really the first time I played MGS4, no one told me anything. I mean, even Otacon was not programmed to give hints. So
even Otacon wouldn't help you.
Yeah, it was one of the most.
Just pop up the screen, but he doesn't talk.
Yeah, he doesn't talk, and or he talks about some other things, right?
Yeah.
The program's all screwed up. So that's my first impression. I'm doing my fourth at home recently, very slowly.
Cool. So you have time to properly explore and enjoy everything.
I mean, I'm more relaxed because I know what happens.
Right.
But when it's the first time, I mean, I really enjoyed the first time experience. So I missed a lot of things, like we're explaining in the Integral podcast, like this is the detail, that thing. And I think a lot of listeners are same with me, even though they kind of seem to explore everything. What you tell, guys, Ken and Sean talks on this show, is probably 80% of the people kind of, oh, I didn't know that thing.
Yeah.
If people zip through the game.
Yeah, so definitely, it pays to replay the game.
Yeah.
And actually, for these two particular items, you need to replay the game to get both of them, because you can only get one at a time.
Okay. Yeah, you're right.
During that cutscene, you can only put in one code.
Yes.
So you'll have to get one or the other for these soundtracks. So for people who want to collect all the iPod tracks, they actually have to play through more than once.
I never even thought about trying to collect all these iPods.
Well, there are people who do.
That's why it's taking a long time to do the testing and,
Yeah.
I'm a lukewarm player, I say.
Yeah, and of course we had to debug all of this, like we had to play it through over and over and make sure like all the flags were set. And,
yes, cool.
Yeah, so.
Okay.
Hopefully people will appreciate that.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, one more code just to throw out there. This is something for people who want to have a little bit of help in the game. You can get some extra Drebin points from this password segment also. And the code for that is 14893. And you'll actually get like 100,000 Drebin points from that. So that's a huge bonus.
Yeah.
Wow. So for people who want to get that, that's something they can do. If they think they need a little extra help and they want to buy some rare weapons.
All right.
Okay, so then one other thing, we mentioned the police nuts poster in the room also, and people will remember from the last stage we pointed out that you could take pictures of the ghosts in the stage, and this is actually a really good ghost to take a picture of because this is where you can take Hideo Kojima's picture, in ghost form.
Cool.
He's right next to the police nuts poster on the left. So for people who want to collect all of the ghostly images throughout Shadow Moses, you can get Director Kojima's picture here.
Yes, this is the biggest one, isn't it? Hideo's ghost picture. He has really weird ideas, which is really fun for the fans.
Yeah.
Really weird ideas. Okay.
Okay, and one other thing, after you watch the cutscenes and you restore power to the Shadow Moses facility, as we touched on in the last episode, if you return back to the tank hangar and go up to the second floor catwalk, you'll remember that there was that room that we couldn't get into last time.
Oh, because it's locked.
Right.
Or the power is
Right.
Yeah.
But it's kind of locked and you can't get in. But this time, you restore the power and the computer system's back up, and Otacon disables all the security, so you can go back there and pick up an iPod track in that room.
Wow.
So people who want to backtrack can go ahead and grab that.
Okay. I know the geckos have these voices, and these are supposed to be the very calm of cicadas and cows and the moose and things like that.
Right.
And I heard from Hideo at the very beginning of the development when he was thinking about these geckos. He wanted to make, he has always this golden rule of keeping the tension, tightening it, loosening it, and tightening it so that the overall tension is really tight.
Right.
So he told me that for these geckos, even they look so kind of like, when you first look at them, they're almost like disgusting, right? Because they're like, you don't know if they're mechanic or animals or,
kind of creepy.
Yeah, very creepy. But he said he wanted to create this sound where people kind of, just forget that they're in the war zone or in a battle. And all these cicadas and the, cow sounds supposed to bring you the, relaxing mood.
Right.
And these are really, really, nasty guys, the geckos.
Yeah.
And when you're in this relaxing mood, they're really trying to kill you. Is that true? Was that deliberately made that way?
It was, but I think it's also, it's just a really creepy sound, because it's kind of like, you're up against nature. It's kind of like this wild beast, right? And it's not like you said, it's mechanical, but it's organic, and it's kind of scary because it's mooing at you like, making these weird sounds, and so it's definitely something that doesn't feel manufactured like a robot.
Sean, that kind of wraps up this session of Shadow Moses. Did you talk everything you wanted? I mean,
There's a lot to talk about, but I don't think we have time for that. We only have about half an hour.
We just want to tell everyone that we cut like 3 hours of recording session.
Yeah.
Sean went on and on about his...
Well, he has so much memory and some like good stuff. And
you spent how many years on this?
About 2 years.
2 years, but 2 years, but
times 24 hours times
times 24 hours times like 7 days a week or something.
Okay. Well, I hate to really cut it, Sean, but we got to go on to our next stage, which is the last stage.
Right. So we'll be moving on to Haven.
Yes.
Yeah. Finally, last stage. It's kind of sad, isn't it?
That's sad.
Yeah, because our integral podcast program is kind of coming to a finale as well.
Yep.
But I think Well, I guess people will play on and on listening to this podcast whenever they feel like it. For the final, we're going to have probably maybe call a guest or something, you know, to join, to give us more color details.
Yeah, maybe we should, call somebody.
Because the producer doesn't remember anything.
I'm sorry.
And I'm so lukewarm. And Sean's the only guy who can really guide us, so we need some guests. So Ken's gonna bring maybe a guest.
Yeah.
If possible.
I think so. Well, we have some people, you know, who wanted to join this integral podcast.
Right.
So Sean, where's our next meeting point?
So we'll pick up at Haven right after you finish launching onto the ship, and you should be on the ship Bow. That's the name of the stage. So just go ahead and save after that cutscene ends, and we'll pick up from there and guide you through Haven.
Great. Okay, well, once again, thanks Sean, and thanks Ken.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And hope we'll meet soon, and it's our final stage that we're going to introduce, which is the Haven. So make sure you play. Well, make sure you play Shadow Moses a lot, you know, just for sake of, you know, Sean.
Yeah.
So play as much as you can in Shadow Moses. Find everything you can, and then we'll meet you in a couple of weeks.
Yep, sounds good.
Well, thanks everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Alright, that's gonna wrap up this edition of the Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Check back next time for more tips, tricks, and insider info on Metal Gear Solid 4. Brought to you by Kojima Productions and Hideo Kojima himself. Make sure to send in your comments to Hideo Blog. See you next time.
Yeah, maybe Kojima didn't need to put tits in Death Stranding because he actually kind of wanted to make the game. Who knows? That seems to be his way to cope with MGS4's existence. You know, make it the horniest game in the series, at least. To get through the development. But he didn't need to do that for Death Stranding, right?
Hold on. I want to check security. Snake, that password I told you before, you remember it, right? Because I completely forgot. Can you punch it in for me?
Yeah, let's make Snake happy for once.
5-digit number. Nice job. At least your memory hasn't gone bad. This version is totally obsolete. It's gonna take a little work. up any unpleasant memories, is it? I was being attacked by Frank Yeager.
Yeah, I remember.
If you hadn't shown up when you did, gives me the shivers just thinking about it. Snake, you saved my life.
Naomi hated them for what they did to Frank's body. But it was me that crippled him in the first place. She must have hated me too.
We shouldn't have been so trusting. I blame myself too. I helped develop Rex. That's why it was so easy for me to believe her feelings were genuine. But she was only using us to atone for her sins.
So what? What did she do to us?
You forgot already? She betrayed you. She stole your blood.
If that was all, it should have been over and done with in South America. Why'd she join us afterward?
Well,
She has us come rescue her, and then she turns around and goes straight back to Liquid. Why would she do that?
I don't know, Snake. But it looks like she's still with him.
What?
I just had a look at the security access logs. As I thought, there's people coming and going at frequent intervals. In fact, the record shows some recent activity. Look at this. It's an image taken a few hours ago by a surveillance camera up ahead.
Naomi.
And Vamp.
The Beauty and the Beast.
They've been through here.
There's the beauty.
And from what we've gleaned from the security records, it can only mean one thing. They're headed for Rex's old underground hangar. I finished rebooting security and released the locks. The door on the first floor ought to open for you now.
Amazing. Almost makes me nostalgic for the days when you needed a key card for every door.
Yep. It's been 9 years. All you really have to do is reinterpret the old technology in terms of the new. Getting old isn't all that bad, you know. Let's get going, Snake.
The sauce is her Twitch streams.
I finished unlocking
There's
the
a
door
clip
on
of
the
it.
first floor.
It's not bikini pictures though, it's feet scans. Oh god, Twin Snake's voices. Ugh. Oh, I guess this interrupts whatever. I haven't been puking on them because of the podcast. Yeah, there's that clip, and then there's the clip, of course, of the feet. Taste the feet. So in MGS4 you have Police Knots poster in here, and in Twin Snakes you have the Son of the Enders poster. So MGS4 kind of acknowledges both. One of MGS4's biggest sins, recognizing Twin Snakes in some form. Not just here, but of course all these flashbacks we're hearing, they're not from the real MGS1, they're from Twin Snakes' re-recorded voices. And later during the explanation Liquid gives Snake about stuff, you see all those screenshots from the previous games, and you also see some Twin Snakes screenshots in there. And of course they reused Twin Snake's voices instead of real MGS1 voices. Initially, the excuse or the rumor was that, oh, it's because they're higher quality. The real reason is that they're cheaper, of course. And we got a little bit of source for that. If you type, what's the command for it? TTS voices. Let me see. Yeah, there we go. Where the voice acting director talks about it being cheaper to use Twin Snake's voices. Well, because of course Twin Snake's voices were cheaper to make in the first place. They got paid like half an eaten sandwich and a sleeping pill for Twin Snake's budget. We also got Kojima's ghost in here, like they were talking about. There he is. I wish shooting them with the Star Doll would do something. It would be cool. It's not just developers. We saw earlier the Genome Soldier ghost, and now we have bakers here. So it's not just developers, but also MGS1 characters. The Ottocon's Playboy. The PS1 is gone. Unfortunately. Maybe because they couldn't decide. Maybe because Vamp took it. Maybe because Twin Snakes puts a GameCube here. But this is a huge wasted opportunity because the game is already branded everywhere. PlayStation stuff. You know, Sony has the PSP and the PS3 limited edition MGS4 PS3, and of course Snake uses a PS3 controller to control the Mark II and the Mark III. So, and given how detailed those PlayStation items are in this game, it would have been nice to see the PS1. I don't know, it's fucking Twin Snakes ruined that too, probably. It would have been very much in line with the rest of the game, with all the PlayStation branding. I would have liked to see an old gray or even the black PS1 modeled in MGS4 here. What a waste. It's not like they didn't have PlayStation all over the place.
The door on the first floor is unlocked now. You can go through any time. The door on the first floor is unlocked now.
Nothing else here?
Hello, Snake.
What do you have for me, Rose?
There doesn't seem
Boobies.
to be any problem. Eating, replenish.
She's just repeating her old calls. Liquid. Holy shit, with 100. Big. 100. Thank you so much, man. Let me switch this controller back here. Okay, now we can do boobies.
What's on your mind?
Just checking in.
Your psych is in excellent condition. Everything looks good to go.
Great. Thanks.
Snake, your psych gauge is affected by the conditions you're in.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do the thing that we're talking about. Electrocute the gecko. So then the ration in the same spot as MGS1 here.
Gecko! We've got Gecko! Snake, it's blocking the hallway leading to the elevator. You'll have to do something.
Actually, before we do that, I almost forgot. If you do get spotted by this gecko here, you can actually destroy a little bit of the environment. see. I just forgot to show it. You can destroy this doorway here, and it can put a dent in this wall. Nice charges. It's kind of cool. Maybe I should have gone to the other side. Now if I hide in here, it's gonna dent the wall, but I won't get in. Come on. What are you doing? He's not feeling it today. What? The fuck? Caution, keep fingers away from this opening. Well, I don't know why this gecko's being so derpy today, but do not strike this surface. At least we get a chance to read all the little writings on it. Wait, do not strike the surface? Why would you put that in front of it? That's not the weak point, so that's really weird. Okay, this gecko is on strike today. Danger air intake. What the heck? The number sector is like floating off of the leg. Anything here? Domesticated gecko. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Ah. Damn it. External power. Bug, can't see. Liquid helium tank, which when liquid helium tank when replacing cooling agent, wear appropriate gloves. Oh, okay. I didn't know they had liquid helium in there. I guess that makes sense. Extreme overclocking. Yeah, now this gecko's derpy. I wonder if it's actually taking damage. Stamina damage. Watch the second I switch out the regain, it's gonna kick me. Whoa. I might be playing the game wrong, I don't know. Well, if you ever wanted to pet a gecko, now's the time. I'm not as cool as Raiden, unfortunately. But it worked. For a second. Why so derpy? Dude, it just stopped caring. Yeah, maybe. I've never seen this happen before, what the fuck? I thought it was because we were in there. Maybe if I move around a little. That's just not doing anything. Combat high. Well, it's one of those moments where you play the game wrong. Can we fix it? Nope, it's fucked. Let's see. Come on, do something. Maybe if I... Maybe that'll fix it. I can let him do this, but I can't. You good now? Nope. Call the tech support number on it. Hello, Gecko tech support. My gecko's broken. There we go. Finally, he did it. Holy shit. I was waiting for him to dent the wall and it just derped. Alright, we fixed it. Somehow. It's still pretty derpy though. Probably that one unique action was confusing it or something. Okay. Now we go hide so it goes back on the floor. What?
Snake, remember how I said a little while ago?
Oh, there's a call about it.
Wires might still be live.
Yeah. Wait. The wires are live.
Maybe you could use the Mark III to turn the current in the floor on again. The Gecko probably have decent surge protection on their electronic components, but a good long high voltage bath just might fry their organic parts. Go ahead and send the Mark III over to the switchboard. It's worth a shot.
Oh wow, if you take a long time here, there's a call about it. Good thing our Gecko broke. I don't think I knew about that call. Come on, Mark III, strike faster.
There, Snake. To turn on the current in the floor, press the action button in front of the switchboard.
Nice, and then it even tells you more in gameplay. Ha! Nice. Guess you gotta wait around for this. I did not know that.
Okay! Nice, Snake!
Oh, I've never heard that line before.
Okay, Snake. The path is clear. Head for the first floor. Use the elevator to get up there. Snake, hurry to...
Trying Wolf would do the calls, but the fight itself is kind of meh. So we'll just use it probably.
Okay, Snake. Take the stairs down and go to the north door. I'll open it for you with the Mark III. Gecko! The Mark III is totally defenseless while working on the door. You'll have to distract the Gecko so they don't spot it.
I mean, we just kill it one hit with the M82, but another thing that works on the Gecko is actually the shit barrel. It does recover from it pretty quickly, though. And somehow it destroys it eventually. Maybe combined with the damage from the gun. I don't know.
Okay, Snake, it's open now. We need to keep moving forward. Look at your radar if you need to know which way to go.
Wow, that's like the most generic call ever.
We need to keep...
Hey, JC, what's up?
Oh, hi, Snake.
Rose?
I see your psych is a little bit low. Snake, your psych gauge is affected by the condition.
Now is also when we could go back to the tank hangar and open a level 4 door that they were talking about with Beyond Balance. iPod back in it, but I already have it. So we'll just go forward here. And I'm gonna burn out MGS4, honestly. So many MGS4 playthroughs. Let's see. We should finish today.
Oh, hi, Snake.
Rose.
It looks like you're...
And then it'll be Excel spreadsheet time.
The comm towers. This is where you fought Liquid's Hind D.
That was a tough scrape.
But you still managed to shoot down his gunship. Up till then, I'd heard that even with a man-pads, going one-on-one against an attack chopper was an act of suicide. I thought only Hollywood action stars did that kind of thing, but you made it look easy.
I just told you, it wasn't that easy.
Really? But you were all like, oh, I had to take out that helicopter. Real cool. Like it was nothing.
All right, enough chit-chat. Let's get going. We got a long way to go to Rex's hangar.
Yeah, you're right, Snake. Naomi's headed for Rex's hangar. We have to...
That was useless.
Naomi's...
A bit of extra crap in here. There's... oh yeah, there's a couple stun grenade pickups here. It's kind of rare to see them next to each other like that. And then for some reason, we get the SVD. Modernized SVD. Instead of a PSG-1. MGS3. Kind of. Modernized SVD. Not exactly the MGS3 one, but... 1963. 54R. The real shame I don't get the PSG-1 in MGS4. But after all, the bosses have all these different combinations of MGS1 names, MGS2 weapons, and MGS3 motions. So they threw another weapon in there. Who cares about the SVD? I guess it's kind of cool with MGS3, but by now it's way outdated. And they do give you a sniper rifle for her, but we're just gonna cheese it with smokes. And they give you all the stun grenades too, so maybe the stun smoke method is intended too. Oh, and some moist nugget ammo. Then we can get all the way up there, see what's going on. They kind of, I feel like they almost simplified it a little bit how it works here, because see, that's the underground passage where Sniper Wolf shoots Meryl. Like, that would be where the mines were, and that's more or less where Sniper Wolf was hiding. Except all of it got buried in snow, so you can only really walk on the very top part of it. You can't really see the bottom of it. And can we see Tower B from here? Kinda, a little bit, not really. Alright, fuck it, let's just look at it after the fight. Oh, it feels like the scale of it is smaller, even though the area is bigger. Maybe because each area had its own dedicated loading zone and MGS1. Right, rocket dick caller, let's go. Okay, we don't have any octo-camo patterns, so when she puts on night vision, actually, you can see all of Snake's body. If you have any octo-camo pattern, it prevents that. And then you only see his head.
Show me your tears. Let them flow. Cry until your eyes run red.
Still have the grip in this thing. Lead it up. First we'll find her. And do some... I guess I don't have the 40mm stunts, but you can just use regular stunts too. Something on.
Metal Gear Solid.
So he has a bunch of different spawn points, but it sounds like we spawn in the back there. You can kind of tell she makes a lot of noise. He might actually be in a bad spot. Yeah, it would be nice. See her tail.
Otacon! She seems to know exactly where I am, even in this damn whiteout. What the hell is going on?
Infrared, maybe? No, you're wearing octocamo. It wouldn't be able to read you. Snake, do you see a pattern in her attacks? Anything that gives you a hint?
Right. Now that I think about it, her attacks have been coming from downwind.
Which means...
Damn! She can smell me.
Amazing! Tracking you in this wind, just by your scent?
A St. Bernard can find and rescue a lost hiker in the middle of a blizzard in the Alps. If that beast has no olfactory sensors keen as a dog's, it's not out of the question.
Then what do we do? Octocamo doesn't do anything to mask your scent.
All I can do is try and guess where that thing's going to be. Try to move downwind.
Can you do it?
Either I do, or I don't.
Mr. Kittenvilla.
Good luck, Snake.
The stupidity of mankind. Sniper Wolf quote, but also very true. Thank you so much for the tier 3 38 months. The scope for my stream. Snake should just fart.
This beast has 4 legs, and it's accompanied by an escort unit wearing powered suits. Watch out for their attacks, Snake!
Damn it, Otacon. It's mowing those trees down in one shot. What the hell is that beast using?
All that power, but still small enough for the beast to carry. And that noise it makes when it charges. Snake, do you remember the weapon Fortune had?
A railgun. We come here to keep them from stealing a railgun, and here they are using one against us.
I don't want to be conspiratorial, but it seems like something's behind this. Maybe it's just fate. Never mind. You've got to tame that beast.
You're right, Otacon. Let's do this.
Let's take a look actually at the description of the railgun. And then I want to test if... the same model as the one wielded by Dead Cell member Fortune during Big Fell incident. Ah, okay. Wait. As much firepower as a tank turret? In MGS2 they say it's half. Okay. Maybe they missed something in translation there. In MGS2 they specifically say half. They have a 140mm tank gun. I was wondering if it says something about it being like maybe an updated model, because in MGS2 they also say that there's a high risk of accidental discharge and only Fortune can use it. But maybe that was another lie that they told Raiden in MGS2. So yeah, you got MGS2 weapons, MGS1 names, MGS3 emotions for the bosses, and MGS4. It actually says it's the same one. I don't know. And then I'll bet that if I shoot it, it's not gonna shoot down the preview. That'd be a cool detail though. Nope. But it does make a cool sound, and no, it has like this little beep. sound effect to it. Cool, whatever the fuck, I don't know. Even fully charged now. I don't think you can split it, freeze with it. Lame. I'm still thinking this is bonked in the head by a stun grenade. Damn. I should just put on the big barrel. Okay, oh, that made a lot of noise, so now she knows where I am. If you're next to a tree though, she can't charge, she will throw grenades instead. But if you're in an open area, she will charge Snake. There's actually a little animation for it. Until you can get it. And I guess there are a couple mechanics. And sometimes she charges into the frogs and you hear them scream like that. Yeah, we just looked at the description. It says same model as Fortune. Let's see. Okay, so good. I guess. There's another thing we can do with her as well. Not that. You see the grenades on her sides are also highlighted. You can shoot the grenades on her ass. It won't mess with her. Now, froggies. I guess some ammo. Oh wait, this is freaking moist nugget ammo. There it is. I don't know how she did that to herself. Sometimes she just does that. Damn, this frog is going turbo speed. Oh, is it because the frog was in front? Yeah, you tell the frog's from the move. And the frog's gonna walk faster. Oh, does that mean I can... Oh, there's a charge. And if you don't move out of the way, it hits a second time. Oh shit! There's a tree there. Whoa, this close. I'm gonna see if she cares about the frog as even shields it. Get charged and infect the frog there. Hey, hi. Oh, that's right, we got it. Oh shit. Oh, maybe there's another one. Easy. Oh shit. It still does stamina damage. He's so nice to the frogs. Except when she charges into them. She tells them to move. Maybe she'll care about a human shield frog. I actually want to test it. Place. Fuck it, I will take her there. Nah, there's another one there, I guess. This might be a little complicated to do. Okay, here we go. Nice. The frog is right in front too. He got down. Nice. Hey, get up. Almost had it. Oh? What? Oh, you just missed. Come on. Did you just miss when you have a frog? Nope. Okay, they're not affected by it, it would seem. Lame. Oh, fucking Otacon backseating after a while. I didn't even know about that. Nice. Do it again. Oh my god, that was fucking funny. Nice. Thanks. Nice. Okay. Use the sniper rifle. Fuck, at this point, might as well use this nice grenade launcher with bandana. Those things are rare and expensive. People and stuff. For them to meet me. He opens up the arm. Whoa. Maybe we have some other calls. More backseating.
B&Bs are encased in nearly impenetrable suit systems. That goes for Wolf, too.
What?
Pump as many bullets as you want into the outer shell, but it's not gonna do a hell of a lot of good.
Got an alternative?
Assuming she's using the same type of railgun Fortune did, she'll have to hold it with both hands to fire.
You're saying she has to expose herself when she attacks?
That's my guess. Aim for that opening and you should do some serious damage. Wait until she's getting ready to fire that railgun and then counterattack. You'll only have a second, but it's your only chance. Focus all your reflexes on that moment. Wolf's outer shell is almost totally impervious. You'll be hard-pressed to punch through that armor with what you've got.
So what then?
The suit itself is tough to damage, but what about the flesh and blood human inside? If you give the suit a hard enough shock, I bet the beauty inside will suffer serious damage. Attack it with an explosive weapon, or one with enough power to knock it off its feet. The suit should fall over.
Okay. I almost thought he meant electrical shock for a second.
Wolf's outer shell is almost totally...
The beast is crying. In psychology, crying is thought of as a way to freely express and release feelings.
Kind of like catharsis.
Bingo. That beast cries and cries without stopping. There must be some immense sadness in her, the stress of which is tormenting her mentally and physically. Crying is the only way
He
she can deal
strangled her
with it.
brother to death by accident. It happens. Or suffocated, I
Blizzard
guess.
outside is as bad as ever, Snake. The cold places your body under intense stress and wears away at your psyche. Finding a place to take shelter should prevent... The blizzard outside is as bad as ever, Snake.
Okay. Oh, he opened up. Have a Cuervo. No. Maybe that's true. When he's not aware. Oh. Dodge.
I hear them. I hear the cries. The cries of babies. Stop it! Stop crying! Please! Please stop crying!
Knowles. Go away. Don't come any closer. I'm sorry. I was so scared. Forgive me. I'm sorry. You can cry if you want to. Cry if you need to. I don't need tears anymore. I've cried myself dry. So cry as much as you like.
be there to listen.
Yep, at this point it's a meme whether Master Collection Volume 2 even exists and will include MGS4. And what they'll do to it, if it does, with all the licenses in this game. Should we wait it out a little bit, maybe? I'm thinking, since restarting OBS didn't really help much, my internet is kind of crapping itself. Oh yeah, when you go too far from them, they start moving at turbo speed with a creepy power walk. It might take 5 minutes to restart my internet completely. See if it's something. When you're fighting Laughing Beauty, they prevent Snake from climbing over things, but for this, they're still hanging here. They can just throw her endlessly. It's probably because it's freaking Saturday night congestion, probably. All the normies are home. Oh, let's see. Right now it's actually kind of hopefully. Let's see. Maybe stopped. MGS4 without pressure sensitive L1 and R1. Oh well. L1 mostly. A little bit of the D-pad. And without all the licenses. Or maybe they'll renew some, maybe they'll cut something. You're just waiting at the bottom there. I could see the bitrate messing up in OBS earlier, but now it's actually in the green. Maybe you heard me.
Cry.
Get down. Oh yeah, her attack, of course. Licenses, cell processor activation, or not activation, optimization, I mean. Konami hates money. Konami couldn't find a Chinese sweatshop mobile game company to outsource it to. Could be a lot of reasons. Alright, here we go. Hey, Ricky, thank you for the 33 months. Let's see how she likes the other end of the railgun. Never happened to PS3. Could emulate. Well, it could happen. It's a non-zero chance, but who knows? I'm not entirely sure it will be the preferred version, even if it does re-release. If you ask me, yeah, whatever. Yeah, just open porn in a different tab, it's easier to explain, like I always say. This is the sound effects. Make him go away. Jeez, wasn't that bad. She's still crying, I hope, singing and dancing. That's commitment. More sound direction in the background. Masterful sound direction. Come on, get down. Fucking hell, these sounds. Are we winning? Let's see. Get a good spanking first. And then finish it. There's a slightly different version of this if she survives. She won't turn to stone or ash here. And then the wolf, the tiny difference is the wolf will have little hearts on its head when they find her. I don't remember what the different versions are for Raven and Mantis. Laughing Octopus has an extra laugh in there when she survives. Crying Wolf has the hearts on the wolf. We cleansed her soul.
Yo, Snake, I finished laundering that rail gun you picked up just now. Knock yourself out. It's on the house.
Thanks.
Time for another bedtime story, Snake. This one's about Crying Wolf. You don't need me to tell you there's whole nations in Africa tearing themselves apart in the name of ethnic cleansing.
Timeout is still a kill.
Well,
not a kill for your score, but they die. So yeah, Frank.
When she was a little girl, her village was attacked by rival armed factions. Her parents and siblings were slaughtered, and she was left a refugee. She took her last surviving relative, her baby brother, and ran as far as she could away from the war zone. One day, they came across an enemy unit, so she took her brother and hid in an abandoned shack. And then her brother started to cry. She knew that if the soldiers heard the noise, they would find them and kill them both. So she wrapped her hand as tight as she could around his mouth. As the footsteps gradually went away, she came back to her senses. Her brother wasn't crying anymore. Horrified, she pulled her hand away, covered in sweat and spit. He wasn't breathing. They say wolves eat their own pups when they die. She was spotted wandering through the thick of battle, carrying her dead brother in her arms. She had visions, too. A wolf walking alongside her. Every night, the wolf would howl and cry, just like her brother did that day. Eventually, she made it to a government-run refugee camp. But by then, her brother's body had rotted away. The camp was crowded with refugees like herself, and little children like her brother. Day and night, she was tormented by the cries of babies. The wolf that followed her heard her sorrowful screams and answered. He made his way around the camp, and one by one, he silenced the children. She tried to stop it, but she was powerless to stop the wolf. A few days passed, and on the eve of the enemy's raid, there wasn't a child left. The adults who survived were torn up pretty bad. Of course, there was never any wolf in that camp. She was the one who killed those babies. But she couldn't bring herself to admit it. She couldn't bear the thought of herself going from one baby to the next, howling like a wolf, snuffing out their little lives. And she never did, even as crying wolf, a lonely beast forever stalking the battlefield. Snake, fighting with you made Wolf finally accept what she'd done. She was cleansed by you. If the cries she heard of children on the battlefield have been silenced, it's because of you. You ought to be proud. 3 down, 1 to go. All that's left is Mantis. But you should know, Snake, she's been controlling all the other beasts. She's the beast of beasts. Don't let her get her hooks in you.
I won't.
See you around, Snake.
Welcome home, Wolf.
Oh, hey, I platinumed the game. I guess those were the flashbacks I was missing. Did I forget about them? I've been wondering which ones were missing. Cool. That's all of them now. Let's celebrate. Meat for dinner tonight.
Hear that, Snake?
Yeah. The wolf dogs.
Her family. It must be tough for them in this environment with all the people gone.
Wolf dogs aren't like other dogs. They're closer to wolves in nature. Happier living in the wild than being kept as pets. Even more so now that they're guarding the grave of a loved one.
You sure about that?
Trust me. I used to live with dogs just like these. I know what I'm talking about.
Okay, if you say so. Snake, we're only halfway there. Let's get going. The warehouse at the north end of the snowfield leads to the blast.
Snake?
Oh, Rose. It's you.
I'm glad to see you're safe. You're not hurt too seriously, are you?
No. I'll live.
I was listening in on the B&B's stories too. It's heartbreaking.
Those things happen every day on the battlefield. But you're right. They're never easy to hear.
They've all suffered such unimaginable trauma. Hearing the cries of phantom infants in your head, facing flashbacks to uncontrollable rage. These are textbook clinical cases for us counselors.
PTSD, right?
Absolutely. I can't believe anybody would coerce them into entering battle in their state.
Just goes to show how much faith Liquid has in their combat abilities.
That's no excuse. No CSP member, no one with even a shred of conscience for that matter, would ever treat another human being like that.
Conscience? Liquid? Listen, lady.
It's more than just a matter of conscience. Without the proper treatment, their symptoms will worsen, eventually leaving them unfit for combat entirely. And that can't be good for their commanding officer.
Maybe not, but it suits me just fine.
Snake!
Look, maybe it sounds callous to you, but that's how things are out here. We're talking about survival.
Well, yes, but...
I know what you're trying to say, and your heart's in the right place.
Yeah, maybe you're right. I'm sorry I lashed out like that.
Forget about it.
Snake, there's only one of those things left. Stay focused. The end is in sight.
I'll be careful.
MGS Dog Sled Racer.
The warehouse at the north
You maybe put dogs to sleep. Oh shit. Twin Snake's voices.
What am I fighting for? What are you fighting for?
If we make it through this, I'll tell you.
Okay.
Maybe they'll eat it. For maximum realism, they should eat the vomit. Let's go puke in the next Twin Snake's line.
Come on, fly!
Twin Snake lines. Find a stinger next to the hind too. One of the many stingers in the game. Does it mention MGS1? Oh yeah, there you go. No. Damn. Oh, it doesn't. No way. Prove its worth numerous occasions in combat environments. Come on, it doesn't mention it. Okay. Peacemaker. I mean Peace Walker. But yes. Only just 1, 2, and Peace Walker are canon. Oh yeah, let's go get the other mirror flashback here. I know dog was Twin Snake's voices. It's so hard. Yeah, it's trying to read out. Yeah, this basically comes out on the 23rd at 9 p.m. Pacific. the 24th midnight, I guess, in the US. And all the time zones. Okay, now it sucks, but we gotta pet the doggos a little just to get the call from Otacon. It's okay, nap time. Oh shit, he's about to bite my ass.
The warehouse at the north end of the
Oh
snow.
no, I have bad news. Otacon doesn't react to the tranquilizer. I think we gotta actually shoot him.
The warehouse at the north end of the snow.
I guess it's being in the back. Shit.
The warehouse.
Sorry. Alright, if we just open the door here. That dog is... They cannot walk past this line. Sorry, blame the game code. Hey, now we can piss him off. That's his reaction. Be his reaction to the Twin Snakes voices, but whatever. Actually, that would be a pretty nice reaction. GIF or sound effect. Combined. Reaction video. It's pretty short. But then if I walk past this line, he suddenly doesn't care anymore.
The stairs in back lead to the blast furnace. Head that way.
Oh, did that dog die from getting shot in the paw? What? Damn, and MGS1 the dogs are much tougher. Genetically inferior dogs.
The blast furnace.
Snake, a link between cruelty to animals and antisocial criminal behavior was established a long time ago. If you keep on killing animals for no reason, we will be forced to conduct a thorough psychological review upon your return.
Okay, so Rose still cares about the dogs past this line. So it's not that it goes away, it's that the blast furnace call has priority over Otacon's.
The blast furnace is...
Over Otacon's reaction.
The blast...
Interesting. Rose still acknowledges it. It's not gone from the codec.
How's it going?
Can't pet the dog. We can only shoot him and kick him. Oh shit. I guess the closest thing to petting them is waking them up. Whether they're mad. Why do you have to tap the dog's ass, see? Oh, that's a weird fetish. Okay. Alright.
Hold it, Snake. Time to change the disc. I know, it's a pain. But you need to swap disc 1 for disc 2. You see the disc labeled 2?
No.
Huh? Oh, wait. We're on PlayStation 3. It's a Blu-ray disc. Dual layered, too. No need to swap.
Damn it, Otacon! Get a grip!
Yeah, what an age we live in, huh, Snake? Wonder what they'll think of next.
Of course. What are they gonna do with this call in the game if the game re-releases? Oh wait, we're on Kevin device. Just like they did with the call him Metal Gear 1 Master Collection. Turn off your device. I'm too lazy to actually put the new consoles games names in there.
The blast furnace is just below.
Nintendo would lose their shit. Trying to get a Switch version of MGS4 would be a fucking nightmare. Because they don't want any PlayStation imagery whatsoever on their console. Which is why we didn't get the document of MGS2 in the Master Collection. Because they had to go on Switch. And it's just all over the place in MGS4. So they just can't have any PlayStation buttons or terminology or icons or names, or let alone all the stuff that's in MGS4. That's why the Switch version of MGS1 has the audio muted when Campbell was explaining the controls at the beginning. They muted the audio and he says X and select on the Switch version. Yep. Thanks, Nintendo. Fuck. And preventing everybody else from getting the document of MGS2. They can fuck right off.
The elevator down to Rex's hangar is ahead. It's that big door in the back, on the right.
That's right. I guess we'll go
Head through
there.
that door and keep going.
No. Just like Volume 1, yeah, nobody got the document of MGS2 because one company that the game had to come out on said no. So, yeah, and then everybody else suffers for it. Very nice.
Otacon, how do I get this door open?
It's not opening? That's weird. I know I disengaged security back at the lab.
We should have been able to get to Rex's storage hangar from here.
I've got it. If memory serves, there are casting and rolling facilities directly beneath the furnace. You should be able to pass through them to a drainage duct that leads to the hangar.
How do I get there?
There should be a special service elevator in the northwest corner of this floor.
Northwest corner. Got it.
Yeah, let's just make up areas that didn't exist in MGS1.
To get down to the rolling facilities, use the elevator in the northwest corner.
You remember that elevator that was in the fucking lava in MGS1, apparently?
Oh, hi, Snake.
Rose.
It looks like you're psych.
Yeah, shut up, Rose. Now it feels so nostalgic going to areas that never existed, listening to Twin Snake's voices. It's all very nostalgic. Wrong voices, wrong areas. Peace Walker literally has the Sony Walkman and Cecile saying Sony out loud, and all the icons and the drawings and the 3D models in the menu. Yeah, that might be a problem too. Did I skip? Yeah, muscle memory. I skipped the Twin Snakes bullshit here because where Naomi's asleep. I just can't stand it. Oh, what are we gonna do now? I've got something to tell you about Naomi Hunter. She might be asleep. That's what Kojima tried to do. Or I guess that's what he tried to do, is kill him on screen in MGS4. But instead it's off screen months later after MGS4. If anything, it would have been MGS1 that left the thing open for interpretation at first.
The rolling facility is a long, narrow space that stretches south to north. The southern half houses the rollers, while the northern half is used to cool the finished steel sheets. The drainage duct lies beyond that. Head for that drainage duct.
Yeah, technically he does die off screen a few months after MGS4. But you just never really talk about it, you know, because Kojima very much wanted Snake and Otacon to get executed at the end with the original ending. So on screen.
Careful, Snake. This place is crawling with gecko and dwarf gecko.
It must have been Vamp who sealed the blast furnace door.
How do you figure?
No one ever comes down here, and yet there's gecko everywhere. He must have figured if I couldn't get the door open, I'd come down here. That freak set up a kill zone just for me.
Figures. Snake, don't let him get to you. You've got to get through there alive.
I mean, I almost don't want to fuck with Vamp. There's a few little mechanics to go through, but they're kind of useless.
Keep moving north through.
I guess they're kind of cool, except that they've ruined him. This shot sucks. Now the other gecko's gonna come down quicker. Yeah, oh well. It's okay. These guys in the way now. No, we're good. Okay. Of course, Kojima's entire state of mind during this game's development was dark, so. Yeah, they should have put some mines.
Finally, it's just up ahead.
Do we want the Kitty Raven flashback? No. I can't. I can't. You are a remake which I do not wish to know.
Rex is on the floor above you. Use the lift. Snake, I went ahead and remotely sent the lift used to bring Rex up to the supply tunnel. So then, all aboard.
What? How'd he do that? Okay, I guess from his office.
Snake,
What's on your mind?
Just checking in.
Movies.
You've got plenty of psych. You should be in good shape to complete the mission.
All right then.
Here's a good way to think about your psych.
Okay. Added this camera that never existed in MGS1 just to have the cutscene with Vamp and Naomi. Why couldn't they have used a camera that actually existed? I don't know. Just make up a new camera. Right. Let's put on. It's at the end, metal camo, and some weapons to mess with Vamp. Of course, a solar gun, some magazines. Too bad Vamp doesn't get distracted by the Playboy. Maybe some smokes. And Snake is gonna bust out the operator for the cutscene. No, wait, I want some sort of. The Playboy really doesn't do anything, it's just for lols, but. Stackable Playboys. Some sort of scope thing to look at him. This smoke also just makes him jump away. The magazine's kind of funny, you just hit him in the head with it. Oh, maybe we'll do a knife. Well, you'd think it would work though, because it's not like Rykov where he would look at it and scoff, right? Nah. Nah, the doll doesn't do anything. It should. He has nanomachines, but he's too special. At least they match the camera angle here. No zoom, though.
Hop on, Snake.
There's kind of a shitty one in the previous area, I guess. I am kind of considering starting the Peace Walker spreadsheet after this. If the timing's right, I might have Dim around here around the time we finish MGS4. Because he knows quite a bit about it. Maybe we can... I gotta figure out how to optimize a spreadsheet.
Rex.
Spreadsheet Walker.
Look, the railgun's been removed. Liquid doesn't need the whole Rex to launch his nuke. He only needs the railgun.
Damn it. Has it already been shipped?
Hang on, I'll check.
I'm afraid so. Unfortunately for you.
Like Naomi reaches for his dick knife.
No longer here.
Naomi.
Now he calls her queen, like Fortune. And she's being a little slutty all over him. So yeah, no, they fuck.
Suicide Gecko are on their way. Soon there'll be nothing left of this place.
Otacon got Vamp's sloppy seconds.
Snake, I think I might be able to get it working. I just need some time.
Hurry.
I'll leave the rest to you.
Naomi.
Excellent. You'll amuse me until they arrive.
Unfortunately, there's a couple calls and lines we can get on Extreme.
Make him pay, Snake! Do it for me! For Emma!
But if only you knew.
Do whatever it takes! Just make sure he stays down this time! Get Naomi back for me! Please!
Get Naomi back for me. I have bad news, Otacon.
Do whatever it takes!
And Rose, my god, this call.
Snake, I don't know much about
I don't know
Vamp, so
much
there's
about
not much
Vamp.
I can offer you by way of advice.
Yeah,
but
okay.
You do have my unconditional support.
MGS4 writing. My
Don't let
unconditional support. I don't know much about... Really, Rose? Never come across Vamp before. Okay.
You're the only one who can save Dr. Hunter. Remember to take good care of your psych gauge and finish that monster once and for all.
I wouldn't know.
You're the only one.
They're both kind of useless for now. Well, if you want to do it quickly, just solar gun. That's it. Vampire. Solar gun. Done. Now that he's down, though, it gets funny, because now he's affected by camo index. Yeah, he doesn't know. He starts looking around, all weird sorts of weird animations. Let's see, he's looking for the remote. Damn, it's actually running 60. Nice. Yeah, not anymore. Give him a little pop. Relax that. The real reason that Rose doesn't talk about Vamp is probably because MGS4 Vamp works completely differently than MGS2 Vamp. In order to explain his powers, they had to ruin him completely. No, it's just nanomachines. He has increased healing powers. In MGS2, Vamp's wounds don't heal. He doesn't give a fuck that he has open wounds. He just keeps going. You don't see his wounds heal. You see those two gunshots that Raiden inflicts on him always be open. And then he just keeps going and coming back to life. But in MGS4, his wounds heal, close, and they just came up with that to stop people from bitching. His natural healing abilities are enhanced by the nanomachines, yeah, okay. And then all of his skills, the crazy jumps and dodging, the reading, the auto aim, the dodging of everybody firing at him, and he either parries or dodges it. All of that is gone. Now Vamp just, if you try shooting him a little bit with a machine gun or something, like, he just jumps around like an idiot endlessly the more you hit him. And at one point, yeah, he just gets fucking stun locked into jumping around. Like, what the fuck is this? Can you imagine if MGS2 Vamp was like this? Nope. He can't do anything. He can only jump around if you keep hitting him. Ah, fuck.
Take this.
Just completely fucking ruined Vamp. Oh shit. Oh, I seem to not have any healing items. Now that I drain his health once, we don't need to drain it again to grab him. You just get behind him. Yeah, of course, the shadow binding is gone. The throwing knives are considerably nerfed. His dodging sucks. Now he needs to heal his wounds. Since when does he give a shit? But, and people are happy with it. People are like, oh, MGS4 explained to me why Vamp wasn't more than MGS2. Yeah, sure.
Time to finish this.
I was hoping you would have more lines for that. Could at least do a little bit of damage, because like if you knife him normally, it does damage. And then he starts doing his spin, during which you can just slash him some more. Let's have a bunch of different stances and attack, depending on what you do with it. That's mostly useless because most people are just gonna shoot him, yeah, and he's gonna dodge everything and jump around, get sunlocked. I know what we need to do for this. Let's pretend we're in a better game. Okay. Too bad there's no M9. Well, you can just do the stabby move on New Game. You can put the throwing knives away if you shoot them. The other thing we can do, which is actually useful on New Game Plus, yeah. I mean, it's useful in New Game if you don't have the solar gun. We can bait him into doing a couple attacks on the floor. Shit, I'm gonna go get the other ration though. This is kind of luck based. There's a little tiny bit of Yell Dead Cell in that, and that music. I also just stun grenades here. Might be one of the few places, if not the only place, where you can pick up 40mm stun grenades in this game. Oh, he lost me. This way. So if we stay just down on the floor in front of him, he has, oh, he did it right away. He has a stabby attack, and then you move out of the way, and then you can get behind him. You can just inject him like that, even before draining his health or stamina, so because he gets stuck there with the knife. So that's actually the fastest way probably to do it, if you get lucky that he does that attack. I would imagine that it's one of the fastest ways to do it without the solar gun. But nice. He actually has the other little dance attack. We'll do a kick sometimes to align with the other animation. Oh, he's doing a stabby again.
The game ends here.
Oh fuck, that one actually got me. Damn. That'd be enough to move the triangle. Let's see if he does the other one. The little dance that he does during the Raiden cutscene in Act 2. Come on, do the dance. There we go. If we get unlucky, he'll do this. Risk and MGS4. Let's see, we should have some autocon calls now.
What does it take to kill this guy? I've done enough damage to finish him and he's just bouncing back.
That's it. Remember what Naomi said after Raiden fought him in South America? The nano machines in his body are helping him heal at an accelerated rate.
Damn. So conventional attacks won't do any good.
I don't know. But for now, just give him everything you've got.
You know, lower difficulties every time you take him down and he heals himself. Well, first of all, the more you take him down, the slower he heals himself every time. Eventually it will take a few seconds and he'll have like a little healing animation where he's like waving his arms around while he heals, and then he starts talking. When it starts taking a while, he gives you hints. He's like, as long as these nanomachines flow through my veins, you'll never take me down. Unfortunately, all that doesn't work on Extreme. It's kind of cool to see that it's just an animation that we can't see on Extreme. He says some other shit too. Oh yeah, Snake says something about turning him into pink mist with explosives. Why can you run in water? Because tape. He starts doing a little walk here. Sometimes he starts doing a different stance. I have no idea what it depends on. He has another attack stance. See if I can get it. Maybe it's got something to do with the knife. Maybe he recognizes that you're trying to knife him, and he goes like, haha, and he changes stances. Nah, he's not doing it. I want to see his other stance.
Time to finish this. I see you.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Time to finish this. Take this.
He's not doing it. Might as well get the call.
Vamp's nanomachines instantaneously close up any wounds he receives. It's not that conventional attacks don't work. The nanomachines undo the damage before you can finish him off. There must be some special attack method
That's
that can
not how it worked at all.
Think, Snake, think. There must be something.
Yeah, the solar gun or the syringe after the knife.
Take this. Take this. this!
I guess I could just shoot him a little bit for when I recover health. Because he just starts jumping around like an idiot. Hey, let me see if I can get him to change stances. He's still kind of a pure mechanic. I don't know what the fuck does it. Are you a little confused, maybe?
Time to finish this.
I think maybe his different stances, lower difficulty thing, maybe. I don't know. Whoops, probably dead. Oh, close. Yep. Fuck it, we'll just end it. Wait, we didn't do the pink miss call though. I should have loaded up some more healing stuff to show all the different vamp mechanics and attacks.
I'll take care of Rex. You take Vamp. Kill that monster. Detonate. Yes! You did it, Snake!
That's it.
Now, what Vamp really wanted was. Hold on. Damn, he's got those iframes after this animation.
Time to finish this. That's it.
Population.
Time to finish
He's had enough. It's really quick.
Time to finish this.
Fuck, it's not worth it. It's like literally one little animation that he does.
Take this.
I'm gonna knife him. Whichever comes first will end the fight. If he runs out of health, or if he does the animation I'm looking for, Fuck.
Take this! Take this!
There's still a bunch of weird jumps that he does when he loses Snake.
Take this!
I don't think we've seen all of those either.
Take this!
That was just silly to waste an hour trying to get one little 2-second thing this vamp does. Although I do wonder now what his attacks look like when he switches stances. It's pretty fucking rare. He's gonna do it eventually, I think. At least you can lock onto him with auto aim. They kind of kept that in some way, huh? Yeah.
Time to finish this.
This'll do it.
Take this.
Nah, Campbell never talks about it.
Take this. Enough.
Options out.
Time to finish this.
The only occurrence is the flashback where you hear the alien abduction crop circle flashback. Oh, and also the cutscene with Drebin. Where does that flashback to AI Colonel? But it's just hear some lines from it, and then that's it. Yeah, they don't do it right. Maybe fight punch. Like a bad MGO match.
Time to finish this. Take this. What? Take this. Is this your best? Take this. Enough.
He's an asshole, he's not doing it.
Time to
You can bully him a little bit.
this.
It's still taking longer to regenerate each time. But he doesn't wait around, he just attacks during it. What the fuck?
Take this.
I don't know how to get him to switch stances. It just happens. Not enough riding in here.
Time to finish this.
Could almost regenerate as fast as him.
It's no use. He keeps regenerating. What do we do? What do we do?
Ottoman starts panicking. Dang, you gotta take him down quite a few times for that.
That's it.
Make him pay, Snake. Do whatever it takes. Damn it. It looks like conventional attacks won't be enough after all.
If only we had a bomb. Turn him into a cloud of pink
Oh,
smoke.
it's pink smoke,
Snake,
not mist.
there's only one option left. Find some way to stop his nanomachines from working. It could be the silver bullet we're looking for.
But how?
Think, Snake. There must be a way. Damn it.
Explosives don't really do much to him either. He gets the C4 in his ass. And he probably just jumps away from it.
Enough. Dodged this.
Somebody's gonna start backseating it soon. At this rate, I can't get the stupid animation. Yeah, he just jumps away from it. Oh, he's doing the little spin. No, do explosions always make him do that? I wonder. Oh, yeah, they do. At least the C4 does. Let's see.
Time to finish this. Take this.
What? Oh no, that actually does damage. Weird sound effect to it. Oh, and he spins again.
Time to finish this.
Fuck it.
Time to finish this.
Oh, he jumps all over rocks too if he goes that way. Could have been a vamp beauty phase in the void.
Damn it.
Otto can say something eventually.
Damn it. Damn it.
I mean, other than damn it. No.
Time to finish this.
Maybe take him down a little more. It's a mid animation, so then.
Time to finish this.
But
Is this your best?
why does that just automatically do damage like that?
Take this. Time to finish this.
I've got it!
Oh,
Naomi's syringe. Those drugs suppress nanomachine activity.
The syringe.
It ought to work on the nanomachines in Vamp's body, too. Stop his life from recovering so fast. Use Naomi's syringe to pump him full of the drugs.
He also pumped Naomi full of something. Incidentally.
Snake, use the syringe Naomi gave you. Inject Vamp with the nanomachine suppressing drugs. Snake.
Snake, I don't know much about Vamp, so there...
It's past midnight, so Rose pain.
You're the only one who can save Dr. Hunter. Remember to take good care of your sight gauge and finish that.
Now! Grab Vamp!
Oh, we get additional backseating. Let's see, there's more. Oh, he's still regenerating. Pretty slow now.
The syringe, Snake! Use it!
Oh, it's been backseating. Oh, look how slow it is now. Damn. I basically can't hit him during that. Oh, come on. I was rolling around and it stopped me for the animation. Nice, I didn't know it did that actually. He's still not changing stances. Take a second here.
Okay, now use CQC.
Where are you? Vanished. Vanished.
Otacon, tell me more. Look at this 60 FPS. Eventually, every time you take him down, you have built-in backseating from Otacon. Nice. How do I do this?
Snake, you...
It's trolling him every time.
Snake, use the syringe Naomi gave you.
Vanished. Vanished. So that's where you are.
Wow, that's pretty dodged it. But that's because it made my camo index drop. Oh, did the Octocamo glitch? It did, look at the shit. Octocamo texture misting or something. Shiny, misty, glossy texture. It happens a few times. Very rarely, I should say. Yep. I've seen it happen before. Let's see. It's probably this specific texture. That's fucked. Let's see this one. This one's fine. Alright, now it's back. No, this is it. This is what this was supposed to be. He's regenerating. Doesn't matter what you do to him. Fuck it, let's end it. That was enough fucking around. There's a couple jumps and a couple different attack stances that we haven't seen, but whatever. Inject him with the iPod. Snake puts the earbuds in Vamp and starts playing Queen Snake's music. Or Phantom Pain music.
What have you done? Now you're a mere mortal, like the rest of us.
Clever. But can you kill this
Phantom Pain music is just no music. Queen Snake's music is bad. I really don't know what music. Can you name me one stage with one background track that has a name? What's the theme of Unzoya Badyabu? What's the theme of Bola Yamasa? Personally, I love the theme from Bola Yamasa.
Snake, sorry to have kept you all waiting. You ready for this?
Oh man, I forgot to show. Maybe we can still do it during. Get good thing. Damn it. All this fucking around with Vamp. Maybe it still works after. Or only works after, huh?
How about it, undying man? Care to die too?
Sorry, but I can't die just yet.
Then kill me.
I couldn't recall or tell you or hum what the Mfinda oil field theme is if you gave me $100 or $100 million. It's just completely fucking anonymous, unmemorable background noise. It's not music, it's at best background atmosphere. Seriously, I could be held at gunpoint right now. I couldn't tell you what the fuck it sounds like. Because it's just the most unmemorable shit ever. Background noise. Not music. Finda.
You are a scout too, are you not?
But the theme of the Ooga Booga supply outpost. What about the theme of the Shitfap ruins? No music. probably have like 10,000 hours in Phantom Pain. I can tell you what it sounds like. Nova Braga Airport. Yes, 8 digits. Thank you for the 5 months. Speaking of memorable music, hold on, I want to see a little something before we do the meme here. If we look, it's before the fight, not after. Damn it. If you look at Sunny, I guess during the vamp fight, you can see her looking around everywhere in the Nomad. She's like checking under the desk or whatever, different areas. She's just looking around for Raiden. Which is weird, because apparently Raiden snuck out. But he says, Sonny gave me the go-ahead. And then Sonny also gave him the message to give to Naomi, right? I cooked them right. Yeah, the signal that Fox Alive is done. And that's when Naomi decides to kill herself, because Fox Alive is finished. She no longer needs to be around, even though she has many things left to say to the real big boss, but whatever. So it's weird that you can see Sonny looking around for Raiden, but like she must have known that he left, because she gave him the message. And then he says, Sonny gave me the go-ahead. So I don't know why. Maybe it's some leftover thing that she's looking around for Raiden. But anyway, best music incoming. Take this in Finda oil field. We're looking for the PSP. What if Raiden took the PSP? So that's easy to forget about that, because I'm already going through all the things to show during the vamp fight. Just forgot about it. I must have paused the game at some point, so it was there. I just wasn't looking at it. No, it's not time for the clap of his ass cheeks yet. Damn, it really does only take 2 non-card shots. Not bad. For some reason the gecko... Oh, here comes the clapping. For some reason the geckos need to blow themselves up right in front of Snake. Even though they have nuclear modules.
No way.
It just works.
Snake, get out of the way!
Rex.
This thing might come in handy after all.
Take this!
Yo, okay, Aries with a 10-pack. Thank you so much, man.
His natural healing abilities were enhanced by the nanomachines inside his body.
Oh, that's right. There's discounted gift subs right now.
But after
Nice.
so many battles, he's finally reached his limit.
Doctor, ease my pain.
Naomi. Sonny asked me to tell you something.
What is it?
You're a real egotistical woman.
Right.
Oh. That's the signal. The Fox Alive is complete. And when Naomi decides that she has to unhero herself.
Good for you, Sonny. You finally did it.
Even though Naomi, Raiden, Eva, they all knew that the real boss is still there. Well, pocket cancer, let's go.
I can't save you.
I know, I didn't have the clip handy. It should be a sound effect. Bits, counterpoints, whereas...
Now you can return to your true self. You can be at peace. Yes.
Vamps here so he could have his powers explained, of course. One of the main things that people bitched about in MGS2. And MGS4 being made to explain MGS2 badly, so people would shut up. Of course he had to be there.
We can't erase the past, nor can we forgive it. And so the only thing we can do is end it. Snake. Liquid's down below us. He's stolen the Patriot system, slipped out of their sight, and taken their Ark.
Ark?
A warship. Unfettered by land, law, country, or network. The only place where they are truly released from the shackles of the Patriots. The place where they can be free. Outer Haven.
Outer Haven?
Liquid plans to launch the nuke from that ship.
Future installment? Kojima? MGS4 Kojima?
Snake.
Listen here.
You have been given life so that you may fulfill your purpose. When all of this is over, you'll have no choice but to accept death.
By telling MGS4 Kojima that there's a future installment,
We are given life only so that we can atone for our sins.
he will laugh in your face.
Your life was created for that very purpose. We all must atone for our own sins. We must not pass them on to the next generation. We must not leave them for the future. That is your true fate. One that even you cannot defy.
How should we kill off Naomi? Vamp, geckos, maybe get stepped on by Rex. Literally anything, even Raiden. Fucking Raiden called killer, but no. Pocket cancer.
We're living corpses. Our bodies kept barely alive by nanomachines.
Then you...
Cancer. I shouldn't even be alive right now. The nanomachines have kept it from progressing. But there's nothing more they can do. With the nanomachines gone, time will unfreeze and begin to flow again.
Let's see if I can find that message.
Goodbye. Hell. Don't!
Fuck, how do you spell a guy's name? It's like a weird spelling.
Give my best to Sonny. Naomi, don't do it.
Got it. You can't pin messages from chat history though. Can you imagine if you could do that? Actually, you can pin somebody's old chat history. That would be nice, actually. Oh, they have her dying in the same spot that Gray Fox died. But come on, could have been so many different ways. You know, she's been injecting herself with that shit the whole game, but now it's killing her.
You have such beautiful eyes.
I think you might be missing some core information.
I'm sorry for everything.
I love good chat. One guy's like, she could have fucked him. The other guy's like, it's a guilt of fucking him.
Now go!
Let's get moving.
Why does it always end this way?
Back on! Come on! Pull yourself together!
I guess I don't need the turbo controller for this anymore. We got the trophy.
Get coming.
You're right. I haven't lost everything yet. I've still got a job to do.
That's right. We need you.
Naomi wanted to wipe out the Patriots. Liquid wanted to wipe out the Patriots.
I don't have any more tears to shed.
So do Snake and Otacon.
We have
But
to get out of here.
somehow.
Time's running short.
Okay.
So I'll explain as we go. Pay close attention.
Naomi goes back and forth between the two. But she couldn't finish. Fox Lie. This stupid fucking name. Quick step on her. It would have made perfect sense too. Snake just started piloting Rex. He doesn't know exactly how it works yet, and swish. Damn. It's like a different time. MGS4 story defenders. Usually you have to deal with Phantom Pain defenders. So, yeah. Interesting. Quick step on her. Okay. We'll just get back to the real controller, I guess. Shit. What? No. Too much fucking around with these controllers.
Snake. I've made Rex's control manual available. Check it out before you get started.
Yes, let's go. You realize that all the characters just do one thing in their character development approach MGS4. It is what it is. Yeah, this shit is fucking loud. I know, it's annoying. That once you understand MGS4, the character is doing 180-degree turns under character development, scope, and direction in the first place. It is what it is. The actual most complex and misunderstood character, either MGS2 Raiden or MGS3 Naked Snake. Misunderstood in the sense that people don't understand that it was made to make, he was made into an idiot. Actually, they both have that trait, both Raiden and Naked Snake, representing the player being clueless, although in different ways. But at least for Raiden, it's the context of it is there in the game. For Naked Snake, it's just, for MGS2 they tell you in the game. For MGS3 they don't, which perhaps makes it even more even easier to miss. MGS2 tells you that it's a simulation and you're this rookie that has no clue at the beginning, and you're a representation of the player. It makes it very obvious. But MGS3 doesn't. MGS3 just goes over people's heads all the time, making Naked Snake an idiot. Perhaps it's even more genius. Anyway, what's going on here? Otagon's sad. Actually, he's kind of okay.
Go, Snake, go!
things had to happen that way, Snake. But there'll be time to mourn later. For now, you have to get out of there as fast as you can. Go.
It is kind of genius because one game went over people's heads, MGS2, and the next game also goes over people's heads, but in a way that pleases them, so they no longer care. That's what MGS3 is.
Time is not a... Just in case you forget anything.
Fuck it. Okay, to be really in-depth here, we'll wait 2 minutes for the explosion, right? Right? Two minutes to explain MGS3 going over people's heads. Just watch the VOD during this run. The beginning of MGS3 story run. I ramble about it for like an hour. Or really most of the other MGS3 story runs I do. I'm just waiting for the timer. You can kind of play music with Rex. Let's see.
Less than 1 minute left until detonation. Hurry, Snake!
I'm penning this message for a while.
30 seconds to detonation. Move as fast as Rex will take you.
Engaging self-termination procedure.
Here we go.
Engaging self-termination procedure. Self-termination preparation complete. Self-termination preparation complete in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3,
Dick spinning.
2, 1.
Just like in MGS1, the timer does nothing when it reaches 0. Although this one might be more of a technicality, and MGS1 it's for a story reason. This one I think stops happening when you're close enough with the exit. In MGS1 it just, the bombing never happens. But yeah, nothing happens. But if you're not close enough to the exit, the explosion does happen. Alright, now this cutscene makes even less sense, because the timer is still going here. I think I like Rex more than Ray, but it's pretty close. Yeah, anything I'm just 1 and 2, just two sides of the same coin. Close. The games, the music, Rex and Ray. I mean, the gameplay of this MGS2 is considerably harder than 1.
They self-destructed. What's that?
Imagine thinking that the other games don't play with Vader's emotions. Philanthropos can eat my whole ass.
You bastard! Where our fates were born,
Sahelanthropus is Sagan's shit nightmare. Metal Gear. Alright, let's see how Rex can be Ray.
I hate to say it, but I think Liquid's got the advantage when it comes to piloting Metal Gear. After all, he's had Ray in his hands for quite some time now. But not to worry. I was Rex's lead designer, and I'm here to support you. I've installed an emulator of Rex's main CPU and DSP on Gaudi. We'll run it in parallel with Rex's processors to enable distributed processing of control tasks. It'll give us a big boost in throughput, which should make Rex as fast and agile as Ray.
Well, I have no idea what that means, but it sounds good to me.
It's okay, Snake. I know you can win this.
Thanks, Omicron.
Do me a favor, Snake. Get as close to Ray as you can.
Get closer? What the hell for?
I created a special control program back when I was designing Rex. I thought it might come in handy here.
What kind of program?
Rex is armed with powerful self-defense systems, missiles, laser, designed to protect it during solo ops overseas. But some of us engineers were worried about what would happen if it found itself in a close-range shootout. We got to thinking, why not use Rex's tough shell as a weapon in itself? In other words, why not make it into a street fighter? The program was completed, and we got fantastic results on a supercomputer simulation. But the project was shelved before we could make our pitch. Didn't fit in with military regulations. But I went ahead and installed the program anyway. You know, secretly.
Seriously?
I just rechecked the program on Gaudi's simulator, and as far as I can tell, it should still work fine.
Okay, just tell me how to use it.
The program is still in alpha, so it's low on flexibility, and only gives results in specific cases. I'll give you a signal when the conditions are right to activate it. When you see the signal, just press the action button, and Ray won't even know what hit it. But first, you have to get close to Ray.
Let's do it.
All right. That's what I like to hear.
That means Ray. The random mass-produced Outer Haven Ray. You see many others like it.
So Liquid finally shows his face. It's the moment of truth, Snake. The man you've pursued all this time is standing right in front of you. I know it's tough to keep a cool head, but stay focused and watch his movements closely. It's up to you, Snake. Eyes on the prize.
Alpha, like Phantom Pain's pre-alpha state of completion. It's still an alpha.
Come on, Snake. You can't let Liquid beat you.
Too bad the Ray theme is a shitty digital graphic novel one. Damn it. Like, what even is this music? Oh well. Close enough.
Let's finish this, Snake. Ray is a good designer. You've got me on your side. You can't lose. Crush Ray and Liquid with it.
No, it's not a chapter 3 meme. Not unfinished because of chapter 3. Even what we got isn't finished. Oh shit. Nice.
Good job, Snake. Keep it coming. Ray is wide open right after you dodge and attack. Keep dodging them and wait for your chance to counterattack.
But people still don't know the Sahelanthropus just doesn't work. Damn.
Use the water cutter. This is your chance to attack
I guess. Well, even if you don't listen to the tapes, you have Huey going, Sahelanthropus, how? When it shows up. And maybe when they interrogate him as well. Oh, nice. And no room to dodge there. This also kind of looks like the last fight where you can taunt and recover health by taunting, but it's not worth doing during this fight. During the last fight in Act 5, it's very much worth it. Let's see if we can get it. He's gonna gain a lot more health. He just ignored me. Come on. He regained a shitload of health, and I didn't get any. But you can do the same thing as the fist fight at the end. Press triangle to dog shit. Oh, that was close. Oops. Hit the button. You know, this controller has to go. I thought it'd be a usable turbo controller, but it sucks. I guess we also have the amphibious attack that he does, where he dives in and out of the water, but now that the arms are destroyed, I guess Ray is no longer amphibious, so he stops doing it this late into the fight. Also, the music glitched. You guys hear that? I turned off the iPod and there's no music. That's odd. It's like I turn it off here. Which maybe is a little bit more peaceful. Damn, even if you turn it off and on again, it doesn't work. Wait, maybe if I pause and unpause. No, the music is just gone. Damn. We're just chilling with Metal Gears. What's up? Oh, he wanted to taunt again. He healed a lot. What happened to the music? Can I heal too with this taunting, or is it a scam? Fuck. It was a scam.
Gowdy's connection with Rex was cut. What's going on? Snake?
It was a scam. Is the music back now? Okay. Let's let him do his water land attack. Haven't seen it in a long time. We gotta leave it and somewhat intact for it to work. But yeah, Rex can beat Ray because Ottoman's running an emulator at the same time. And because he put a Street Fighter program in it. Just do a little bit of chip damage.
And wait for your chance to counterattack.
Oh shit. Is it going through the water now? Nope. Sucks when there's no room to dodge. And another thing, I don't really know what triggers it. Damn, I dodged too early. Twice? Wow, sometimes you get stun locked like that.
Let's finish this, Snake. Ray may have been designed as a wrestler. You've got me on your side. You can't lose. Crush Ray and
Maybe I had to stand next to the water. Could it be? That's what triggers it. I know. Then it wouldn't be as fan servicey. Damn, he's pretty far now. Wow. Just spamming missiles, just like the Raisin who used to.
Ray leaves itself wide open right after you dodge its attack. Keep dodging them and wait for your chance to counterattack.
Oh, nice, the laugh. What the heck? It just did a weird slide that I used to go underwater, like on land.
Now's your chance.
What the fuck? Again? What the shit? Okay, he's not going to the water. Or you can just spam the laser and the triangle points. It's pretty safe that way. Oh, here we go. Finally, he's doing it. Damn. How much damage did that do? Okay. Holy fuck. The stun lock. It just clips through though. It's kind of lame. It's like, okay, raise amphibious. We gotta use it somehow during the fight. Honestly, the laser is the best way to do it. You can kind of stun lock it with the laser. This laser triangle, repeat. There's a way to do a fuck ton of damage with the laser. There's some sort of glitch or oversight with it that lets you do a shit ton of damage. I only did it like once, accidentally, before. But you can pretty much, like, almost immediately destroy it with the laser. Get back here. Yeah, you can hear Snake's runs somehow. Whole sort of machine noises. No, no damage.
Don't let a single one slip through.
Just heal.
There's not enough power left. Wait for the energy to
Yes, shut the fuck up, Autobot.
Where's Liquid?
Snake! Fox. Think again. Sorry, but that won't work this time. Behold! Liquid! everything ends, and everything begins. But as for you, brother, you'll stay here to mark this island's watery grave. Die, snake!
By the way, I was on your side the whole time. Okay guys, Raiden's gonna pick him up and move Snake out of the way, right? Right?
Sonny, forgive me.
Why doesn't Raiden just down dash through the ship? Is he stupid? A fate worse than death. Rose flashbacks.
Do you remember the day we met?
Yeah, it was in front of Federal Hall. There were all these tourists around you.
They were asking me which building it was that King Kong was climbing in the movie. I said it was probably the Chrysler Building. And then you showed up and started mouthing off. You were like, no, it's the Empire State.
I said the Chrysler Building was in Godzilla.
We started arguing, and I forgot all about the tourists.
The next thing we knew, the tourists had gone away. And a week later, I found you again by coincidence out in the base corridor.
An amazing coincidence.
That night, we went up to the top of the Empire State Building.
It was so beautiful.
I didn't care anymore who was right.
And that was our first date.
We watched King Kong in your apartment a bunch of times that night. Didn't sleep till morning.
Mount Snakemore is in a little protrusion on top. You can see it in a different shot too, but it's like really small compared to the rest of the ship. And then there's some people saying that it's octo camo, that it goes away after. Rose or Naomi? MGS4 Naomi. Yeah, it kind of does go away, I guess, after. Probably. It's one of those protrusions there. You see sticking out of the top. I like how Rose is written in MGS2. Everybody hates her. It's a testament to how realistically written and accurate she is. Rose might be the most realistically written character in the series in MGS2. Some of those conversations, I mean, it's easy because most of those conversations are based on Kojima's actual real life experience with women, so. Damn. He was projecting everything in his games. Just about everything that he feels or thinks about.
Haven is
Or
headed
that
south
happens
over
to
the
him.
Pacific at a speed of 33 knots.
His mom died during Death Stranding development. Here, now you gotta deliver your mom's corpse in Death Stranding.
Can't this thing go any faster?
Fucking COVID happened during Death Stranding 2's development. Now he's like, please think about COVID during Death Stranding 2.
A U.S. military satellite disguised as orbital debris.
Let's look at Milling's ass.
Haven will have to surface in order to use the railgun.
If we can figure out JD's orbit. We should be able to predict where Haven's gonna surface.
JD is in a synchronous elliptical orbit, so its next perigee...
Maybe Kojima had diarrhea one day, and there you have Johnny, yeah?
Got it. 15 hours, 6 minutes, and 12 seconds.
Right. In 15 hours, it's going to be over the Bering Sea, 494 nautical miles from the Bering Strait. Haven knows it too. They'll be holding position in that area.
Do they really have to get that close to launch?
The nukes fired by Rex's railgun have a damage radius of approximately 300 meters. The target is a moving satellite that's traveling at 10 kilometers per second. To get the precision they need, they have to get as close as they possibly can.
Wonder how Death Stranding 2 is gonna depict or reference COVID.
The Missouri can use that time to
The isolation thing was already there, but
Will we make it?
some people with masks, some without.
hour to close the gap. After that, the Missouri
Some
needs to
saying it's
strike
fake,
before Haven's launch preparations are complete.
and some saying it's real.
This ship was stripped of most of its equipment, and she's got no electronic
I mean, what
warfare
fucking problem would they have with it? Yeah, they're already isolated.
no radar, no high-tech weaponry. We'll have to rely on our own eyes to track the enemy.
Find out soon enough.
From the looks of it, Haven is going to use a railgun mounted on the bridge to destroy JD.
Doesn't mean that he's gonna depict it, but he did tell people to keep in mind that what was going on.
Why can't we attack it from here?
Didn't he rewrite the whole game because of it, though? I think he went as far as rewriting, changing the direction of DS2 because of COVID.
Yes, Dr. Emmerich is right. That's why we need to destroy GW from the inside, before attacking Haven itself.
Liquid's very own Death Star.
All right, everybody, here's the plan. We know Haven will have to surface in order to fire the railgun.
You
When
just
it
can't
does,
resist that ass.
Missouri will see it. We'll make a quick approach and deliver a strike team. Our goal is twofold. Prevent that nuke from launching, and wipe out GW's programming. The enemy relies entirely on electronic means of threat detection, so they won't be able to see the Missouri until they surface. We'll launch the strike team from catapults at the exact moment Haven's armored cover opens. They'll then penetrate GW's physical server room and infect it with a worm cluster.
But what if they shut down GW before we get in there?
Liquid is already entrenched within the Patriots network. He needs to stay there, or destroying JD won't serve him any purpose. They can't afford to have GW shut down.
And let's not forget, Liquid will throw everything he's got at stopping the strike team.
Exactly.
That Kojima mocap guy is not here.
GW is defended by directed energy weapons that emit certain types of microwaves.
Did you say Microwaves?
That's right. And at that frequency, the waves will start to evaporate any living person within range.
A giant microwave oven. You'd have to have a death wish to go in
Oh
there.
yeah. Only Johnny's arm was motion captured by Kojima.
Snake, this isn't the time for your stupid jokes.
Outside the corridor, Liquid soldiers will be out in full force. Inside, there'll be unmanned weapons waiting for us.
Where are you getting all this information? You really think there's a way to destroy GW?
Yes, I do. She left us something that'll point us in the right direction.
Naomi helped with the preparations to stop Haven's launch.
Naomi?
All of our internal data on Haven came from her. The reason she got on the Nomad with us in the first place was to get close to me. But she ended up turning to Sunny instead.
What do you mean?
She left her plan in Sunny's hands.
This entire operation is based on the data she left us.
Whose side was she on, anyway?
We'll never know exactly what her true intentions were. But one thing's for sure. She was determined to stop Liquid.
Promise. Promise me. You'll carry on. Or will.
Come on, guys. Somebody say something positive. Anything.
Attention! Listen up. A wise man once wrote, "The tongues of dying men enforce attention like deep harmony. Where words are spent, they are seldom spent in vain." Any other questions? Yes, Snake?
Anybody got a smoke?
Snake.
So this program, you're saying Sunny wrote it?
Actually, only about a third of it is her work. Naomi
You
was
look
working
at-
on a program to destroy GW.
If you look at Arco's glasses when he mentions Emma and Naomi, he does the anima reflection in it.
Sunny went fishing in my library to see if there was any source code she could use to complete it. Eventually,
Very easy
she
to
found
miss.
some. It was Emma's worm cluster.
Must be his otaku powers, I don't know.
She took my sister's code and worked it into Naomi's program.
Like when he adjusts his glasses.
I didn't have time to look over every single line of code. But what I did see reminded me of Emma. It was like she left traces of herself behind in the structure. But this worm cluster that Sunny created, it's even better than Emma's. Sunny's worm destroys the AI's intellect by triggering apoptosis in the cells. Once uploaded
You got
into
Delta,
GW,
you got
it
Volume
should do some
2,
real
maybe.
damage.
More remakes and remasters.
Snake, you ever think about quitting?
Why? It's not like I've got my health to worry about.
you trying to kill yourself? So, you're dead set on going to Haven yourself. Why don't we get somebody else to go? There's no need for you to do it.
I still have things left to do. Besides smoke.
71 minutes from the last fight to the ending credits cutscene. The whole ending is 71 minutes.
Jump off the ship with me.
I don't think so. I've still got things to do myself. And I don't even smoke.
Snake just casually suggesting mass suicide there to Otacon. What a cheerful little game. Alright.
Captain, enemy vessel at 300 meters and still rising.
And the engines.
No problems to report.
Prepare to go full speed ahead, and get the strike team ready for immediate launch.
Aye, aye, Captain.
How long until it surfaces?
About 20 minutes.
Right on schedule. When she surfaces and opens up her armor, we'll move in as planned.
Aye, Captain. Captain,
Yes?
this is my first real engagement.
I see. Your point?
At first, getting assigned to this ship was a big letdown for me. But the inaction was kind of a relief, too. Captain, I'm scared.
It's okay. I'm scared too. This is also my first time. But I'm not going to let it get to me, because I'm more scared of what'll happen if I run away. Nobody is going to die on my watch. This ship is going back to Hawaii in one piece. That, I promise.
Right. Thank you.
Is he?
He'll live, but he's in no shape to fight. Best to let him rest.
Right.
Without the system to protect them, everybody's losing their nerve. They say SOP's after effects are so bad that a lot of soldiers are deserting.
The only people I have left to rely on are Marilyn, him.
Kind of an unknown quantity, isn't he?
I hooked him up with a non-ID M82. Fancy meeting you here.
What are you doing here?
I laundered these guys' IDs, then issued them new naked weapons, including that catapult you're gonna be riding. Business has been slow ever since Liquid got his hands on the system. His extra orders stopped coming in. Now that all the weapons all over the world are locked, the only ones still looking to fight would be you and yours. They tell me it's not economical to replace all that useless equipment on the battlefield with my stuff. So I made an extra special trip out here, just for you.
Driven, do you even have the slightest idea what's going on here?
Of course I do. See, when it comes down to it, the world's like this soda here. Once the bubbles are gone, I ain't got no use for it. It's worth nothing. I'm on the side of whoever needs me the most. You dig? If you need anything, just say the word. I'm setting up shop here for a spell. Enjoy it. Could be your last.
It is. I'm all out. All right.
Looks like that last smoke will have to wait after all. Later.
Hey, here. Oh, thanks.
You're over there. There.
Snake, can you hear me? Liquid's warship, Outer Haven, is a modified version of an Arsenal gear model stolen from the Patriots. Inside, it's crawling with Irving and other unmanned weapons. According to Naomi's data, Haven is crewed by a battalion of enhanced soldiers, each called from the best the PMCs have to offer. If Liquid succeeds in destroying JD and gaining control of the Patriot system, he'll make Haven his flagship, and his PMCs will spread like wildfire across the globe. And then, mankind's armed subjugation will begin.
Captain, Haven sighted.
Prepare to fire, main gun!
Listen closely. This is our last chance to stop Liquid from enslaving the planet. Meryl, can you hear me? It's time. Time to do your duty. Remember, no matter what happens, I'll be with you till the very end. You my pride and joy.
Railgun is exposed.
There it is. A naked nuke.
Let's finish it, Snake. Let this be our last battle. If we're responsible for Liquid's sins, then the onus is ours to bear.
Right.
Enemy moving to intercept!
Maintain full speed!
Failure will spell doom for the human race. You've got to stop them from using that railgun. Then annihilate GW.
The enemy is returning fire!
All hands, prepare for impact! Brace yourselves!
It's okay, Johnny Turbo shards himself back onto the ship with the M82. Almost time for the next episode of the podcast. Sorry, the world-renowned MGS4 Integral Podcast. We got a full backseating episode here.
Snake,
Where are you?
sorry. It's my ankle.
Can you walk?
I think so. Ah!
Are you okay?
Hurts a hell of a lot more without SOP.
Makes you feel alive, doesn't it? What about Occupy?
He fell into the ocean. Snake, I'll catch up soon. You go ahead.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
We get the tiniest call from Mei Ling here. Alright. Let's do it. Second last podcast.
Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Broadcasted from Konami HQ in downtown Tokyo, it's the world-renowned Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
Hello everyone and welcome to episode number 10 of the MGS4 Integral Podcast. I'm Sean Eyestone and once again I'm here with Aki Saito.
Hi everyone.
And Ken Imaizumi.
Hello.
Yeah, so the first thing we're going to do is as soon as the stage starts, the first thing you want to do is jump into the pause menu. Okay.
So today, where was our meeting point?
We are at Outer Haven, and we are at the beginning of the stage, basically. So right after you catapult onto the ship, and we are on the ship bow. First things first, this stage is full of action. It's very easy to get spotted, and also it's in caution phase from the beginning. So from the outset, you're already in caution mode. So anything you do, if you get spotted or anything like that, it'll trigger an alert, and the alert will basically continue all the way till the end of the stage. So it's going to be pretty difficult for people to get through this particular stage, I think, while listening to the podcast. So if you get spotted, I'm sorry, but you're going to have to start over again. The thing is, it's a very difficult stage. And so our goal this time with this podcast is a little bit different from, the earlier stages. What we're going to do is we're just going to try and give people the correct route to get through the stage without getting spotted.
Ooh, that's cool.
Because it's a very difficult stage, and there are a lot of, little tricks that you can do to get through the stage that a lot of people may not be aware of.
I never even realized that you could get through without getting spotted.
Yeah, exactly. I think a lot of people actually think that. They think,
It's really, really hard.
Yeah.
But once you know it, and then it's going to be
Were you able to do it, Ken?
Sort of.
Yeah. And that's the producer's call. So anyways, so it's that difficult, right?
Right. What's really important in order to get through the stage without being spotted is to make sure that your camouflage is really good. Because basically, there's guards everywhere. Yeah. And if you don't have your camouflage percentage up to max, you're going to be spotted, Okay. So the first thing you want to do is go into your menu, go to camouflage, make sure you have your octo camo equipped, and then also for your face, make sure that you have the face camo equipped as well. And what this will do is it'll enable you to get up to 99% on your camo, your camo meter, and that basically means that for the most part, the Haven Troopers will not see you unless they're right on top of you. So as long as you duck down and stay still, you should be okay.
Okay.
All right.
Let's move on, Sean.
Okay. All right, let's go. Okay, as soon as you come out of this pause menu, let's put those Haven Troopers to sleep.
Good job, Snake. You made it on board. Welcome to Haven. Enemy units are already on their way.
Go down, grab the camo pattern from the floor, and then directly to your left of the start point, you'll see there's a trap door on the ground. So first thing you want to do is run to this trap door, press triangle, and climb inside very quickly. Alright, so I think a lot of people may not have noticed this trap door because it does kind of blend in with the floor.
Yeah, maybe most of the people think that's a texture pattern.
Right. They see it there, but they don't think maybe that you can go in. But if you go up to it, you actually see the triangle icon comes up, which means that you can use triangle, use your
Did you know this, Aki?
No. I kind of just went through the left side and tried to avoid those Haven Troopers coming. And I didn't even notice. Well, first of all, I didn't put on my face camo to start with. But anyways.
Okay, now you know. So.
Yes,
now you know.
I think everyone starts battling right from the start.
Yeah, majority of the people, I think, too.
Right.
Okay.
So we're in this duct now. What this is it basically connects the east and west sides of the ship bow. So from here, we can crawl to the west.
Wow.
And you'll crawl under the bow. If you look up, you can see there's a grate above you. And you can see the Haven Troopers patrolling above. So be careful not to make any noise, because if you do, they'll hear you. As you crawl through, you'll get this iPod music. So let's keep on going. Continue on through the duct. You'll come to another opening. And here you'll get an RPG-7.
Cool.
Pick that up. And continue on. Climb up this slope. And when you get to the top of the slope, it kind of opens up, and you'll see a trap door on the ceiling, kind of in the center of this square room, I guess you could say. So press triangle under that trap door, and you'll climb out. So as soon as you climb out, careful, because you'll see Haven Troopers jumping down to the south. So just kind of crouch behind this container-looking thing and wait for them to finish their patrol route. So once the one ahead of you starts jumping away, sneak around to the other side, check left and right, make sure there's one here, run ahead.
Wow, this is really challenging, isn't it?
Yeah, it's best to keep crouched also as you do this.
Yeah.
And you'll see this canvassed
Wall.
container,
Yeah,
it's like a
container.
canvassed
Yeah.
wall. So just kind of hide behind here for a bit and wait for the patrols to pass by.
I see.
Yeah. And one thing to point out also is that I think a lot of people maybe take the threat ring for granted, but in this stage, you really should pay attention to your threat ring because it's very useful. You can see where the enemies are in relation to Snake and know which direction they're coming from. So definitely pay attention to the threat ring as you're going through.
Yeah.
And so what we want to do is just go to this wall, take the octo camo, and then crouch down. At this point, your camo percentage should be at 99%. So when the Haven troopers come around this corner, they will basically pass right by you. Unless you move or something, they won't be able to see you. So just don't draw any attention to yourself. And I think a lot of people freak out at this point because they see the Haven troopers coming, like, oh god, and they try to attack or something. But the best thing to do is just stay still and let them walk past.
Wow, there's 99%. What happens if you don't have the face camo?
If you don't have the face camo, your camo percentage will be lower,
Yeah.
and you probably will be spotted.
Oh.
So yeah, definitely make sure you
So
have
you
the face
have
camo.
to, you have to wear.
Yes.
face camo.
Wow.
Okay, so when they start turning away, start walking away, then that's your chance. So move around this container, and then you'll see a ladder right on the other side.
Yes.
So let's climb up this ladder. When you get to the top, you can climb off to the left onto this balcony, and there's another ladder here. So pick up the item, the arsenal compress, then climb up the ladder. And then at the top of the ladder here, it looks like it doesn't go anywhere, right? It's just kind of like a dead end. But actually, if you look to the right of the ladder, you'll see that there is actually a rail here. And you can actually climb onto this rail. So while you're on the ladder, press to the right.
They mentioned the solid eye thing during the mountain trail.
Move along the rail until you get over the second balcony, kind of to your right, and drop down onto that. And you'll get some railgun ammo.
Wow, okay.
You'll hear some Haven troopers jumping down, so be careful. Next thing we want to do is jump from this balcony onto that duct that you see kind of to your southwest. So we'll jump onto that duct.
That's the
switch
music.
it on. Crouch down, get your octocam again, make sure the coast is clear.
We're going to try to stay on this duct?
So just stay on the top of this duct and follow it.
Yeah, but they also don't tell you to use the solid eye here.
South, so just keep on following this. And while you're on here, you'll notice that a Haven trooper actually drops down right above you. And you can tell this by looking at the shadow on the ground. Right. So this is a really valuable strategy here in Haven, because you have these Haven troopers that just kind of they can jump anywhere, right? They can jump really high, and they'll just suddenly drop down out of nowhere. So what you want to do is really keep an eye on the shadows. All the catwalks here allow light to pass through.
Perfect rules, thank you for
So
98
you wanna
months.
keep an eye out for those shadows to see if the Haven troopers are jumping down. And we actually did a lot of balancing here to make sure that you could see these shadows.
I see.
Because we don't want people to just get suddenly found without any way of knowing that they're going to be found. So yeah, this is the method. Just keep an eye on the shadows.
This is very useful tips.
Yeah, this time it's a lot of practical game tips.
Very real sneaking.
Yeah.
True.
So when the coast looks clear, jump across onto this balcony and quickly run around the corner. So you should have jumped across the balcony. That's across the duct. It's on the west side. So jump onto that balcony, then run on the corner, and you can then jump onto another duct. When you're around the corner, there's going to be a ladder, but you don't want to climb down that ladder. What you want to do is actually jump onto this other duct that's right on the other side of the ladder.
Yeah.
So we'll do that, and that's to the west.
Okay.
So jump into the duct and crouch down. And you'll see that it looks like a dead end, but there's actually, if you crawl, you can actually crawl under this fence here along the top of the duct.
Yes.
So go ahead and do that. You should be heading to the south.
Agent Batty with 26 months, thank you.
South.
Right. And to your left here, you'll see there's a PSS handgun. So people who want to pick that up can go ahead and pick that up.
Okay.
But otherwise, what you want to do is head straight ahead till you get to the end of this duct. Ahead of you, you'll see some Haven troopers patrolling. So be careful, don't jump down yet. Wait until the coast is clear. And what we're going to want to do is as soon as these Haven troopers turn away, we're going to press toward the end of the duct and press triangle to swing down. Okay, so triangle, swing down, it should be hanging. And while you're hanging, press and hold X, and you'll drop down and lay down on the ground right below where you dropped. Cool. Okay, so get that octo camel. And now from here, you see there's a pillar kind of behind you with R3 written on it. You want to go to that pillar, press up against it. And there's actually like a little gap between this pillar and this container. And we want to go through that gap. So press up against the pillar and go through that gap. You kind of slide through.
We'll have to have the tier 2, thank you.
You see there are Haven troopers patrolling, looking for you, as well as a gecko.
Yes, in the middle,
Right,
right?
yeah, in the center area. So be very careful here. It's very easy to get spotted. And the post looks clear.
Oops.
Just gonna crouch down. Make sure you got your 99%. Okay, so climb down to this trapdoor, and you'll be once again in another duct. And what you want to do is crawl to the other side of the door now.
Shit.
Keep on going.
So this duct method is really useful for going from east to west, is it?
Right, east to west and west to east.
Yeah, I mean right side or
right,
left side.
Right, so basically the right or the left side of the ship.
Is really, really handy, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Then when you get to the other side, just go underneath that trapdoor and press triangle to climb up. And as soon as you climb up here, just lay down with the camo pattern from the ground.
PK, thank you for the
Try to
5
keep
years
your
of
camo
those.
at 99% as much as possible. Then you round the corner here. You know, there may be some Haven troopers patrolling here, so be very careful as you go through. At this point, you know, it's probably a good idea to have your Mark II tranquilizer equipped. So just in case you see any guards, you can take them out. Because at this point, you know, there are a lot of Haven troopers wandering around. It's very easy to get spotted. The other thing is that there's a sniper. So as you're heading to the south, right now we just got out of the trapdoor. We're going to head to the south. And as you're heading to the south, just kind of crawl along and look up. Because at the south, you'll see there's a wall. And at the top of that wall, there's actually a sniper. You want to take her out. Okay. So when she's asleep, it's safe to move on. What we're doing now is we're just going to head to the south. So basically just, you know, sneak along to the south. Keep an eye on your right-hand side because there's a gecko in that center area, so don't get spotted. When you get around to the southern wall, just going to stop and look to the right. Make sure nobody's there. And we kind of hide behind this pillar here. Wait for the coast to clear. You'll see a Haven trooper on the other side, and there's also a gecko here. So, you know, if you want, you can put that Haven trooper to sleep. You don't have to, but it might make things a little bit easier. Although it's kind of hard because there's explosions going off everywhere.
Snake, use that watertight door to get in.
Once the coast looks clear, just kind of run out behind these boxes. You know, the basic strategy here is if you see a Haven trooper, just put them to sleep to be on the safe side, because it is really tough.
This
And
makes much easier.
It makes it much easier. And there's the gecko in the center, so you know we're already having enough problems just avoiding the gecko. So just try and put the Haven troopers to sleep, and that way you can just focus on the gecko.
So we're almost there because we're trying to aim for the door.
Hey, careful, this gecko may drop down. Maybe Haven troopers stay low. And when the coast looks clear, it looks like you're safe. Quickly run over to the door, press triangle, and just jam on the button really quick. Like your life depends on it, because it does. And once the door's open, run in. Go around this corner here. And there you go.
Wow. Yeah. Cool. I'm impressed, Sean.
All right. Now this was really, for me, the first time I played it. I got spotted, but I didn't care. I was tapping the triangle button.
Right.
I got killed by a gecko.
Yeah, it's really hard if you're in alert phase and you're trying to open that thing, because you have to stand there and turn it, and the gecko's shooting at you, all the Haven troopers are shooting at you.
But I thought that once I open the door and get inside, it'll be okay.
Right.
But it wasn't. You
Right,
have to
right.
go all the way inside. So I died. You know, the moment I kind of opened the door, I was like, oh yeah, I got it. But then I died.
Yeah, that's kind of trap, you know, because people who get used to like there's like a classical game.
Yes.
You know, like once you go to the next
Level, yes.
You know, you're safe.
Right.
But, you know, this is not.
You know, everyone used to do
You
this
heard
all
the
the time.
suppress
MGS1,
VSS?
like, for instance, when you go through the duct,
Right.
and it's the loading
Nice.
sequence, you're okay. Or you go past the checkpoint, and now you're okay. Things like that. You know, we're used to that. But this didn't work. Okay, Sean, let's go on to other tips and tricks.
Okay, so people may remember that back in South America, we discussed rare camouflage patterns that you could gather in the game. Well, one of those patterns is right here. So if you look outside towards that center area where the gecko is walking around, you'll see that there's that lift, and around that lift platform, that elevator platform, there's a red and white striped barrier. And if you lay down on top of that barrier, you can actually get a very rare camouflage pattern that you can only get here.
Really?
It also works in
And
this
it's
little
pretty neat.
strip.
So people who want to try that should go ahead and grab that and save it into their camo pattern.
That's cool.
You know, one other thing, since we're here in Haven,
yes,
let's talk about Haven troopers, right? Because that's the only enemies here besides the gecko. You know, you fought Haven troopers before, you know, in the Middle East and all along the way, whenever you, right before a boss fight, things like that. But in this stage, there's a lot of Haven troopers, and it's, you know, it can be really challenging to do battle with them. And one thing, for people who haven't tried it, I'd encourage them to try and use CQC on the Haven troopers.
Really?
Yeah. But, you know, the one thing that people may be aware of is if you do it from the front, they can actually counter your CQC.
Ooh, cool.
So you always have to do it from the back if you want to, you know, catch them. But it might be fun just to do it from the front anyway, because they have a really cool animation that they do when you do it from the front and they counter you. And
Nah,
I think
you only
know,
save
what
time.
happens is most people try and get out of it as soon as they get caught by that counter. So they only see the beginning of it, where basically they kind of use this cord to try and start strangling him, right? And I think, you know, at that point, most people just kind of like, you know, jam on the buttons and, you know, get out of it. But if you let it go, there's actually 3 stages to that entire animation. And it's pretty cool. So, you know, you're going to die if you do it, but, you know, it might be worth taking a look at. But
very painful.
Very painful. I heard that, you know, that the animator was just under a lot of stress when they requested this animation.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like their way of, you know, taking their stress out. Take it out on Snake.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, and one more CQC tip regarding, this is not just the Haven Troopers, but, you know, it's pretty effective on the Haven Troopers, is if you grab them in CQC, you can, you know, spin them around and use them as a human shield and hold them hostage.
Yeah.
And so in order to do that, you want to grab them with, you know, of course, your CQC button using the right R1 button. And then while you're holding them, press and hold L1.
For the handgun.
For the handgun.
Yeah.
And you'll pull out your handgun and you'll be holding them while you're holding your handgun out. You can hold them hostage.
Yes.
And the other Haven Troopers won't attack you. So that's a useful strategy whenever you're fighting the Haven Troopers in the command center or Advent Palace or, you know, Wolf Battle, things like that.
If we have an octocamo bandana.
The gecko won't care. The gecko will still mow you down, but the Haven Troopers will. They don't want to kill each other, so cool. That works.
Okay.
And if you're having a hard time doing CQC because of this, you know, CQC counter, there's a way to get through it. You know, people who play fighting games may be aware, may use this strategy a lot in fighting games where you kind of like do a short jab before you do a big move. And you know, it works in Metal Gear as well. So before you grab them using CQC, just kind of tap on the R1 lightly, and you do a jab, and that just kind of throws them off balance. And then you go and hold down R1, and then Snake will grab them, and then you can go into CQC, you know, CQC.
Yeah.
CQC grab.
So one jab, and then
so jab and grab. Yeah.
This is useful for all enemies.
Yeah.
For CQC, right?
Well, you know, for most enemies, you don't really need it.
That's true.
You know, but the Haven Troopers, because they have that
The counter. Yeah. Okay.
All right, so once you enter this door and run to the end of the hall, you'll see there's the elevator at the end here. And once you go in there, of course, the elevator will activate and you'll go down and go to the next stage, the boss battle with Screaming Mantis. So I think we will wrap it up here.
Okay. Well, basically, we took the shortest route, right?
Right. Well, it's not necessarily the shortest, but it's the fastest way to get through without being spotted.
I see.
Right.
I see.
Sure it is.
So this is Kojima Productions' kind of recommended.
Yeah, so
fastest and not getting spotted.
Right. So this is kind of like the route that we had in mind when we were making the stage. There are other routes, of course, but this is kind of like the optimal route to get through.
So tell me, Sean, when Kojima Productions create a stage like this, do you actually create the correct one first?
Basically, well, we always have a route in mind when we're creating things, and then the process kind of goes where we block things in. We just do really rough models, right?
Yeah. Right.
And just kind of have a rough model, and just kind of test the gameplay first. Seeing okay, what kind of routes does it look like there are, and if possible, we also plan more than one route. So we don't necessarily say okay, it's this route or nothing, right? We always plan to have at least 2 different ways to get to the stage, and usually there's a lot more. Like if you look at the Middle East or Eastern stage or South America, I mean there's just a lot of options you can take. You can ally yourself with the militia, you can sneak through, you can run and gun. I mean there's a lot of options, and even within those options there's a lot of different paths you can take. And so basically we think all that through ahead of time, and just kind of say okay, this is the type of gameplay that we want for this stage. We want this area to be tense, so we'll have some guards here. Maybe since we're getting spotted, okay, put a box here. Okay, we'll hide behind this box. And then also tweaking things like the octo camo. So saying okay, it's really hard here. There's not really many places to hide. Let's make it so that you can go along this wall, and the octo camo will be pretty good. Things like that.
So Sean and his team are playing this stage like over and over, and I figured out there was a good balance.
Right.
So they basically make the right route from the beginning, but they played so many times, and they might change some routes, and and figured out what's the best.
Right. But don't you get kind of like confused because you know everything at all? So.
Well, then we also have test plays, within the office also, because that does happen. After you're working on your own stage, of course you know how to get through it, but nobody else does. So what seems obvious to you, because of course you're making it, right? Like okay, well you can do this. A lot of people may not realize you can do it.
Yeah, like the trap door.
Right. And so we have test plays within the office where everybody on the team kind of plays each other's stages and offers feedback, saying okay, maybe it can be more like this, or I got spotted here, felt this was unfair, maybe can you change it this way. And basically we just offer feedback on each other's stages and just go from there and bring the quality level up.
Yeah, make, break.
Right. And a lot of times sometimes we have to change things quite a bit, because sometimes the route that we thought would work, like this is the route that we wanted, but then when you actually do it, it's like, well, maybe it's not as fun as you thought it would be, so you're gonna have to go back and redesign. And there's no real quick way to get through it, because it's a game, and until you start playing it, putting in the enemies, and seeing how everything interacts with each other, it's hard to tell whether it'll work or not.
I see.
Yeah, and sometimes the route is okay, but when you play through the whole game, it's okay, but it's sounds like a little boring. I mean, the piece of the route, the gameplay was okay, but playing through the whole game, and it seems like a little dull or something, and then they might have to change some gameplay and stuff.
And another thing too is talking about going through the whole game is we also look at pacing. So we don't try to put back-to-back action all the time, right? You want kind of that rhythm where there's action and it kind of falls off, and you have a little bit of silence, and then more action again. And it slowly builds up, towards the climax. And,
Right.
So that's kind of how we balance the stages. Start off maybe with some action, and then after that it's a little bit quiet, and then you get to say Eastern Europe, and it's just totally sneaking, and different type of gameplay. Then you go to Moses, and it's kind of silent and nostalgic before the big climax at the end. So just take everything into account.
I see. So then you might have to rework because the whole balance is tweaked this way or that way.
So maybe you do it and it works okay by itself, but maybe it doesn't fit into the overall rhythm of the game. So sometimes you have to go back and tweak that. And then little things like the shadows in this level and things like that, right? So a lot of people were getting found, so we're like, well, what can we do? And we're like, oh well, we got this wonderful lighting system where everybody casts shadows. Let's make everything, the catwalks grates, and make it so you can see the shadow.
And not to mention the Hideo Kojima check that you have.
Right, of course.
You face every day.
Yes, he's very strict.
very, famous. I guess everyone knows looking at the making DVDs.
Sprig check
that
from
he makes
Kojima.
notes all the time.
Right.
And then he just passes them around, right? He says,
His
It's
trademark.
really hard to read.
Yeah. His
handwriting.
trademark handwriting. That's kind of sparkly pen that he uses.
Right. It's really cute.
Yeah.
Like a Japanese, like a junior high school student, girl junior high school student, use those kind of pens.
But it's almost
It's
impossible.
really cute, but cute pen's color, but there's a sentence. The meaning is very, sometimes a little harsh.
Yeah.
So
fix this. What the hell is this?
With a cutie pen.
Yeah.
Okay, Sean. We went through, the first half of Act 5, and what else can we expect in our future Integral podcast?
Today we have some sad news.
Sad news.
Sad news, yes. Unfortunately, the next episode of the Integral podcast will actually be our last episode.
Yay!
Oh, no!
Yes!
That's horrible.
We made it. We
But
made
yes,
it.
yes, we finished safely.
Finally.
Okay, you're finally done. Yes. Yeah, it's great. So be sure to tune in for that. And, we'll have a special guest next time.
Special guest.
Yep. We'll have our lead sound guy coming in, Tojin, because we had some mail, some comments on the webpage as well, that people were really impressed by the sound in Metal Gear Solid 4, and they wanted to hear, about the making of the sound. So we're going to call our lead sound guy to come in and talk about the sound in Metal Gear Solid 4.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool. That will be fun.
It will be fun.
Right. So, where's our meeting point?
Meeting point is wherever you want to meet.
This is going to be a kind of a nice talk show.
Right, it's going to be a completely free talk. We're just going to talk about the sound in the game in general. So it's not going to be about any particular stage per se. We're probably going to touch on a little bit of everything. So just feel free to load it wherever you want to load it and load up your podcast, and we'll go from there.
Okay, so next episode, we'll meet at anywhere you want.
Right.
Yes? Anywhere you want. Anywhere you want. Okay, and that wraps up this episode of the MGS4 Integral podcast.
Might as well do the next one.
Thank you.
All right, that's gonna wrap up this edition of the Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Check back next time for more tips, tricks, and insider info on Metal Gear Solid 4. Brought to you by Kojima Productions and Hideo Kojima himself. Make sure to send in your comments to Hideo Blog. See you next time. Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Broadcasted from Konami HQ in downtown Tokyo, it's the world-renowned Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
All right, hello everybody, and welcome to episode number 11 of the MGS4 Integral Podcast. I'm your host, Sean Eystone, and as always, I'm here with Aki Saito.
Hi, everyone.
And producer, Ken Imaizumi.
Hello. Hello, guys.
Oh, everybody, today is our last episode.
Yes!
No,
Finally.
you said that the last time. I'm sad.
Yes!
Final episode.
Yes.
Yes.
Finally. Finally.
Finally.
That's horrible. No.
No, we're kidding. We're kidding.
No, but yeah, we're really glad that we made it to the end safely.
Well, and that's what I meant.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah,
I mean,
Yeah. But we wish we could do the all stage. We just everything we should. Yeah, we wanted to do that. We wish we could.
I mean, ideally, we would go from beginning to end every single stage.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Okay, well, except for Aki. But
I think the listeners are sick and tired of listening to us, especially
maybe
these three guys.
He doesn't have love for Metal Gear.
Yes, I do. I'm just thinking about the listeners. We're like, Sean and me and Ken talking all the time. 24 hours.
Like, shut up already.
Yeah. We should have done that.
Yeah.
We should have done it.
That's why we have the KP report with Christine Kuru.
Yes.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes.
That's
Beauty and
the Beast. That's true. But well, we did a lot, didn't we?
We did. Yeah. I mean, we didn't cover every single stage, but we went through all the different areas. And we picked out, I think, a lot of interesting areas. And in the middle, we kind of jumped back and forth a little bit, which we're sorry about. But I think we managed to cover a good deal of material, and response has been good. So yeah, I think we did a good job.
That's good.
Okay, so today, for the final episode of our Integral podcast, you know, we'll do something a little bit special.
Okay.
And we've been building up all these comments on our page, and, you know, email and all this kind of stuff. So I think we're going to read one from a very dedicated fan who's actually written to us several times.
Whoa.
What are you looking
this is
at?
from Sergio Oliva. Yes.
Oliva.
From Canada.
From Canada?
Yes. So Sergio says, I'm glad that you spoke about the sound in the Integral Podcast 8. The sound of the train station in Prague and the Resistance guy whistling. That was awesome information. That's the
Give
kind
me
of
one of my
information
links
that I
to
want to hear in the
explosions.
podcast. The crew behind the greatest PS3 game there is.
Oh, thanks.
Thank you, Sergio. Great job, Mr. Sotaro, Kojima, and sound crew. I am an aspiring sound designer myself, and I admire the sound designer's work in Metal Gear Solid 4. I especially love the Octo Camo sound. Octo Camo, yeah.
Wow, he's a big fan of Shotaro Kojima. Yeah.
And so today, we're pleased to welcome our first guest. First and final guest on the Integral Podcast.
Yes.
So we have Mr. Sotaro Tojima, our sound director.
Yeah.
Today.
Nice to meet everyone. Welcome. Hello, my name is Sotaro Tojima, sound director of Metal Gear Solid 4. I'm very honored to be here.
Cool. Okay, so we don't call him Mr. Tojima.
Yeah, you know, that's the thing. You know, Kojima Productions, everybody has these nicknames, right? I mean,
Yeah.
you know, you're Aki. Well, Ken's Ken.
Yeah, that's
but,
true.
You know, but yeah, everybody has these nicknames. And so Tojima-san is actually called Tojin.
Yes.
Tojin.
So we all call him Tojin.
Tojin, yeah. Anyways.
All right, so finally we have a guest.
Finally, okay.
Finally a guest on the Integral Podcast. And by the way, Tojin, do you speak English?
Oh no, my English is not so good.
Okay.
But we overcome bad situation with using our sound technology.
Cheating.
Cheating.
Yeah.
No, we can't say cheating. It's sound magic.
Magic.
Yes.
Magic cheating.
So we're going to use sound technology. So he's going to use his sound director magic. So for all the people listening right now, you're listening to, you know, Tojin speaking in English. You know, we're talking to him maybe in some other language.
So it's the sound magic.
Yes, it's the magic of sound.
Yeah. He is really popular in the Japanese
Holy
That
shit.
is true. He doesn't speak. He doesn't speak at all. His key is really known
They
for...
all respawned.
Really?
It's the Tojin lap.
Oh, there it is.
All right.
All right, well, so I
Holy
guess we'll move
shit.
on with the interview. So first of all, okay.
Alright.
Sound director on Metal Gear Solid 4. So how is it that you came to participate in Metal Gear Solid 4, and how long have you been with Kojima Productions?
Actually, I was a composer at Konami for some time.
Oh, really?
But I didn't join Kojima Production until MGS2. My first role was the scene where Ocelot tries to kill Snake and sink the tank.
Yeah, I remember that. Very memorable scene. So what kind of relationship did you have with Mr. Kojima?
We worked together during post-production. And by coincidence, I learned that we were from the same hometown.
Come in,
God
Snake.
damn it.
What happened?
Even with the metal camo, man. The fucking gecko shreds. That's okay, I should keep the podcast thing. What did Sean Iceland say? That's the quickest path to go there?
We kicked it off well.
Cool. So, okay, so you did this podcast, and then you got into sound directing. So I guess, you know, just for the people out there who may not know, what exactly does a sound director do?
Yeah, you know. I don't specifically do either. What do you do? What do you do, Tojin?
Basically, I convey Mr. Kojima's sound vision to the sound team.
Right. So it's like, you know, talking to Mr. Kojima and getting his ideas and kind of coming up with all the details, right? That's basically what it is, like the specific plan for how the sound is going to be.
So he's going to kind of have to lay out kind of almost a blueprint of what everyone has in his mind.
Exactly.
And then lay it out on kind of paper or, you know, for people to
kind of bring it
understand.
together into some kind of document so everybody can be on the same page, you know, and know what they're doing. That's cool. And so, okay, so you did all this sound stuff, and then, you know, we're on the iPod right now in the game, and this actually was your idea as well, right?
Yes, that's right. Originally, it was an online sound player. but since Mr. Kojima is such a big Apple fan, we decided to go with iPod.
Well, that's true. I mean, even back then when we started the project, you know, everyone had iPods, you know, iPod Touch. Yes. I think iPhone wasn't there at the time still.
Yeah, that's still back in the day of the video iPod.
Yeah, even maybe before that. Well,
before that?
Yeah, when
around.
When was this? It was definitely after the second gen or third gen iPod.
Right,
but
right.
a lot of people were starting to get it. I mean, especially in Japan.
Yeah, but yeah, I think it's a really cool thing because you know he has a music player, and it's a music player that probably a lot of listeners have. You know, like people are playing the game. You know, they probably have an iPod, so it's something they can relate to. You know, they can relate to Snake and his item in the game. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, okay.
So is there anything like that you in particular, you know, really paid close attention to and that you really put a lot of effort into?
Yes, actually the song "The Best Is Yet to Come" in Shadow Moses.
Yeah. So that was really cool because we did work together a lot on that. You know, because it was kind of tricky because you know, things you have these enemies, you know, wandering around, and if you get spotted, you know, how do you handle that? You know, you don't want this song playing while people are shooting at you. So. Yeah, that was really a challenge. You know, you gave us all these, a lot of good advice on how to put that song in there and make it feel good. You know, kind of scale back the enemies a little bit to, you know, make it just get that atmosphere perfect.
Wow, it seems like a kind of a simple stage. A lot of people think Shadow Moses is the easiest stage,
Yeah,
right?
right,
Because
right.
there is already a base.
Right.
Listening to all this, you know, the previous, you know, Integral podcast and the shows, I kind of find out I should play a little bit more and not skip through it.
And I think, you know, the thing with that is too, is like because it existed already, you know, like trying to reuse that same area is actually challenging.
I think I said this before, but a lot of people kind of, you know, have good memories. You know what I'm trying to say? I mean, people expect a normal, natural upgrade.
Right.
But if you look at MGS1, if you look back, you see that it's technically not as high as today. But people expect that, right?
Right.
So it's quite difficult. But anyways, okay. Other than Shadow Moses, but you know, MGS4 in general, what's the sound concept that you had when you started creating sound for Metal Gear Solid 4?
My goal was to create movie quality level of immersion in the game's sound.
So really have movie quality sound in the real-time game. So, you know, is there any particular scene that you feel that, you know, you really achieved this, you know, deep sense of, you know, movie-like immersion where you're really successful?
Yes, I think we did a really good job with the Middle Eastern battle scenes.
Oh, the actual start.
It's like, just that whole war zone at the beginning. It's the Middle Eastern war zone.
Yeah,
that was really cool.
Well, that was actually shocking, was it?
So what, I guess, you know, what techniques did you use to kind of create that really immersive sound for the war zone?
In addition to the background stream sound effect, we used what I call a Senjo stream.
Senjo stream. So that's like that'd be a battlefield sound stream?
Yes.
Battlefield, war zone.
A war zone sound stream.
So this goes on top of the
right.
normal.
So you have your background and you have, you know, the sound effects, and then in addition to that, there's this special war zone.
Senjo stream.
Senjo stream.
Yeah.
So what exactly is this Senjo stream?
Yeah, I mean,
you guys wanna hear it?
Okay. Yeah. Cool. Okay. Wow. Oh, that's some pretty extreme sound effects. You know, like, listening to this right now, you know, it's really impressive. I mean, it really sounds really good. But, you know, does this ever get in the way of, you know, the gameplay or anything like that? You know, having all this sound, you know, explosions and gunshots and things like that?
Yes, but I was careful not to have gunshot too close to the player, so that it would not confuse the player.
Ah, okay. Wow, I didn't realize that.
You did?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Did you?
No, of course not.
I mean, yeah, it just sounds so natural. You know, just when you get into a fight, you just hear all these gunshots. I didn't realize that was, you know, a completely separate track.
Well, I didn't know about the Senjo stream either. Yeah.
Normal game sound effects like da 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 da-da-da-da-dun, da-da-da-da-dun don't have enough variation. So Senjo stream was added to create more realism, like dun da dun, da dun da dun, dun dun dun.
Okay, that's really cool. Yeah, because I think that's something that I think stands out also. Like even when we first had the first playable at TGS, after talking to people who had a chance to play it and they listened to it, and, played the game, I think that's something that everybody said. That the sound of the war zone.
Yeah, well, I
really
remember
immersive.
we specifically try to highlight a lot of people to concentrate on the sound, so we set headphones.
Right.
Not a lot of Tokyo Game Show or E3 whatever don't really do that, right? But Tojin, I remember
E3.
he insisted we have to have sound so that people could go into it.
Yeah.
And feel the sound. And I guess it's right. He said that because he and his team did all this effort, right?
Yeah.
So, Tojin, what's your team like? I mean, Metal Gear Solid 4 sound team. Well, what's the team like?
It's a very talented team of about 10 people. It is divided into composers, sound designers, and sound programmers.
Cool. So yeah, you guys work really close with the programmers and scripters, and I remember this too. That you did actually go into the script and do things yourselves also, which is really cool. And I think that's why we're able to get that really immersive level of sound. Because the sound designers had like total control over everything, which is kind of unusual. Okay, so yeah,
This is
so
what
you
I
got
was
this
looking
internal
up.
sound team, which is really great. But I think a lot of people also, when they think of Metal Gear, they think of collaborations with these really big name composers like Harry Gregson Williams or like Christopher Boyes from Skywalker Ranch and things like that. So can you comment on that at all?
Yes, they are very talented professionals. I was very honored to work with them.
Meanwhile, two
They
people
really
visit.
inspired me and the team.
I remember this part with Harry.
Yeah.
And Tojin. We came up early. We came in early in the morning. We did like video conference with Harry in LA.
Of course, there's
Tojin in Tokyo.
a time difference, of course,
Yeah,
right? So
yeah.
that's really early in the morning.
Exactly. I remember.
Okay, well, Tojin, it's a integral podcast, so I want to hear some tips. I mean, like, can you introduce a kind of a tune that you think that no one can find it?
Okay, in the Middle East, right before the scene with Johnny in the ballet, you can get an iPod track by crawling under the wall on your left before you jump down from the collapsed building.
All right, everybody got that? So go ahead and look for that iPod track. All right, well, unfortunately, I think we're out of time for today. But,
Angry.
So, Tojin, before we go, do you have anything else that you want to say to the fans out there before we sign off this final podcast?
Since it is the last mission for our beloved Solid Snake, I just really would be happy if people could turn up the volume and listen to the game the way it was meant to be listened to.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Tojin.
That was Tojin, everybody. Let's give him a hand.
So I think we have to wrap this up. I want Tojin's laugh.
Okay. Yeah, by popular demand, we need the Tojin laugh.
I think everyone wants to hear
I
Tojin's
think so.
laugh.
Okay. Thank you.
Great.
Bye.
Thanks, Tojin. See ya. So since it's the last, integral podcast that's going to be in Metal Gear Solid 4, do you guys have any particular memories or, I mean, we had a lot of fun making the game and doing this podcast, and hope everybody had as much fun playing it and listening. So, but do you guys have anything in particular that really stands out as like a memorable moment?
Well, doing this podcast and knowing a lot of details about, a lot of things, I kind of take back my word that I don't like the stages you worked on. Which was Shadow
Thank you,
Moses.
Aki.
Right now, I'm playing at home again,
Okay.
Shadow Moses stage, and I'm kind of remembering everything you said and Ken said about, take a photo here,
Right,
or
right.
sneak here.
Yeah, and his wife.
Yeah.
Fuck you. Like, what?
That.
So it you know, it brings me, even myself doing the show brings me back, you know, special memories of, you know, oh, we talked about this, or this is really cool. There's so much effort here, and to me, it changed totally, you know, the impression of even how I play the game, even as, you know, one of the people in the company that, you know, associated with this work.
Cool.
But you know, I think people should kind of really listen to this and go back to their favorite stages, and you'll probably have a totally different view of it.
Yeah, totally.
Right.
What about you, Ken?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, you know.
You don't want to think about it?
It's a good memory, you know, from my 4 years since 2005. You know, we started.
He's waiting for the podcast.
And, it was really tough project. We had so many problems, and some people might know. You know, some people watched the making of video, and we had a problem. You know, each like a month. We have huge problems.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, we gotta solve those problems, and just like we're running like full speed, like you know, for 4 years.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people in the game industry, they have crunch time. It felt like Metal Gear Solid 4 was crunch time all the time.
Full 4 years, it's crunch time, and then we finally finished it. But then I look back this, Metal Gear Solid 4 and then check all details, one more time, and then I was kind of like, oh, it looks totally different. It's so beautiful.
Totally, yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean, because when you're in there, it's kind of like that whole you don't see the forest for the trees,
right?
Kind of thing. You're so deep into making the game that you can't really step back and take a look at it. But yeah, now that it's been about a year after we released it, going back and playing it, while we do this Integral podcast, it's really nostalgic and brings back a lot of memories.
It's totally different.
Yeah, I can play it as a game, rather than as a developer, which was a lot of fun. And for the final episode, I think we should just talk about things that maybe some secrets or tips maybe that maybe people may have missed, maybe like the bosses, or just little secret things here and there. There's a lot of secret stuff in the game, and of course we can't cover it all. We tried going through all the stages, but we can't cover everything. And
what's the thing that we didn't say? I mean,
there's a lot of stuff that we didn't say.
I mean, the secret tips.
Oh, for example, like getting through. Like, do you know you can collect figures of the bosses? Figures, like statues.
Like a statue figures.
In the Nomad.
In the Nomad?
You can give figures to Sunny.
Right. You defeat the boss.
Yeah.
In some way.
Yeah.
And you can get the figure, statue at that stage.
Yeah.
Not the mask?
Not only.
Well, there is the mask also. So I think
we
never
found in
really
chapter
explained
3
how they can get this kind of stuff.
Right.
So
that would be good.
And it's something they can use throughout the entire game, because you can do it on any boss.
Right.
For the whenever there's the Beauty and the Beast and you fight them, of course it's Metal Gear, so you don't have to kill them. You can use non-lethal forms of combat. And of course there's the kill count in the game, and of course you can get through without killing anybody and things like that. And even more than that, the thing is with the beast form of the boss, even if you use your regular weapons, it won't count as a kill. But you still get something for using non-lethal combat on the beasts. And what that is you actually get a figure. So you fight the boss, right? And then you use some non-lethal form of combat, whether it's tranquilizers or whatever, and then you defeat them, and then after that the beauty battle starts, right? They come out of the suit, and at that point, somewhere in the stage, there'll be a figure hidden somewhere. So if you look around, you can find like a statue of wolf or a statue of octopus. Yeah.
Oh, what the fuck?
I didn't know.
Octopussy.
And also,
Like,
I think some people may have found those, maybe, for
statue of octopus is what?
But there's also a statue for the Haven Troopers as well.
Where can you find it?
You remember the first Integral podcast where we were talking about Advent Palace?
Yeah.
I don't know why
Right
they
after
cut that.
Where our podcast left off, there's of course that battle with the Haven Troopers.
Yeah.
And if you use non-lethal combat there, at the end, when you drop down to that basement area, that kind of parking garage area, you can find a statue of the Haven Troopers there.
Well, that's a real tough one, isn't it? I mean,
it is pretty tough.
The first battle, right? You don't expect to use tranquilizer guns and things like that. You want to mash through.
Yeah, yeah. It's a really good way to challenge yourself. You know,
Right.
as, you know, for people who beat it once and then they want to go back and collect all the items, or maybe you know try a different challenge. You know, it's a really good thing to do. So
Not that hard though.
depends.
Okay.
You know, if you do it on like Big Boss Extreme or something.
Oh, Big Boss. No way.
Yeah.
That's called the boss.
Okay.
But yeah,
I fucked that up.
yeah, definitely for people who haven't gotten that, maybe give that a try using non-lethal combat on the bosses. So you know, you do that with the beasts, you can get the figures, and then also on the beauties, you know, there's some pretty cool things you can do with them as well. And you know, I think a lot of people, they first get into the beauty battle. The first thing they do is they just start shooting.
Yeah.
They just kill the beauty. But you know, of course, you can put the beauties to sleep, and if you do that, you get face camo, which is really useful actually. You know, especially in like Eastern Europe. You know, if you get laughing octopuses, you know, laughing beauties, face camo, then you can get through Eastern Europe much more easily.
That's true.
Things like that. But there's another thing also, and you know, this is something that I think is really hard to realize because you know people know that maybe you shoot them or tranquilize them, but maybe people don't realize that if you let the timer run down, and there's no timer on the screen, so it's a little hard to know this.
Yeah.
But while you're fighting them in the regular stage, there's actually a timer running in the background. And if you let it run down, you know, for about a minute or so, then it takes you to this white, kind of pure void. Where you
Pure.
see, you know, the beauties.
With those
and
sound effects.
Really nice shading, and yeah, you just get to admire the beauties there.
Yes, you have the 5-point sound.
Right.
In full throttle there.
The sound.
Full sound, full shading.
Oh my
Of course,
god. The
You can
sound.
use the camera there and get the beauties to pose for you, which is something that people may not have realized. So do that, and using the iPod.
Yeah, that's a good music.
You can use the Tuhan Princess soundtrack.
Yeah.
And get them to dance.
Yeah.
Which is really cool.
Yeah, we didn't cover all these, right?
No, we didn't, because you know we didn't have time. But
I'm
now
sure
we do.
people.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
People, some core fans knew about this, but most people probably can't really figure out by themselves, right?
Yeah, you know, watching people play, like, you know, I kind of, whenever I see somebody playing, I kind of like, you know, sneak up behind them and see how they're playing, and you know, usually they kind of, you know, go to the beauty, and then, you know, they kind of like run around. Some of them, you know, start shooting right away. Other ones, you know, maybe they kind of wander around, like, what am I supposed to do? But then eventually they say, oh, okay, I guess I'm just supposed to, you know, shoot or something, and then there they go. So they never see that white void area. And then probably even those who see that white screen maybe never think to use the iPod.
Or the camera.
Or the camera.
Yeah, and the
things like
playing
that. Yeah.
Princess music. Wow, that's a good tips.
Okay, a little bit of trivia, a little bit of final parting tips for everybody out there. And I think we're just about out of time for today, unfortunately. But, you know, we'll be continuing the Kojima Productions Report.
Yes.
Our web podcast. And of course, you know, me, Ken and Aki will show up from time to time. And we also have Christine there.
Female.
Girl.
Female.
So you don't have to listen to a bunch of guys blabbering all the time.
Easy.
So, yeah, definitely. You know, this wraps it up for the in-game podcast, but please be sure to tune in to EDL Blog and check out the Kojima Productions Report. And be sure to send us your mails, because we still do check all of those, and we will address your comments or questions on the air.
Cool.
All right, well, any final parting words?
Okay, well, I guess Ken and I will try to appear and give you a report as often as possible.
Yeah, totally.
To help you out.
Please.
Because it's really fun.
Yep.
And a lot of the listeners do really like Ken as well. So.
I think they like your voice, too. You have that, you know, smooth Aki voice. Yeah, people recognize you, even from the
people
keynote.
People like his voice because
My mellow voice. Yeah. Okay.
It's
Thanks.
very relaxing.
Okay. Thanks.
somebody said your voice is so cool or something when you were doing a simultaneous translation.
In San Francisco?
In San Francisco.
Yeah, well, you know, my voice is the only popular thing I have. Ken.
Anyway, you know, we're gonna have KP report, and we will continue to have some news for people. Yeah, and one thing, you know, I'd like to mention one thing. From June 2nd to 4th, we're gonna be at E3.
E3 2009.
Yeah,
Yes.
E3 2009. And Kojima Production will have maybe big news announcement.
Surprise?
Surprise.
Wow.
So please looking forward to it. So.
Surprise, rising is careful.
And I think
Big
what I'm
announcement.
trying to do is I wanted to do the KP Report podcast with video when we were in E3.
Nice.
Video podcast.
Video sounds cool.
Yeah.
So we're gonna, following, Sean and Aki, and
no, definitely
taking
not.
behind the stage and kind of stuff. So
no.
that would be really, really cool.
That sounds like fun.
Well, we're
Yeah,
gonna
sounds like
film
fun.
each
Yeah.
other when we wake up and when we have dinner.
Oh,
and things
yeah.
like that. Oh, that'll be awesome. That'll be awesome. Well, anyways.
Okay.
And this is gonna continue like this forever, right?
Right.
On the KP Report.
For all eternity.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Come on, Sean. Wrap it up.
Okay, well, everybody, we'll see you on the KP Report. Till then, this is Sean and Aki and Ken saying goodbye and thank you for listening.
Thank you for listening.
Thanks, guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
E3 2009. Peace Walker. Rising's cancelled. Good news. Big news.
Snake, the catapult malfunctioned when it launched Meryl.
That was it for the
She landed some
podcast.
distance away from you.
And Akiba ended up in the drink.
There's no time to rendezvous with them. You'll each have to make your own way to the server room. I'll be following you with the Mark III. I can't be there to watch your back in person, but I'm with you all the way. Good luck, Snake.
Look, Otacon, I just kinda took over the entire ship. You should let them know. Tell Mei-Ling to stop firing. We could just destroy the railgun now.
How's it going over there, Otacon?
The troops above decks are having a shootout with the enemy over on your end. It's a total war
Oh, really?
zone.
You could be okay.
For now, at least. The Missouri's protected by some pretty thick armor.
Good. Sounds like everything's under control. Don't count on it lasting. If things get bad, abandon ship. Got it?
Yeah, I know. Same goes for you too, Snake. Don't end up like Admiral Nelson.
Don't worry. I'm not ready to hang it up yet. Not until I finish the mission.
That's the spirit, Snake. The server room is still a ways off. Keep moving. And be sure to keep an eye on... The server room is...
This is it. You finally reached Liquid's home base. I'm here to support you just like always. Snake, promise me you'll finish the mission and come back safely. Snake?
Got an update for me, Rose?
It looks like your sight gauge is okay for now.
Well, at least there's some good news.
But you're in tight quarters, and there must be dozens of enemies looking for you. Do everything you can to avoid contact.
Nope,
with
they're
them.
all dead.
You're going to make it out of this. I know you will. It's Road. It looks like you're... But you're deep behind enemy lines. There's no telling when danger might strike me.
Maybe she just says that because of caution. You really can't end the caution even if you kill everybody. Maybe there's still a frog around? Ah, fuck it, let's just go. Fucked around enough. You have all those Mantis shenanigans to do ahead. Let me turn this controller off before it interferes with it. Oh wait, no, this shit is wired. There is no turn off. I just unplug it. Yeah, genius. Hey.
The corridor leading to GW is defended by directed energy weapons that emit certain types of microwaves.
Did you say microwave?
If that frequency, the waves will start to evaporate.
Sounds like the perfect job for me.
The server room is still.
No new calls here.
The server. The server.
I see you've got plenty, but there's no telling when you're going to make it out of this.
Oh, you're both useless. Okay. Dang, like 0 calls here.
Meryl.
Meryl's in danger. Take out the enemy. Snake! Meryl's dead. You are no hero.
That's what I've been saying the whole game. I get the unique game over there in line from Autograph. I think there's only one.
Meryl's in danger. Snake! Meryl's dead. You are no hero. Meryl's in danger. Take out the enemy before they get to her.
Let me go!
We're just gonna go to the corner here.
Snake, you're the only one who can protect Meryl. You've got to do something before they get their hands on her. Snake, you're the...
You've got to protect Meryl. Don't let the enemy get to her. The only way forward is to get rid of them. Snake, you know what to do. The only...
No reason to do the other 2 waves of frogs here. Fuck it.
Snake.
Mantis with her ass.
Can you hear the screams? They cry for battle! Let me hear you scream! Howl! Roar! From the very depths of your soul! What's this? I see.
Apparently Psycho Mantis' soul is half assimilated into Screaming Mantis. Don't ask. Just MGS4 nonsense. At least that's the explanation you get from Brevin. It was Psycho Mantis half assimilated into her soul who was pulling the strings. So they just bring back Mantis as a ghost just to ruin him some more. Once he had like a somewhat peaceful end in MGS1, they just bring him back just to be a ghost. Supposedly, is he controlling Screaming Mantis? I don't know.
Snake, this beast.
No, but you can actually see Mantis' ghosts.
She manipulates others
Even in
into
Act
doing the
1.
fighting for her.
It's like he's there.
Control seems to kick in when you get hit by that creepy ghost thing.
He's kind of like the Sorrow now.
Jerked around too, okay?
I forget how it works here. You'd think you do the controller thing first and then the bus thing. But I think the bus calls first. It's like in the wrong order.
Snake, this is Mantis we're talking about.
The fight on Shadow Moses?
That's right. Back then we defeated him by using multiple controller ports to counteract his mind-reading powers.
Okay, I guess it's also controller call.
Plug the controller into controller port 2.
It's not gonna work, Roy.
Huh?
Do you see any controller ports here? Deceiving Mantis is going to take more than simply pushing the PS button to switch controller numbers.
But then that means
it's impossible.
None of this would make any sense in any re-release of this game. Okay, see, she suggests trying that, and then you do it, and then you miss the other call instead. Yeah, hold on.
well, so much for the controller. But that beast has another weak spot. Do you remember what it is?
Weak spot? You mean the bust modeled on Mantis's true face? The one with all the leather bands wrapped around it?
That's the one. Mantis always hated seeing his birth face. Attack that bust and break off the leather seal.
Colonel, I can't do that.
Sure you can. Seeing his true face is sure to break Mantis's concentration.
There's no bust.
What?
There is no bust here to attack.
You're kidding.
So we could call Campbell in this frequency this whole time? That's what you're telling me? And it just doesn't let you until here? Okay.
That beast is the only thing standing between you and the server room. You've got to take her out.
Okay, now we're gonna let her do Blackout. Can't aim, moves for your aim away. My Hideo 2 channel is broken. Alright. He wouldn't even let me shoot an arrow. Even grabber. Yeah, nothing works. We have the string from Snake. Let's see how much backseating we can get. you telling me that that doesn't work either? Bullshit. Johnny though, because he has the nanomachines.
You're supposed to be protecting him.
Yeah, Snake is under the system's control.
Snake, remember how Psycho Mantis controlled Meryl using telepathy? Well, I'm thinking this thing does it by manipulating the nanomachines inside a target's body, forcing them to secrete opioids and sending them into hypoesthesia. In other words, she puts them into a sleepwalking state and controls their muscle systems directly.
What is that ghost-looking thing, anyway?
My guess? A hologram, meant to intimidate people. Having some freaky thing like that suddenly pop up in front of you is enough to make anybody jump.
Like how special forces dress all in black when they go on a raid.
The control signals for the nanomachines must be embedded in the laser used to create the hologram. That's probably why Mantis can't control you unless you touch it.
But she's controlling dead guys too.
Holy shit.
Same concept.
Technology explanation.
In high school where you attach electrodes to a dead frog's leg to make it twitch? The nanomachines are capable of storing an electric charge. It's entirely possible that Mantis is using that electricity to make muscles contract. If she really is controlling people through their nanomachines, you know a way to counter that, right? Give it a try. Snake, you have a way to suppress nanomachine activity, don't you? So go ahead and give it a shot.
Good shot.
The women of the B&B Corps. One laughed, one raged, and one cried. And now the final beast who won't stop screaming. That wailing may be the product of some unendurable fear that's gnawing away inside of her. I can't even imagine what kind of trauma would cause a person to scream like that. Snake, don't forget to keep tabs on your son.
That beast is...
So there's another thing, but we gotta get hit by the laser again. See how they even explain the crazy doll effects with technology. Just for in a nutshell. Because we can't leave people wondering or bitching after MGS2. Give them an explanation. And the music changes. Roll into them. I should give us another call. Otacon confusing himself, just showing how absurd trying to explain the whole thing is.
It looks like conventional weapon attacks won't even scratch Mantis.
Really? I hadn't noticed. Any ideas?
Sorry. Nothing I can think of right now. There must be some way, though. When the beast's victims take damage or get knocked out, it looks like they're temporarily freed from its control. Huh. Maybe because the shock of the attack creates a disturbance in the nanomachine interface. But then, knocking them out wouldn't... or would it? Well, anyway, whatever the reason, something that can work to your advantage. Don't hesitate to use it. Just don't get carried away and kill any of your
in the nanomachine's interface. Shut up.
You can knock them out or put them to sleep, all the better.
The Sorrow is very useful for finding ghosts in Shadow Moses. Or to fuck with dead bodies if you want, I guess. I guess we haven't really done that. Can I do it? Well, no. Wait a minute. Can I just steal her? Nah. I was hoping I could steal the thing during the fight, but I guess it's too late to do it now. There's no normal encounters left in the game. Oh well. Now if we let her hit sneak again with the hologram, except that's a bit of a pain in the ass. Doesn't happen for a while. Oh, does it get resurrected? Mantis Doll Paradox. I just use this R to find the ghosts, mostly. Let's see what it says. Creator and agent known has the ability to release ghosts. Ghost hits a dead person will allow you to manipulate their body. Which, I don't know, maybe just makes them drop items. The Mantis Doll also just kills them immediately after you mess with them. I guess now the frogs don't get vaporized because we use as their dead bodies. That would actually be useful. Okay. Yeah, we probably have to get it to the next phase or so. Oh, wait a second. I forgot to do the other controller thing. Damn it. I shouldn't use a syringe yet. Ugh.
Damn it! Akiba's a goner! Snake? Hey, Snake!
Otacon, what's going on? I can't move.
You can't move? What the heck did you... Oh, Snake, did you set the controller number to something other than 1? Let me guess. You thought back to your battle with Psycho Mantis and figured the same tactic would actually work again, right?
Well,
Nice try, Snake. But this time the controller number has to be 1, or else you can't control your actions.
What the hell? Whose dumb idea was that?
Don't look at me! I'm sorry, but it's simply not going to work this time around.
Fine.
How are they gonna do this? And a new release. Shit, I forgot. Hold on. We gotta kill him again. I need to let her do blackout.
Snake? Hey, Snake!
Blackout, then we'll advance the faces a little bit. Then we get hit again, and we'll get the Kojima reset. Little and to get her to hit Snake with the thing again. It's mostly if he does it for the frogs. But sometimes he'll be too in the second ones for Snake. Is it coming? No, it was for the frog. Yeah, I think she needs to shoot too.
Snake, no! You're gonna kill her!
Yay. Okay, we got blades. You thick head.
Meryl's not acting of her own free will. Don't do anything to hurt her. Knock her out if you have to, but don't hurt her.
You're gonna kill the frog. With aim. Damn. Did she ever reload the Desert Eagle? Oh no, less detail than MGS1. How is she not out? It would have to be the MGS1 bandana. That's it. Okay, I actually don't have any healing thingies. Nope, nothing. Okay. Alright. I wonder if you're gonna shoot the thing. There we go. Now she has to shoot it. There's the second one. Okay. Okay, now we wait around a bit. Look at these monitors. The irony of the Konami logo says Kojima. Kojima Protection. It's a new brand of condoms. Voice of God. Reset. Hey, that's what we're doing. The event is a reset. Yeah, the fox was facing the other way, kind of like the XOF logo. Just like Konami said Kojima instead. The Konami logo says Kojima, and the fox is facing the other way. And it says Kojima Protection instead of Kojima Productions. It's just another fourth wall thing that she does after Blackout. I'm surprised there isn't some never be game over theory about the fox already facing the wrong way. MGS4. Skull face confirmed in MGS4. Alright. We gotta jerk it around.
I've got an idea. What if you use those puppets to turn the tables on the beast? Control her instead.
Use the puppets.
It's worth a try at least. First,
Teleporting.
select one in the item window. Then
Depends on how you want to look at it.
shoot out a ghost, just like a weapon.
He just moves kind of fast.
Ghost hits its target.
I guess she teleports, sure.
Got all that, Snake? Go on. Take her for a spin.
Well, by that logic, the ninja and MGS1 teleports, of course.
Snake, I'd be willing to bet the beast's outer shell offers even greater protection than a blast suit. It's far tougher than any of the beasts we've seen so far. But by the looks of it,
wait.
suit has a little more volume than the others. It must use some pretty exotic material, stuff you wouldn't normally see in infantry. Assuming they wanted the maximum effect per volume, I'd say it's some kind of metal alloy, tungsten or depleted uranium, something of comparable density. Look at how it's moving. That armor is heavy. It must be restricting her range of motion. Listen to me, Snake. When controlling Mantis with the puppet, try to jerk it around as hard as you can. That should cause a fair bit of damage from the sheer strain on the beast's body.
Interesting. Could be worth a try.
I try to jerk it around as hard as I can.
Shake it hard enough, and the beast should break.
Sounds like a plan.
All the ninjas teleport. Wait, let me think. Nah, it's just Black Ninja even before Grey Fox. Black Ninja teleports in Metal Gear 2. Grey Fox teleports during the second last phase at the very least. The article's telling me to jerk it around as hard as I can. That doesn't work.
When the beast's victims take damage.
I already did this call.
When you get control of the beast's body, jerk it around.
It's not working. Maybe she could help with all those hands. Let's check. I don't think it's gonna do anything. Also, you can't buy magazines. A lot of my dodge and still hits me. Should get the ball back. Yeah. It takes forever though. Still missed it. That's okay. Now it won't take as many hits to get it back. It gets weaker every time. This is Heaven's Door's fault. It would have been done by now. At least it bounces off of her. Yeah, there isn't really anything you can do to her except with the devil. I don't think there's a single weapon that does anything. Just it has to be the 6 axes. Oh, I guess that did it.
That's tasty.
Stop downs. Like, okay, I get it. You're crazy.
I'm so scared. My head hurts. It hurts. I'm sorry. Have mercy. Let me out of here. I can't breathe.
Kojima did it again.
Get out of my body. Forgive me. Set me free!
Well, there's this Easter egg. But apparently that's throughout the entirety of Act 5, so actually we can try it here, too. And then there's, of course, the kiss. Oh my god. This is even enough. Let me see if it shows up here.
No more cries.
Ew, stay away. Did she walk into the fire? Ah yes, dodge the fire. That might be interesting, actually.
Snake, what happened? Snake? Snake!
Oh, there it is.
It's not over. Not yet.
But I want to see it's different, because everywhere else in Act 5, it starts out as exit, and then it has to change it to exist.
It's not over. Not yet.
But during the liquid fight, it starts out as exist. Which makes sense, because he's right there, I guess. That's where he's saying it.
It's not over. Not yet.
It might not change back. I think it's slightly different. But yeah, we'll do it during the fist fight and see. Anyway. You doing?
No more cries.
It's not what the doll is for? Oh.
I'm scared. Scared of the screams.
Scared of the fisting. See how deep does it go? Oh, so that's how you do it with the magazines. Actually, the magazine's pretty good for this. Stop moving your ass around. If only we had Kojima's vision where they're actually nude. We were robbed of Kojima's vision. Right, put the camera away. I should have taken a picture of all of them doing that. Oh well. Be fun quick. I guess there's no need to do it on her ass technically. He really needs a different hairstyle. Can we change yet? Is that kind of cool effect? And there's a globe here. If there's an explosion nearby. See. We missed it. Oh well. That timing. Okay, here comes a real sound design. Maybe this is why Kojima wanted the audio to be uncompressed. Lossless moaning.
No more cries.
You guys don't understand Kojima's deep meaning and message in this. Kojima's vision. I know, right? I still think that all the horny content in MGS4 is what kept Kojima going through development. Why does put her kiss in your face eventually? And like that. You gotta have a high bondage level, but yes. Yeah, there she is. Sorry, you ugly. She's the worst of the game pieces for sure. What's the insertion method? Only 50% damage. The fucking sound effects, man. I can't be caught streaming these sound effects. God damn it. It got worse as I said that. Fuck. Okay. Here's a good use of the Patriot. The boss's will. They had to pick Brown for this.
My butt!
Maybe I should have used the M60 so Snake would grunt too. He's like, what the fuck was that? Another satisfying customer.
Excellent, Snake.
Psycho Mantis.
You don't seem to believe your own eye. Very well. I will show you the power
This thing doesn't nod at the camera in this. Almost does. But he doesn't.
Start by reading your personality.
dangerously close technology between sneaks.
That's right. This is no trick. It's true power. What? Where is your data? Where is it saved? There's no memory card. Dan, your skills have improved. Or rather, your heart.
Surely this will be in the Switch 2 version.
Witness my psychokinesis. Put your controller on the floor. Put it down as flat as you can. That's good. Now, I will move your controller by the power of my will alone.
It's not so much the memory card, it's a picture of a PlayStation. And controller. And Kojima yelling traitor apparently, but not really, apparently. It just happens to sound that way. There's a slightly different version if you have vibration on, where he says, vibration is back, and it still explodes. Also, let's randomly put the sorrow there. Why not? Snake's like, who the fuck is that guy?
So, you bested the last beast. That doll you just picked up lets you manipulate anybody who's got nanomachines in them. Sounds like something the devil's cooked up, if you ask me. Mantis came from South America. She was born and raised in a
who
country
asked
racked
you?
by never-ending civil wars. Her village was attacked by enemy forces and burned to the ground. This was when she was still a little girl. Hunted by enemy death squads, she was separated from her family. She barely managed to escape with her life. Ended up in the basement of this one building. It was full of corpses that had been dumped there. Almost all of them had been tortured to death. She was petrified with fear. And then, she heard the sound of heavy boots on the floor above her, followed by shrieking screams. The kind that would make every hair on your body stand straight up. She had stumbled across a makeshift torture chamber. Somebody'd locked the door, and she was trapped. It was dark, it was dank, and it was full of a wretched stench. She couldn't sleep with the screams of torture victims all around her. All she could do was sit curled up in one corner of the room, trembling. A week passed, then 10 days. She managed to keep hydrated by drinking the filthy
It's a thing on the Snake Loop website.
There was no food.
The weapon storage generator.
Being trapped in that kind of place, half crazy from hunger, did a serious number on her mind. Did you know female mantises eat their mates? The screams went on day and night. She covered her ears, but it didn't help. And then, she was saved. By a little black mantis that taught her how to block out the screams, how to plug up her inner ears.
What the hell are you talking about?
I'm saying, Snake, that when she couldn't stand the hunger any longer, she started feeding on the corpses. But only the male ones.
She ate a bag of dicks.
She didn't realize who was doing it. In her mind, it was a female mantis devouring her mates. It was like one big twisted waking dream. There was no mantis, of course. It was all a hallucination. Nothing more than some story spun by another person she'd created inside. Her unstable mind was what made her so vulnerable. Later, they ripped out what was left of her psyche with drugs and hypnosis and implanted the persona of Psycho Mantis. It wasn't her will that controlled the B&Bs. It was Psycho Mantis, half assimilated into her soul, pulling the strings. Screaming Mantis was just another puppet. Anyway, she survived several weeks down in that hellhole and finally got back to the surface. But the screams in her head didn't subside. They would always be with her. Only this time, they weren't real. The inner earplugs didn't work anymore. The Black Mantis had disappeared. There was no place left to escape. Which is why she was always screaming, to drown out the ones in her own head. But it's over now. You freed Mantis from that dark nightmare.
The last of them beasts.
You got it, pal. Well, I'm done playing storyteller for a while. Now get going. GW's waiting. And this time, you get to make up the ending.
I don't know, because you literally see Mantis's ghost. It's like they didn't give a fuck there. You know, just bring him back as a ghost. As is usually the case in MGS4, just gives you the feeling that Kojima just didn't give a fuck. Wanted to get it over with, put some bullshit together, get people to shut up and get the fuck out. Yeah.
Where's Johnny?
That's MGS4's writing, especially towards the end.
They're here. Go on without me. This time, I'll protect you. Go. Destroy DW while there's still time. While I'm still alive.
Meryl.
Snake, the corridor ahead is full of microwaves.
Yeah. No way I'm getting through there uncooked. I'm sorry you got dragged into this.
This time, I've got your back. We'll meet again on the other side. Go! Hurry! Go!
Oh, here, I want to see something.
The coast is clear. Quick, use this chance to head toward GW.
Maybe
Run,
it's after.
Snake. You've got to get to the server room while Meryl is still holding out. Go! Our prayers are with you. Run, Snake! Go!
Okay, so that's after the cringe cutscene that it changes.
You can't take any more of it. It's not about winning or losing.
Tons of dying men enforce attention like their words are things they are careless.
Why don't we get somebody else? Start to read. Finish it.
Go, Snake. You're almost there. Just a little farther. Your psych is doing great right now.
Go! Our prayers are with you. Run, Snake!
Something weird happens after the cringe cutscene with Johnny here and Meryl and the rest of this hallway here. Maybe a little oversight in the calls. It seems like Otacon already thinks it's the microwave hallway.
Got nothing to lose. shine through the darkness.
Mei Ling is actually repeating the same quote that she has when you defeat Mantis in MGS1 there. But in MGS4, she repeats it in the context, about Snake. Dying men.
Go! Hurry! We'll meet again.
But then it's interesting, you also hear the flashback of it here. Fucking Snake Eater trumpets. Snake Eater trumpets. Well, they're just flashbacks from the cutscenes like 10 minutes ago. But yeah, she also repeats it when Mantis shows up again here, around the time Mantis shows up again as a ghost, but it's probably not intended to be a reference to that. If you call Mei Ling right after the Mantis boss fight in MGS1, she has that exact same quote. And the tongues of dying men, blah blah blah. That one. Referring to Mantis, saying that maybe, Snake, maybe you should believe him. People don't normally lie with their dying breath. Or that.
Failure will spell doom for the human race.
And then they just ruin him as a ghost. Okay, I'm leaving for this scene.
Meryl!
Johnny! Johnny, you're all right.
Here.
Huh. You trying to make up for being late?
Meryl. I'll never leave you alone again.
Cover!
Clear!
Ready! Who needs nanomachines anyway? Right, Johnny? Tell me something! How come Mantis couldn't control you?
I figure she probably used people's nanomachines to manipulate their behavior. No nanomachines, no control.
But don't you?
No! I don't have any nanomachines in me!
What?
Every time we had mandatory shots, I ducked out.
Don't tell me you knew this was gonna happen.
Nah, I just hate needles.
So that's why you were always out of sync with the team.
I tried to keep track of everybody's data on my wearable, but I could never keep up.
And why you weren't affected in Europe on the Volta.
Yep.
Asshole. Johnny, I'm running low.
Don't worry, I got these from Drebin. Meryl.
Johnny, I never knew all those horrible things I said.
Forget it.
All those stomach aches? Was that because the nanomachines weren't there to suppress them?
Yeah.
But if you're afraid of shots, why'd you join my team?
I wanted to be near you. To protect you.
Johnny?
Meryl. I've always loved you. Ever since Shadow Moses, when I first laid eyes on you. Meryl, marry me.
You've got a hell of a sense of timing.
What do you say?
I'd have to say no.
You'd rather stay single? Okay, but we don't have to make it official.
No.
Well, how about we just move in together then?
Nope.
Why? Is there something wrong with me?
No. I'd just rather do things my way. Johnny. Marry me.
Huh?
I'll say it again. Marry me.
Sure. It'd be my pleasure.
Hey. And don't even think about cheating on me.
I wouldn't dare.
And I want a real wedding. With flowers and a cake. It's been my dream since I was a little girl. I want to be a bride. Take me home, Johnny.
Ugh. Okay, here we go. Call Otacon here.
I know it hurts, Snake, but hang in there. Get through to the other side before you're cooked.
Cooked. Christ.
I know it hurts, Snake, but
What?
hang in there. Get through to the other side before you're cooked.
Otacon thinks this is a microwave hallway already, which is really, really weird, because there's no calls in there.
I know it hurts, Snake, but hang in there.
If they make a big deal of entering it, you know, the whole gameplay changes, Snake starts falling apart, the screen changes, the solid eye explodes, the suit explodes, and there's no codec there. How do you make a call for being in the microwave hallway? But I don't understand. It hurts. Get through before you're cooked. What?
Your psych is doing great right now.
Meanwhile, Rose is like, okay.
Your psych is doing great right now. Keep going.
I know it hurts, Snake, but hang in there. Get through to the other side before you're cooked.
Oh, fuck, man. I don't know. Maybe a little oversight. Maybe a little something left behind from the original idea, maybe. Some previous idea they had of having calls in there. We're showing iStone's thousands of playtests. This is it. Once we get in there, it's over. Damn, I don't have enough ammo for this shit. Farm grabbing points here. Nah, it sucks. Don't farm grabbing points here. If you really want to farm grabbing points, do big boss runs. That's how you get millions at a time. They never stop coming here. Never. This is literally the last regular gameplay screen in the game, so they just never stop. What if you can't geek good? Second best method is to geek good. Seriously, just save every single area. You'll be fine. Just with this, you can kind of keep up with it, but it is never stop. Alright, so big boss is under 5 hours on extreme. No kills, no alerts, no continues, no healing items. But you could save. This game doesn't even keep count of how many saves you have, unlike the other games in the series. So you can literally save in every area and replay it. The barrel doesn't destroy them, the barrel just stuns them for a second, so yeah, I use it to get through them, but it doesn't really destroy them. Yeah, you can just save everywhere. And just use the toughest that allows 8 saves. It has the craziest, stats and European extreme difficulty and all that. And game over in Sire is an option. Yeah, so like MGS1 is like 40 saves, 80 saves, something crazy like that. MGS2 is only 8. MGS3 is 25. MGS4 doesn't even count. Yeah, this is one way to farm 7 points. Another way is to let the dwarf geckos drop their weapons. You let them shoot you and they drop their weapons in like Act 4 or something. You pick up the weapons. Because when they drop them, you pick them up, it gives you more multiplier on the Drebin points than when you destroy them. So like in Shadow Moses, you could do that. Really, I timed it once and it wasn't worth it. Oh yeah, the damage limit, that's true. There's a damage limit in 2 and 3. Technically 1 as well, because you don't regenerate except for the story refills that you get. Why is that proper? Because it's turning up all the settings. And the difficulty as high as possible. Young Snell just using the... Oh yeah, and running into a room, firing the SOCOM and running away while the radio is proper big boss run. Proper stealth strategy. Because that's what no game over on site is. You run into a room, you fire the unsuppressed gun, they start radioing, and you get out of the room before they're done radioing. It's complete bullshit. It changes the game completely. Young Snow got his ass kicked by Game Over on site. Got it. Yeah, one room. They even have that mistaken HD collection, I think, or was it Substance? Where if you select European Extreme, it says game ends when discovered, but it's really just a cover setting. I think that was an HD collection thing. Nice. Oh yeah, Raiden can cast magic now. You can do this in Peace Walker. with enough camaraderie and heroism, whatever. Heroism, I think. That's a co-op move in Peace Walker. Co-op Thunder.
Snake, leave this to me. I'll go to the server room.
Yeah, just turning everything to the highest possible settings that the game allows.
Microwaves. One of us is enough.
Yeah, Youngstone's just salty about it.
Body is a machine. I can take it. Your body may be a machine.
Also, it cancels out the save cheese. Game over on site. It's just a much bigger thrill. What a thrill.
Look at me.
Everywhere else you can do the save cheese if you mess up. That's okay, I'm salty too.
Don't waste it. You can start over. From here on, this is my fight.
Don't waste it, right? You can try playing on Game Over on site.
We tore the world apart. Made your life a living hell. It's my duty to put an end to all of this. All right. I'll make sure they don't get through.
Stay with me, Snake. Hold on until we insert the virus.
Lock it from the inside.
Done.
Thank you, Snake.
Here we go.
Snake, that place is saturated with microwaves. The longer you stay in there, the greater damage you'll take. Get through there as
Zima's
quickly as
old,
possible.
dire, dying, suffering through MGS4. But feels his responsibility to get it over with. To get to the end. It's our duty to finish it. Because the very image represents that. State of mind of MGS4. Doesn't matter all the ways you can think of to mitigate damage here. Oh, they could have turned off the power. Oh, they could have sent in the robot. Or the Snake could have started running. Or they could have sent something else. Or why does Snake have to go? It doesn't matter. This is simply symbolic of Kojima suffering through this game's development. Why does the oven exist? Same thing, really. For this sequence. So you can look at Snake's hot buns. There's also the technicality that there's approximately 500 dwarf geckos in there. That would destroy the Mark III if Snake wasn't there. But that's more of a... There's so many dwarf geckos that's next scene is 3 rendered too. Or maybe it's because of all the frogs and soldiers outside. You actually don't need to be that close to the door to make it. In fact, I'm pretty sure here will also work. Yeah, we're good. You can keep pressing until Snake's stamina is up, which is also when the song ends, but it's very forgiving. We'll just wait here.
Come on, Snake! Keep moving!
I'm good. It's possible to die, yes, but you have to be pretty far back. There's basically a time limit to it with the song and the stamina bar. Maybe you should expect another game over. Maybe there is a unique game over for it. You think it would be such a unique scene. Yeah, one of these days I gotta figure out exactly where the cutoff is. You guys really want to sit through that? The microwave testing. Testing my new microwave oven.
So this is GW. It's like a graveyard in here.
Protocol. Can you do it?
Leave it to me.
It's over.
They did it! Johnny!
Snake.
Wait a minute. The worm is still spreading. And it's not
Stopping a GW. Is it removing the other clones? No. Wait. I don't believe this. Naomi.
What is it?
JD is
being erased.
Snake. Hal. It's you, isn't it? I hope you're listening. The virus you uploaded is using GW as a conduit to annihilate the entire AI network. It's set to destroy all 4 AIs, along with JD, the core that tied them all together. I've set this video to play back once they're all gone. Sons of the Patriots was only the beginning. The Patriots were planning to use nanomachines to implement the system over the entire population. I had an obligation to stop it. With a little help from Sunny. She helped me. She believed her talents could help you all put GW to rest. What she created was an anti-AI Fox dye. But this virus's name is Fox Alive. It's the conceptual opposite of the nanomachines that I created all those years ago. We wish to free the captured foxes, to let them run free in the wild. By the time you hear this, I'm afraid I'll be gone. It's a strange feeling, leaving a message to be delivered after you've died. Hal, if you're listening, I'm sorry. Sorry I deceived you. It hurt me more than anything else, lying to you like that.
I wanted to apologize to you before, but I never got the chance.
Me.
And yet, in the end, you helped me feel the joy of living. Thank you, Hal. Thank you. Hal. Snake, hear me. Our country is an innocent child once more. A new dawn is rising. Now, she can build a new destiny for herself. Snake, the time has come. You've earned your rest.
The rose petal is about to fall.
Snake? Snake! Snake!
Let's call it Big Medic.
Snake, wait here. I'll get a medic.
Enough! Stop this pointless fighting! This is no war!
Rise and shine, Snake. Look, the war is over. Why? You could have stopped us. Stopped you? Why would I want to do that? This is just as I'd hoped things would end. Back before Father's time, before Zero gave birth to the Patriots, the US, China, and the Soviet Union formed a secret pact. The organization they created was called the Philosophers. Through 2 world wars, it spread its roots and extended its reach. After that, the Philosophers splintered, and factions began to squabble over the fortune they'd amassed. They called it the Philosopher's Legacy, a massive cache of funds that would later provide the foundation for Zero's Patriots. Zero sought to use his riches to achieve world domination. Our father, Big Boss, sought to free himself from that chokehold. His dream was to create an army of free citizens, one that answered to no government. Outer heaven. But he failed because of you. 9 years ago, I tried to free us from the control of our genes. 4 years later, our dear brother Solidus sought to free us from the control of the Patriots' means. All of it, was nothing more than a process of trial and error, the end result of which is Outer Haven. To be free from Sons of the Patriots, the ultimate form of external control imposed on the Patriot soldiers.
Free from Fox Die. Free from the system. Free from ID control. Our minds free from their prisons. That is the haven I've yearned for. This is it, brother. Our final moment. The battle has ended.
Yeah, the system's down, so
We are not yet
suppressing the nanomachines shouldn't do anything. At this point, they're just shooting out for the hell of it.
War is over.
Because it's cool. Especially at the end. It turns into your life bar.
Score to settle. Show me what you've got, Snake!
Let's go Twin Snakes moves. Alright, as epic as this is, we gotta die to test the exist Easter egg. Because I think it's different here. So we'll just sit around and get killed.
Snake, respond! Snake?
Oh yeah, it's much more pronounced here. It's way glitchier, and it starts out as exist. Oh, way glitchier, yeah. Yeah, so there's two different versions of this. It stays as exists too. So if you do it earlier in the act, it changes between exit and exist. It is not as glitchy screen.
Snake! It's not over yet.
I think it stays now. Yeah, there's a different version of it, slightly different. Interesting. Alright. Now we'll still go down the first time because that's what unlocks taunting. If I let him. Now we can press triangle. From this moment on we can taunt to heal and to mess with him. You do need to have somewhat of the upper hand for a while for him to sort of agree to it. Let's see. Just kick his ass a little bit, and then that hitbox. Let's see. Now he might do it a lot. You need your ass kicked some more? Okay. There you go. It's totally worth it. Snake heals a lot more than Liquid in this. Unlike the Rex versus Ray fight, where Ray heals and you don't heal at all, from what I can tell. It's the same principle though. All the blood spilling out. Alright, we just 2 now. For each game, you get different taunt from him. And I guess for just 3 snakes changes too. Honestly, I don't think a tanker incident had anything to do with this, but whatever. That was it. broken arm, even though that's a prosthetic arm. Oh, just dodged into it. Let's see if we can heal. This is up Platonic. Platonic goes out for there's two-phase, of course. You can also pull him a little bit. Problem? You get iframes when you do this. Maybe it's because he doesn't really want to kill Snake. Never mind. The only problem is, how do I get out of this now? That worked. So you start having... I guess there's grabs in the MGS1 phase too. Oh, I interrupted it. Nice. And for next to one of these pillars, periscopes, I guess. The O2 game. During the MGS3 phase, it actually works eventually because you can drain stamina, and stamina is the O2 gauge. But the MGS2 phase, the O2 always starts at the maximum. Maybe it goes down faster. Let's see. No, I don't think you can get that down. If you do it enough times during the MGS3 phase, eventually, oh shit, it does do damage. You touched him while he was taunting. He's like, "No, that's not fair." We'll just look for it. Wait a second. He moves. You can punch the floor. Oh, but when he does it, he dents it. I don't think Snake can dent it. Maybe. From the looks of it. Yeah, Snake's too weak. Oh, I'm just three-faced now. We're slowly punching the liquid out of Ocelot. That's what this is. whole bunch of cinematics you can see that does nothing. Variant theme with MGS3.
Take this! I'm searching and I'm no!
Now come on, you're supposed to do it too.
But you're so supreme.
This one does literally nothing. Nice. No, the end of the V phase would be Ocelot talking on the radio from somewhere else. You got a call from Ocelot. Use V phase. Well, he's right here. We should heal and get kissed.
Show me what you got! Someday you'll feed on a tree frog. It's so deep that try to survive. For the day we see new light, I give my life, not for honor, but for you. In my time, take this. There'll be no one else.
He really likes the headbutt.
Someday you go through the rain. Take this. Someday you'll feed on a tree frog. It's so deep, a trial to survive. Take this. Take no. See new light. I give my life, not for honor, but for you. Take this.
You can more or less keep this up indefinitely. At some point, the health bar doesn't really matter anymore. You can just decide to move on. But it certainly does something. It's got something to do with the number of hits, maybe, I don't know. Oh, what the fuck happened? Another kiss. He does it more than once. There's another thing I want to test. Damn it. What does it actually look like when you die in that choke? That chokehold. I don't know if I've ever seen it. And maybe he puts you down gently. What? What? Well, there's the answer. It doesn't kill you. I didn't know that. I thought he wouldn't maybe put down Snake's body gently. Okay then. There is one variation of the choke where instead of saying snake and kissing, he says die. Maybe that one. Let's see. Nope. So many, we're gonna get so many kisses testing this. And when he says die, that's your indication that you do need to break out of it. It's not the kiss. Might be one of those things that's rare or some weird condition to trigger. Oh my god. No, Leffy, it's there. I remember him saying die instead of doing the kiss. That might be slightly dangerous. Oh shit. Damn it. Maybe it's just kisses. Mandela effect. No. He just wants to die in his arms. Oh, for fuck's sake. We're getting so many kisses for this. I didn't know it can kill you. But gotten so many kisses before, yeah. And another. Like the health bars don't even matter. Okay, maybe it's when he has low health. He does that. Okay. I might accidentally move on to the MGS4 for this, so. There's so much fucking around. Landing a few more hits might just move forward, regardless of the health bar. Oh, there's a dent on the floor. Oh, it's cinematic. Cinematic moves have priority over the hits. Hopefully it does something now. Nope, still kisses. Now it's getting weird now. Why do I remember that being a thing? No. There's no way. Oh, he recovers stamina when he kisses Snake. Hold on a minute. I never noticed that. Fuck. Well, I guess I looked at it last time, but all those other kisses, I didn't notice. He fucking recovers stamina when he kisses him. That's what it's for. Oh. Look, I don't fucking look at the stamina bar during that, okay? Until now. I had no idea. Was it the full bar earlier too? Damn. Ocelot recovering his psyche like a snake. Okay. Alright, we old now. %, nice. Yeah, they want the same thing, but do you really think that people would be happy if there wasn't some sort of final showdown to give closure to the whole thing that people have been bitching about for years? There it is, the last bit of gameplay. Now it's 71 minutes of endings. That's basically what MGS4 exists for. Give people some quick closure. Quick, yeah. For all the stuff they've been bitching about. It's a large part of the reason why MGS4 exists.
This is only the beginning, Snake. America will descend into chaos. It'll be the Wild West all over again. No law, no order. Fire will spread across the world. The people will fight. And through battle, they will...
The undoing of the character's development is the best story in the series. That is an opinion to have, sure. The undoing of the series is the best in the series.
Somewhere out there, I know he's laughing.
Big boss telling you to forget about it. Stop playing the series, go out and touch grass. Oh well.
The shadows cannot be erased. So
Okay, Plutonic.
light. Erasing shadows will do no good.
Well, you play him just you wrong, so there's that.
I am Liquid's doppelganger. And you are his.
First he said our father, now he says your father.
Like your father.
So we kicked the Liquid out of Ocelot, now it's just fully Ocelot right before he dies.
You're pretty good. You're pretty good.
No lore. The genie is behind him, just 4 and 5. Oh man. What a guy. Legendary fucking message. You're getting pinned.
Sonny's program destroyed JD's brain, but left the brain stem.
Conveniently, everything is intact.
She analyzed Naomi's black box and separated the Patriot's control system from the vital lifelines of society. Water, air, electricity.
All these things that Otacon lists here,
medicine, communication.
they were all supposed to go down with the system.
Cut off the Patriot's control while preserving modern civilization.
He's thinking Otacon would bring down modern civilization
It was her way of avenging Olga,
and
her
be
mother.
wanted as
Or
terrorists
maybe she
for it.
wanted to shape the future into her own ideal image.
Turn themselves in, get executed.
Or
And that's why we have Here's to You as the ending theme.
defragmentation.
But they didn't let Kojima do that. So conveniently, Sony made the perfect virus now.
It is truly a living thing. The Patriots' reign has crumbled away.
Oh well.
And still,
Alan Smithy.
A civilization that has thrived on war since the dawn of time.
It's because, of course, Konami and Kojima's team wouldn't let him kill Snake and Otacon on screen, yeah. And of course, also because they had to bring back the real big boss for,
What did we lose? What did we save?
people don't realize that a large part of the reason why Big Boss came back is because of what was going on with Akio Asuka and his father at the time, probably. Just so they had that scene where his father's voice acting it and he's doing the motion capture. So, because they had some sort of beef at the time, they had some sort of problem in the family and they weren't seeing eye to eye, but that scene brought them close together. And of course, Akio Asuka being close friends with Kojima, probably, you know how they were talking about in the podcast, how he really wanted to do it. He asked Kojima that, you know, he really wanted to do the motion capture for that character that his father voiced. And then, of course, he's talking to his character, Snake, so they ended up working together, and that sort of brought them close again. That is probably, people don't realize how well respected and how close friends, you know, Akio Asuka and Kojima are, and how much of a say he has in things, and how well respected his role is in Japan. That we just think, oh yeah, it's a voice actor. Why would it have creative control like that? No, it's just a different universe. So it's probably a large part of the reason why they altered this also, and suddenly have the real Big Boss show up. Unfortunately, it makes the rest of the game make even less fucking sense. But whatever. That takes priority, yeah. The real life shenanigans there. Yeah, of course, Kojima would never do that to Asuka. Are you kidding me? Not bring him back for V. Kiefer's there for Kojima and the Japanese audience, not for us. But at the same time, he never would have replaced him. So you get Kiefer as the poster boy and the Cuervo. But Kojima never would have replaced Akio Asuka as Snake in Japanese.
Congratulations.
Colonel. You're going to walk me down the aisle.
You're not angry anymore.
Oh, I'm still mad. But now, you've got a chance to win me over.
You're right. We have plenty of time now.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to join these two in holy matrimony. Let us give thanks for the life they will soon share. And pray they have love everlasting. Now, let's all send this new team on their first mission. Hey, go on. Do it.
My butt!
That's tasty. Just in time. And I brought gifts. A shower of flowers, compliments of Drebin. And a little something extra from me.
Everything in that turd's path turned into shit.
The bouquet.
Anything else, Scott? The real purpose of this.
Where's Snake?
Who knows? That guy always keeps you waiting.
Sunny, come on.
Snake. Thank you.
So for the first part of the ending, we have MGS1 characters. Second part of the ending, we have MGS2 characters. I guess in a twisted way, in the third part, you have MGS3 characters. Kind of. Well, it does go back to the wedding, so it's not exact. Here comes the best part. Don't worry, Raiden's gonna have a long, peaceful life with no more fighting after this. He's gonna go home and be a family man. Right? Right? Now Mei Ling is with some admiral. Well, maybe they have some robotics. Or he doesn't need one. He has his own. I sure hope that the next game's development doesn't fail so miserably that they have to move it in the timeline and make it a sequel, spin-off sequel, and deprives Raiden of his peaceful ending. That'll never happen. That's a silly thing to say.
Jack. Don't shut me out. I need you to listen to me.
What do you want? Come to laugh at me?
Look. Look at the
You
boy.
bastard!
Cute. Campbell's kid.
No. He's yours.
I don't have any kids.
He's your son.
You said miscarriage.
I lied. I had a healthy baby boy. Roy pretended to be my husband. To protect me. And our son.
The shit!
Only until you completed your mission. To shield us from Patriot eyes.
What?
He didn't even tell Meryl. He sacrificed everything. Even his family. To protect us.
I don't believe it.
I'm sorry, Jack. I wanted to tell you.
So he's really...
John, aren't you going to say hello?
Say me.
My son. Little John. Scared of me, huh? It's okay.
I'm not scared. I think you're cool. Kinda like a comic book superhero.
Rose. I'm done running.
Over mentioned again in the book, in Rising, there's an optional call where he talks about them being in New Zealand for some reason. There's also a call about Otacon being a playboy. Yeah, going out, meeting chicks.
And I'm
Rising fully understood the assignment.
afraid.
I'll never leave you alone again. Like a scene from Beauty and the Beast.
Don't say that. You're no beast. You're my husband. And his father. And me. I'm going to do my very best to be the wife and mother this family deserves.
This is a job for the turbo controller for sure. Wipe this meme from the face of the earth. Come on, controller, you can do it. This is a unhero scene first, then the fake credits.
War has changed. Our time has ended. Our war is over. But there's one more thing I must do.
Zero boss fight and the wheelchair. Could have been more gameplay.
One last punishment I must endure. Erase my genes. Wipe this meme from the face of the earth. This is my final mission.
Why is Zero the bad guy? Because they literally had to pull something out of their ass to give an answer to a question that was never supposed to be answered. And probably because MGS3 heavily changed the course of the series. So now MGS4 blames MGS3 a lot. Since MGS1? No. You're forgetting the #1 rule. These games are never written with sequels in mind. Kojima was making shit up as he went with it because people kept requesting more and bitching about MGS2 mainly. Never make the mistake of thinking of a future game while you're playing an older game, because they were all made to be the last. So don't play MGS1 and think, damn it, the Zero did this. And don't play MGS2 and think, damn it, Vamp has nanomachines. Zero got his hands on the legacy and was also obsessed with the boss. That's how it happened. Maybe you need to watch that Act 3 cutscene. But mainly it's MGS3 getting blamed and people bitching, wanting to know who the Patriots are. It all led to this. You were supposed to decide for yourself in MGS2, but no.
I didn't know you drank. I thought it was strictly soda for you.
Not like I never touched the stuff. Soda just agreed with the nanos better. The nano machines break down alcohol before it has a chance to get you drunk.
So, that explains.
VR missions are just part of MGS1.
No need to hold back anymore,
MGS integral.
Yeah, well,
specifically.
It ain't all sunshine and rainbows. A lot of folks lost their entire sense of being the moment SOP went offline.
It's not a separate game. It's only a separate game in the West.
I heard some people are going through withdrawals. SOP syndrome.
Yep. SOP kept more than just alcohol under control. Those poor slobs are virtually naked now.
From what I hear, over 10% are showing symptoms. I guess getting rid of the Patriots won't solve all our problems overnight.
You, probably already suspected this, but I'm not actually an employee of AT Security.
Huh?
The Patriots raised me to be a gun launderer.
Now, even going from MGS1 to 2, it was still true, Dr. Gray. Just for a brief, very brief time.
The LRA. They kidnapped me, forced me to fight.
Otherwise, Kojima wouldn't have killed off Liquid.
Staring at a former child soldier.
Kojima regretting killing Liquid because of that.
I guess that makes me what you'd call a war orphan. After that, the Patriots picked me up and brought me into the family business. I was Drebin, number 893. There's a whole lot of pawns like me all over the world. How do you suppose I laundered guns like I did? 'Cause they let me. In fact, I was under strict orders to back you guys from the start.
You what?
Hey, man. Don't take it personal. I wasn't the only one under their orders.
Huh? Meryl and...
They probably never realized it themselves, but... Rat Patrol, Team 01. Voila.
Patriot.
Played like a violin.
But why?
Obviously, Liquid's plot was a threat to the Patriots. So they planned to have you guys take care of it.
Didn't turn out quite how they planned, though, did it?
Yeah, well, I don't think they expected you to crash their system and wipe them out.
So, does that mean you're out of a job now?
Are you kidding? I got the Drebins. All the Drebins in the world are in on it. From now on, we're in business for ourselves. We are pawns no more.
Easy there.
The White House might have lost its taste for unilateralism, started to rebuild. But there's a lot of failed states out there that went bankrupt from their PMC habits, and they owe a shitload of money. Now, only question is, who's gonna pick up the tab? I'm sure these new governments will try and keep it under control with PMC corporate reform laws, but it ain't gonna be good enough. They all sunk up to their eyeballs in the war economy. Might not be a new world order, but the old order under the war economy's gone for good. I'm guessing the UN is gonna be more important than ever. What with multilateralism and all. A certain president said it best back during the Cold War. For in the development of this organization rests the only true alternative to war. Then again, the UN itself's just an old 20th century relic. And if you think about it, when you look at its history, it ain't that different from the Patriots.
Ah, that's right. The nano machines used to keep you sober.
Crush. Mix. Burn. Repeat.
Hey, Uncle Hal, can I give him the Mark III?
Huh?
He's kinda a new friend. He lives near here. We can't understand each other's language, but we're having fun. He's my very first outside friend.
Really? That's great. Sonny, it's okay if you want to live outside now. It's your life. There are other havens out there.
The sun looks so pretty.
Sonny,
I like it outside. Uncle Hal, when is Snake coming back?
Snake. Is sick. So he went on a trip to help him get better.
We're not going with him?
No. He needs to be alone.
I wonder if I'll ever see him again.
Snake had a hard life. He needs some time to rest.
Are you crying, Uncle Hal?
No. I'm not crying.
That's right. Good. No need for you to go just yet. It's been a long time, Snake. Big boss. Let it go, my son. I'm not here to fight. Or should I call you brother? What? It's over. Time for you to put aside the gun and live. It all began with a bunch of old fools. Now, they've all passed away. Their era of folly is over. I'm the only one left, and soon I'll be gone too. How can you still be alive? That body, liquid burned on the Volta, wasn't mine. That was the body of a clone. Solidus. He was a perfect clone. Zero and the proxy AIs that came after him were convinced that Solidus was me. I was implanted with nanomachines, kept in a state of eternal sleep by JD and the proxy AI. They had me sealed away completely, not only my physical body, but my will too. The technology was similar to what they used to restrain the B&B members you encountered. For me to wake again, the system had to be destroyed, one way or another. Ocelot and Eva wanted two things: to bring me back to life, and to end the Patriots. That meant destroying the AI and killing the man, JD and Zero. Right before you uploaded the virus into GW, the way to JD was opened, but only through the physical manifestation of GW. That's when we finally learned the location of this man, Zero. For me, and for them, for Naomi, nothing was more important. And it was for that they put their grand scheme into motion. Eva stole my body from them and reconstructed it by replacing the missing parts with pieces from Liquid and Solidus. order to fool the system, used nanomachines and psychotherapy to transplant Liquid's personality onto his own. He used hypnotic suggestion to turn himself into Liquid's mental doppelganger. For all our advances in nanotechnology, information and genetic control, they've never managed to control people at will, let alone turn one person totally into another.
Ah, yes, that's never been done.
Under certain conditions, someone can be made to play a specific role. Act like someone else. Cats do love to play as snakes. It all started with him. Zero. Zero grew old, and by the end his Patriots were being run by a network without shape or form. What do you mean, without shape or form? The proxies were only one small part of the vast cycle that Zero created. The corporations, for-profits, and research institutions that comprise the military-industrial complex were part of it too. They operated on budgets automatically allotted to them by the proxies. Accounts maintained by the Patriots. The network covered everything from weapons R&D and investment to production and marketing. It encompassed the people, the companies, even the laws that protect them. Politics and economics became nothing more than iterations of the same oppressively uniform system. I don't think anyone realized that it was all a setup, a mere set of norms. The Patriots were those norms, a neural network reduced to its simplest form. That's what they really represented. Uniformity without individual will, without change. But then one day, those norms suddenly deviated from that pattern and underwent a mutation. It was like the birth of a new life form. The system found a new way to propagate itself. War. Norms the Patriots had crafted for their unified state quickly became dependent on a single business, the war economy. Meanwhile, the political cause of creating a cleaner, safer battlefield provided a convenient catalyst. By then, the system was no longer being steered by Zero's will, or anyone else's. It was then that the norms, manifested as AIs, the inheritors of Zero's will, began to reproduce and take on a life of their own. Zero's original intent was to carry on the boss's will and establish a unified world state, an inside world. But his successors failed to carry on his will. Eventually, JD became the very age itself, propagating its will as it pleased, and this age chose to act through economics instead of nation-states. Powered by the industrial and digital revolutions that came before it, this age gave birth to a twisted economic revolution, a battlefield revolution. It created a new world without substance. In this new world, there were no ideologies, no principles, no ideals, not even the thing she treasured most, loyalty. There was only the war economy. It was a colossal error in judgment, one Zero couldn't possibly have foreseen. With the American system in a state of collapse, Patriot society has reverted to a blank slate. This man, was the source of it all. And he doesn't even realize it. He's completely unaware of the fact that he led the world to the brink of ruin. Even with so much bad blood between us, it's funny. Now that I'm actually face to face with him again, the hatred is gone. All I feel is a deep sense of longing and pity. Did Zero really hate me? Or did he fear me? It's too late to ask him now. The original members, Paramedic, Sigint, Eva, Ocelot, they've all passed on. Only Zero is left. Everything has its beginning, but it doesn't start at one. It starts long before that, in chaos. The world is born from zero. The moment zero becomes one is the moment the world springs to life. One becomes two, two becomes 10, 10 becomes 100. Taking it all back to one solves nothing. So long as zero remains, one will eventually grow to 100 again. And so, our goal was to erase Zero. Even the mighty Patriots began with a single man. That one man's desires grew huge, bloated, absorbed technology, began to manipulate the economy. We realized too late that we had created a beast. We had helped turn Zero into 100. His sin was ours. And for that reason, I'm taking it upon myself to send Zero back to nothing.
You going back to Zero as well?
You erased me 2 times before. Today will mark the 3rd. The fox dye Zero planted in you. It's already begun eating away at my body. Truth is, the fox dye in you is what killed Eva. Ocelot. What are you talking about? Naomi. She told me everything. What's wrong? They did it again. They used you to kill me. The Patriots. No, they're proxies. In order to bury us. They did it again. In the end, they're no more than a program. All they can do is repeat the same pattern over and over again. Do me a favor, will you? Take me over to her. There's one more thing Naomi wanted me to tell you. About the old fox dye in your body. The one that mutated. The new fox dye inside you continues to multiply. At the same time, it is preventing the old mutated fox dye from reproducing. The new fox dye is uprooting the old. Naomi confirmed it in her follow-up. The mutants are receding. Before long, they'll be gone entirely.
Does that mean the mutant strain won't cause an epidemic?
It will only live as long as you do. But even then, the process will just repeat itself. One day, the new fox dye too will start to mutate and become a new threat. That is, if you manage to live that long.
Am I going to die?
Everyone dies. You can't stop it. You can't run away from it. Let me tell you something. Don't waste the life you have left fighting. I've never thought of you as a son. But I've always respected you as a soldier. And as a man. If you'd been in my place back then, maybe you wouldn't have made the same mistakes that I did. Ever since the day I killed the boss with my own hands, I was already dead. about changing the world. It's about doing our best to leave the world the way it is. It's about respecting the will of others and believing in your own. Isn't that what you fought for?
God, it's funny as fuck right now. You guys are great.
At last,
Sometimes.
I understand the meaning behind what you did. At last, I understand the truth behind your courage.
Good guess, people. Sniping Cody, thank you for the 47 months. The real interesting part of what he says comes at the end. It's again almost Kojima speaking to the players once again.
It's almost time for me to go. And with me, the last ember of this fruitless war dies out. And at last, those old evils will be gone. Once the source of evil returns to zero, a new one, a new future will be born.
No, we're not doing poops.
New world is yours to live in. Not as a snake, but as a man.
We need an MGS4 remake with Delta flashbacks. Every time they remake a game, they have to remake MGS4 with the flashbacks of that remake. Twin Snakes flashbacks, MGS2 remake flashbacks, Delta flashbacks. So they'll remake MGS4 like 3 or 4 times.
Zero and I, Liquid and Solidus, we all fought a long, bloody war for our liberty. We fought to free ourselves from nations and systems and norms and ages. But no matter how hard we tried, the only liberty we found was on the inside, trapped within those limits. The boss and I may have chosen different paths, but in the end, we were both trapped inside the same cage. Liberty. But you have been given freedom. Freedom to be outside. You are nobody's tool now. No one's toy. You are no longer a prisoner of fate. You are no longer a seed of war.
Here it comes. Best part.
For you to see the outside world with your own eyes.
Snake's the player and Big Boss is Kojima, of course.
Your body and your soul are your own. Forget about us.
Whatever.
Live for yourself. And find a new lease on life.
Stop obsessing over the series so much. Stop making me come up with shit. The world would be better off with no players.
You only need one snake. No. The world would be better off without snakes.
Snakes are the players, of course. The world would be better off without people obsessing over the Patriots since MGS2. Making me come up with shit. And keep making games. Forget about us. Go touch some grass, Snake. Such was the sentiment at the time of MGS4's development. The world would be better off without people playing these games anymore. It's that extreme.
This is good, isn't it?
Good guy, yeah. I mean, he nuked half the world, but that's okay. Suddenly, all those war crimes are forgiven because he got reinvented as a hero. Okay. And then something happens. This generation of Metal Gear games is done, 3 and 4. Then something happens with Peace Walker. And more on that tomorrow when we start it. Also with the spreadsheet. As for MGS4, easily another game that Kojima didn't want to make. But of course, the budget. Anyway, more on that later. That made me bust out the articles now. I'm freaking burned out of MGS4, man. It's been over a week of MGS4. 9 playthroughs, chicken run, 35 hours. 8 playthroughs of unlocking shit. And easily 20 plus hours story run now. Actually, it's probably gonna be like 25 hours. It's been just over a week of MGS4. But tomorrow, we're doing some spreadsheets with Peace Walker. I'm trying to do Foxhound, 5-star Foxhound save from scratch. So anybody with Peace Walker and PS3 is kindly invited to do some co-op and help out. Because the more people we have, up to basically 6 in versus ops, the better it is to farm camaraderie. Ah man, it's gonna be a huge project. I was looking some of the notes and the spreadsheet and the VODs from last time doing it, where it took like 120 hours, but now we have the process down. I think it will be much faster than that. Shit, I don't know. I'll probably start sometime probably sometime after 4 p.m. Pacific or around there. So we'll do the big Peace Walker project. And then we're actually going to take a break from all this because we seem to be interrupted by Death Stranding 2's release during this project. So well, I'm a Monster Hunter. Yeah, then we'll do some walking simulator. We'll play DS1, then DS2 comes out, and then whatever the fuck happens with that, I don't know. And then we'll do MGS4 100%, both Grim Zeros and Phantom Pain, and holy shit, the pain, and the nonsense. So yeah, that's basically the next month or two of stuff. I'm gonna have to do everything at once, 100% run, story run, tapes, and all the nonsense to show, plus whatever nonsense we find. Always new nonsense to be found in that game. I wonder what new glitch, bug, or oversight I'll find. We'll see. Yeah, now DS1 is a slog to get through. That's why I'm allocating like maybe 8 to 10 days. I don't know. I don't know, I might be slightly off. It depends on how long it's gonna take to do Fox Sound Peace Walker. But I wanted to leave a little bit of a window to replay 1 before 2 comes out. Not 8 to 10 hours, 8 to 10 days. Oh, fuck. Also, Peace Walker is the only other game in the series that Kojima actually wanted to make. So it goes 1, 2, Peace Walker. Those are the canon games. Seven hours of cutscenes, 93 hours of walking around. Kojima's hologram friend. What should we title it? Kojima's holographic friend circle jerk. Acid is canon. Yeah, all the acid that Kojima did to make these games is canon. Tomorrow we're gonna start Peace Walker. We're gonna get through the intro, maybe the first mission. And we'll start co-op as soon as possible. And I'll be... This time I'll try to have the values and numbers on screen at all times. We'll build the Excel spreadsheet of weapon usage in Peace Walker in real time. Is it possible to solo Fox on 5-star? If you have 2 PS3s and you play with yourself, technically, yes. No, you gotta do co-op. Otherwise, you're limited to 2-star. Was it 2 or 3? I think it might be 2. I forget where the co-op ranks started. 2 or 3 stars, somewhere there. But to do 5 stars, you gotta have 500,000 camaraderie. Among other things. So, no. Co-op required. Of course, I'm gonna play whatever remakes. At this point, if Konami shits in a bag and writes Metal Gear on it, I gotta buy it and play and see what the fuss is. They could be doing anything. And we're gonna check it out, obviously. For better or for worse, we gotta know what's going on with it. Sure. Kind of same thing with Kojima. Kind of like the reason I'm checking out Death Stranding too. What are the chances that Death Stranding 2 will change my view on Phantom Pain? And then by the time we see Phantom Pain again, it will be after that. And we'll look at it differently. What if Kojima farts in a jar? Where do you think the fart people came from in MGS4? That's the origin of the gas people. Let's see, MGS4 as gas people, Death Stranding as oil people. Next game should have wind people.
Snake,
and solar people. The nuclear people.
You forgot these.
Ah, now I see.
No thanks. I'm quitting.
Snake.
These things will kill you.
Where will you go? Our fight is finished. There's nothing left for us to do.
The solar is guy, right?
There's one thing I still have to do. I have to see this age off. See what the future brings.
Sounds good to me. I'll go with you.
Otacon, I'm gonna be dead soon. You don't have to come.
You said it yourself, Snake. There's nothing inside you can pass on to the next generation. No genes, no memes. You're man-made. You're a beast.
I know. A blue rose. There won't be any happy Beauty and the Beast ending for me. What little time I have left will be spent living as a beast. A shadow of the inside. Of the old age.
Exactly. That's why you need me. As a witness.
A witness?
Yeah. Someone on the outside to bear witness to your final days. Someone to pass on your story. Not that I'm the only witness. But I'll remember everything you were. And stick with you to the end.
Otacon.
Besides, you wouldn't let me suffer Sonny's eggs alone, would you?
rising again.
Rising, huh? Bear. It was 25 hours.
That's tasty.
Alright, boys. That's it for MGS4. We did get the platinum, right? Very important. I want to know what to do without it. Oh, for fuck's sake, come on, this thing. Constipation. Copulation. What a mess they made. Yep. Okay.